The plot unfolds from the majestic voice of the dragon, who turns to a little girl. If she has already decided to climb this mountain, having no idea that it is for a place, then blame only your own carelessness. A little girl promises an immediate road to hell. From this relentless threat, the child is tears and desperately pleading about the mercy, assuring that it is impossible to do so. Bitter tears and loud pleads, she calls someone to help, and naughty short hair stubbornly climbs into her face. A stranger appears suddenly in front of the girl. A small dragon was comfortable on his shoulder, stretching a smile no less wide than that of the owner himself. The man begins to apologize to the dragon for his boldness. The man says that the baby accidentally found himself on this mountain, so there is no point in being hostile. Smiling widely, turns to the dragon with a proposal to understand. Behind, the girl is surprised to watch this unusual scene. The horrible roar is heard from the dragon's mouth, a promise made in a fierce rage. He will take both to hell, right now. A passionate fireball is already formed in a monster in the mouth. The girl, blinded by fear, breaks on the cry. However, the man, having dropped his serious look at the dragon, strictly warns. To frighten the innocent child is unacceptable. A rapid jump, a man finds himself at the head of the dragon and hit his fist simply between his eyes, while throwing a reproaching request. Is it not sorry for you? At the foot of the mountain, the moon responded to the girl's cry. The Elfian was in search of a mysterious Shin, looking in a confusion all the way and thinking, where did this girl go? Suddenly, a voice of her named in his name came into the silence. Siron. Uni and Lulununi is a girl full of anxiety in her eyes. She asks if they managed to find the missing little one. One of the girlfriends notices that this path of the baby would be too hard to reach the mountain. The other suggests that probably the girl went completely in the other way. Serena takes a note of pity if she did not confess to Shin. But not yet having time to finish, he receives support. One gently reassures her, and the other clarifies it with interest. Is it about a girl who admires Siron and seeks to become a protector? Saroni remembered how she answered Shiai that it was impossible. However, the girl firmly promised to provide proof that he could overcome the dragon. Despite its fragile physique, the girl did not lose her breath and confidently climbed up the mountain slope. Meanwhile, the guy looked at the top of the hill. According to him, on that mountain there is a lot of dangerous monsters. The girl agrees. Yes, it is only necessary to step there, and with life he will have to say goodbye. Her girlfriend with anxiety hopes that a terrible assumption, as if they were really seen by running on a slope. Just a mistake. The guy quickly breaks out of place and throws, he will look for in the west. The other replies that then moves to the east. Saron, holding his gaze on the mountain, remains to stand, begging for both her and a friend to be destined. In these moments on the mountaintop, a little girl, having pacified tears after a heavy cry, looks with surprise at a fallen dragon. The mind simply refuses to believe that the monster managed to overcome only one powerful blow. Returning to her, she is wondering. Everything is fine with the girl, whether she has caused her a dragon's harm. Meanwhile, a small dragon that stuck on her shoulders gives her the same cunning smile. The trembling voice of the respect asks if the man won. In response, confirmation is heard. This guy has just disabled the dragon. The man addresses the girl asking whether she is able to get up. Having extended her hand, her husband helps her get up. She is curious with interest whether it was magic. In response, the young man only denies with a smile. Unfortunately, he does not know how to spell. The girl is confused in words, trying to deny something. It is covered by sudden fear, the girl warns feverishly. This dragon is an extremely powerful creature, a real monster of class S. Does the guy understand who he is dealing with? To prove her words, she quickly calls her own name and assures a word of lies. She knows that even by uniting numerous elves, he will not be able to defeat the monster. It is discouraged. The man will ask if it really is. The young man is wondered if her name is Shin. In his thoughts, the assumption flashed. These pointed ears are probably a sign of elven blood. After presenting the VSU, the man opens that he is an ordinary person. With a warm smile, he recognizes how he is glad to get acquainted with Shin. The satellite takes it to the foot of the mountain, carefully laying the path through thick thickets. The surprise of the Shin had no limits. An ordinary person who does not even know magic, literally instantly dealt with the monster. Did the thought begin to sprout in her head? Does a stranger look at her? The girl confidently stated that the brother of the VSU was a real strong man. The innocent glitter of her eyes moved the boy deeply. The grateful smile of Xian received thanks from him. Among us some really have a brother who lives on this mountain. In response, the confession is heard. This step was not planned at first, but everything happened by itself. Somehow unexpectedly and easily, her questions came again. Reflecting that he lives high in the mountains, the girl suggests, the guy became strong, because since childhood he fought with monsters. Thinking for a moment, he finally replies, if everything was that way, would he not look even more muscular and trained? His body is by no means a reason to drink, the guy assures. Heroism is here in her arms, not in muscle strength. Surprise and confusion are blinking in his eyes. This girl does not seem mentally, he recognizes mentally. But the unseen thought hangs in the air. Something that interrupts his words appears. Far arrow suddenly breaks in the air and flies straight at him. And he effortlessly cares for her on the fly. A man with an inviolability notes. A little different. An arrow would only affect his companion. Carefully asking the dragon about the condition of his girlfriend, he gives the word. The abuser will not avoid revenge on the wounded comrade. The boys begin to call the coward loudly, who dared to shoot from his tiny molly, demanding that he finally seem. It is unexpectedly clarified. This shooter has a great courage. Shiana hurries to her brother's wedding, trying to reassure him. Meanwhile, someone is chosen from the bushes towards. Saron comes to light, and the crowd, holding a gorgeous curved onions wrapped in numerous nodes. The tension gripped the girl, every muscle of her trembled. About it could escape from the mouth of a cry. Her serious sister was confused, and a shy blush broke out on the cheeks of the VSU. No one could think that the girlfriend would be the arrow. The hero coldly points out, forgiveness will only be because she is a woman. Sheena laughs, pointing out that his view speaks eloquently about another. And the man, clamping his teeth, is absorbed by his teeth in his own hand. Saron in despair exclaims that he will make him release the girl. And Waku, struck by magic, is dying on the spot. Sheena asks Saron to restrain and wait a little. A desperate scream breaks out of her mouth. The boy saved Shin from a treacherous dragon. Saron stops in half a step, and friends are already approaching, shouting that they have finally found a girl. In response, the assurance is heard. With the help of her brother of the VSU with her, everything is fine. The question about witchcraft or necromantium is heard at the HACU. In response, he states, an ordinary person, nothing supernatural. The girl is crowded with doubt. Could the usual mortal alone overcome the real dragon? Suddenly, Anna exclaims, that's what happened. VSU is really incredibly strong. Saron looks distinctively at the guy. He confesses that he is not sure of the truth of his words, but thanks to the wax for Sena's salvation. Another girl is delighted to see Anna, calling her act amazing. Feeling that it was time to go, the HACU is asked to forgive him. His words cause two satellites anxiety. Does he really intend to return to that mountain? In response, a statement is heard that this place has become a home. However, these words both respond indignantly, shouting that he is telling a lie, because it remains to lie on the earth. The elf is readily proposed to accompany the traveler to their village. After all, they never thanked the hero for Sena's rescue. At this point, he turns to the Saron, wondering if she has nothing against such an idea. But he only has time to say in a confusion, trying to understand what is happening at all. Saron is distrustful. The idea that this man could save Siana from mountain monsters seems incredible. It is not possible for a simple person. In addition, he states that he lives in these mountains, and this fact looks extremely suspicious. The surprise blossoms on the face of the hero, when his look stops on the Saron, and a smile appears on the mouth. Saron strongly states that he cannot allow a person who has no trust in the village, because it stands on the guard of his rest. But the crowd appears in a voice. One of the audience will remind that it was this young man who saved Sheena from a deadly dragon. Saron's gaze slides to Shiena, which firmly clung to the HACU for the leg. With a friendly smile, Saron notes that if a girl trusts this guy so, he is unlikely to be threatened. She agrees to allow him to stay overnight, but immediately warns, from now on, her careful look will not take from him for a moment. In the village, where the life of the elves rages on the spreading tops of trees, travelers meet hospitably. As they appear near the settlement, residents converge on all sides. Their faces are ill with joy. Sincere laughs and words of greetings are heard everywhere. Everyone welcomes unexpected guests. Already having time to get acquainted with many, the HACU discussed many important topics. This has attracted the attention of others. Now everyone is wondering whether he intended to collect his own harem. For them, the first time for them, because such intentions have not been seen here. Smiling, the guy replies. They say, there were several reasons for this. They ask why it is so shy. Even the elf understands perfectly. Every guy would dream of finding himself in a harem, so he will definitely have support. Having listened carefully, Rana thinks, so the main purpose of his travels is to create a harem. However, the real reasons are no longer important to her, because he still disappointed her. Walking to the vase with her, the girl sounds loudly. Saran is praying in the soul so that no one reveals the truth about her husband's intentions. It is scary to even imagine how treacherous, poisonous fingers can touch such a young soul. Picture of happiness. She's kneeling and wondered if it will become her personal place. Smiling clumsily, the HACU notes that perseverance is still her second nature. She, when she looked at, adds, she learned from others what a harem was. With glowing eyes, she cheerfully asks whether the truth is told that he could become part of his brother Vasya's harem because he saved her life. Confused with such unexpected passion, Vasya restrained her for a little wait, hinting that it is not necessary to hurry. The girl stands on her, insisting, she supposedly, for 10. The man in response only smiles and denies goodly. She is still a child. In response, the baby proclaims that she is already grown. Meanwhile, Serena is thinking at heart, as soon as possible to get rid of this suspicious stranger. Serenin girlfriend addresses a vase with an interesting question. Does Tomp love fruit or berries? The hero instantly agrees. He tastes almost everything, because he is omnivorous. So the company decides. They will certainly gather for a guest of ripe gifts of summer. A request to join the help of Vasu appeals to the group, but he politely rejects, reminding that he is still their guest. Hearing this, Sarna states that if Vasu leaves, then she will not stay away. The elf notes with a smile. There are rarely such moments when Sarna so frankly demonstrates his feelings. The forest path leads them further, among the gorgeous greens. The surprised Hakyu looks around and asks if all this can be eaten. In response, the story is heard. Elves prefer fruits, and they create a lot of food. The bright, bizarrely painted fruit immediately attracts the attention of the Hakyu. Its appearance is a real appetite. The flower was already in his arm. He eagerly lifts to his mouth, going to try to taste. A distressing cry comes behind. Don't touch! It's a dangerous poison. But the boldness wins the warning. The piece disappears in the mouth, like the most desirable delicacy. Everyone froze with horror, holding their breath in anticipation of the next step. Choosing to the very end of the vase, with a joyful exclamation reports, so juicy and delicious. It confesses that a pear is somewhat reminiscent, and the smell of it is like fresh grass. The environment looks carefully and is uncertainly interested. Where is the poisonous fruit that everyone said so? Saran calmly reports that he had just ate it. She screams with delight. Just incredible. With delight, the girl notes that the abdomen of the VSU brother can withstand any test. Serena is confused. Does not fit in the head, as possible, because even ripe frog fruits without heat treatment remain deadly. Just one attempt is enough to survive a real shock. The girl confidently realizes, this guy is not an average personality. This is amazed, and when a piece of glowing, he cannot believe. Is this fruit poisonous? How delicious it is. The vicious look of the Saren slides on her own body. Did you add at least a drop of force after battles with monsters on that mountain? No wounds, no trace of trials, even muscles have become more expressive. The embarrassed VSU asks in surprise that she planned. In the evening, a loud holiday was arranged in honor of Vas. The guests gathered at the rich table, tasting the dishes. But the most joy was wait. Grasping the delicacies with both hands and barely talking from under the stuffed cheeks, he exclaimed enthusiastically, such delicacy has not been tasted for a long time, which is why it has become especially happy for him tonight. He also drew treats nearby, fully agreeing with him. They ask who this little dragon is for him. The vase replies that she is his comrade. In response, Melda bites the guy. He is quickly corrected. In fact, she is his bride. The open listeners are surprised whether even a dragon enters his harem. The elf warns the interlocutor. Do not be surprised. He had to taste both blue frogs and mysterious fruits. In fact, surprise overwhelms the elf himself. How can he stay alive after that? The third participant in the conversation only smiles. All this weirdness makes him even interesting. Saron carefully expressed the assumption that perhaps before them, a dragon hidden under the person's person. The room instantly reigned in tense silence. Everyone was surprised by such words. However, in a moment, silence exploded with a loud laughter. She was asked in question whether it was a joke and loudly heard from heard. In the end, such a suspicion was sufficiently audacious. The confusion covers the locust, but it seriously suggested such a turn of events. Foos with a sly smile notes, be it cold-blooded, like a real dragon, everything could have happened differently. The upset lock of the locust lingers on the boy, and in her thoughts she involuntarily asks himself, why does the hero always have such transparent and clean eyes? It becomes embarrassed. All of its distrust and suspicions seem to be nonsense now. Deep night, when everything died around, the VSU rests, plunging into sleep. The girl carefully approaches him and relieves that the dream was firmly shaking him. In her thoughts, a decisive impulse is heard. If acting is only now, in Sauron's thoughts, a simple truth is drawn. To avoid trouble, you should have a guild card. Its absence will be for the girl only the reason to expel him from the village before dawn. Meanwhile, the VSU wary of someone's invisible presence. In the meantime, the girl will rush in his things and, after all, pulls out the card among them. Horror and rage cover the Sauron. It is impossible to look at his status, and the person can only be confirmed through a drop of blood. Finally, holding the boy on his knees, the girl reads, his name is VSU, 16 years old. Suddenly, an unexpected detail is attracted in the record. The surprise is reflected on the Saroon's face, watching the Vesu quietly skewing nearby. She realizes that in such a moment, there is no shadow of suspicion in her view. This is definitely not the face of the villain. But despite all this, tomorrow she will still tell everyone about him. Gradually, the night is inferior to the morning. Feeling a pleasant drowsiness, the Hakyu yawns and straightens the shoulders, satisfied with itself. Today's dream was surprisingly strong. Stepping into the fresh air, the guy is amazed at the carefree silence of the elven village. It looks like the rest is still plunging into the arms of Morpheus. Suddenly, his attention is attracted by a barely noticeable movement below. There is someone's mysterious outline before the hero's eyes. Surprisingly, an alertness to the thought. What is wrong with this stranger? A cute, typical elf are distinguished in light, so apparently belongs to the same tribe. However, the black mantle, which is wrapped in the silhouette, raises even more questions. The man expresses suspicion and asks in L whether she shares his doubts. His satellite immediately confirms these words. Therefore, the stranger proposes to follow him. Between the waves of Lake Sauron, enjoying swimming when it is mentioned. It is time to return. Probably the Hakyu has already woke up. Suddenly something has shook in the bushes. A vase jumps out of them and looks at it carefully. Sauron covers confusion. What really happens? The sudden cry breaks out, and blood flows abundantly from the nose of the VSU. In an attempt to explain his presence, the young man begins to speak, but Sauron reacts instantly. Magic comes to life in her hands, and a crazy wind rises around, which brings a complete mess. The rusty wind tore his clothes from him. The girl, trembling, hid under the canvas, woke up on a timid murmur, barely heard she was sorry for the fact that everything happened. And suddenly in her voice the indignation cuts. Why apologize at all? What exactly should she be guilty? The curiosity takes the mountain, and the girl asks whether he seems strange that only his clothes were torn into pieces of magic of wind. Having settled more conveniently, the VSU tells that this has already happened. One day the flames absorbed him from head to heels, and the consequences were identical. It only confuses it, and she asks to explain why the body remains intact. Smiling brightly, the Sauron stretches his clothes and carefully warns, if something does not fit, asks not to be offended. These things in his time belong to her father. Feeling some hesitation, the SCU asks whether it is really appropriate for him to wear such clothes. A Saren with a slight sad smile notes, now he will not need her father. The Hakyu is the question of whether it is really important to it. The girl confirms, it is important, though it is still nicer than constantly watching him when he is without clothes. In the end, both are embarrassed on the deck, lowering the views of the down. The look is serious and determined. The girl turns to the HACU, stating that he knows his true essence. Significantly surprised, the HACU casts a questionable look at her. Saran does not stop and adds, he is probably a criminal. In the end, she apologizes, confesses, looked into his guild card, and there have been no updates for 2 years. Simply put, 2 years ago, something important happened to him. And since then, the guy was hiding all this time. In these words, the tension flashed on the face of the HACU. She constantly voices her suspicions. The choice of this lonely shelter on the mountain, where no soul dare to visit, is not explained by accident. In her voice, confidence swells. Hakyu is hiding because he has a sin behind her shoulders. She addresses him with a barely hidden curiosity. Is she not right in her assumptions? Saran states that he is a defender who protects this village, and is grateful to him for the salvation of Siena. However, the girl explains, a suspicious person cannot remain among the villagers for a long time. The embarrassed Saran tries to justify himself in front of the heroine, confessing, this is her special mission, so she hopes for understanding. I will only assure that everything is fine, but carefully points out, in one Saran is mistaken. This man is not a criminal. Saran is looking for answers, but the Hakyu stops her sharply, insisting, if it depended on him, he would never have to mention the events of 2 years ago. With the grief in the eyes, the girl turns to him in his name, and in the meantime, the man thanks to Sony for his hospitality. The Hakyu is picked up to the feet, and then the Saran rises. The guy, calling male, moves away into the distance and asks the girl to pass on greetings to all the inhabitants of the village. And then, with a smile on his mouth, he rotates and expresses hope that he will ever meet someone as charming as Saran. His words knock her out of the track. Tears are rolling on the cheeks. The look shyly runs away. After him, he is heardless confession. True sympathy for this person is overwhelmingly the heart. In a moment later, the Hakyu finds itself in the middle of the road, exhaling hard. There is a shadow from the excitement of the face. This scene is frankly too seductive for him. A friend's words are heard, and the VSU sincerely thanks to his bride for trying to cheer up. Mountain life has deprived the HACU opportunity to speak as it should. The pity compresses the heart. If you just managed to tell the Sereni to the last word, they may have still had a chance to be together. The hero admires her, sincerely confessing that he is extremely interesting to know more about the charming Saran. Remembering the scene on the lake suddenly broke out in the mind. At the same moment, the guy begins to bite himself with shame and despair, in the midst of justifying himself that everything happened inadvertently. More than once and not twice calls himself a terrible person, making it done. Through the dull noise, a familiar voice calls him in the name. Turning, the man notices how 2 elves are rushing to his side with smiles. A joyful exclamation breaks out of his mouth. This is Luluna and Yu Yun. They cry out the full voice. They say, here they finally found this guy. Fasu enthusiast suggests that the elves were chasing the guy because they liked them. But the interlocutor immediately refutes his words. The hero understands. The reason is not at all. He is explained, almost shouting each other. All the trouble is that the guy the lawn returned. The confused Vasa only watches over them, not understanding who this Gazun is. The girl in hurry explains. Once he competed with Saran for leadership among the defenders, and a few years ago suddenly disappeared without a trace. The woman claims that he has now returned, having an incredible force that inspires horror. The VSU is jokingly wondered if that mysterious man in a black cloak is dressed, and receives an affirmative answer. All you have to do is find out. Does he really know? Tears roll the girl's face, and her voice trembles from despair. If nothing is changed, her native village is doomed to death. He turns with the abdomen, looking in his eyes, and asks, no, not just asks, but pleadingly praying for help. He admires that he still cannot believe in himself or in the legend of how the dragon won. But if he is unable to help, he begs to save the Saren. At this point, the village covers an incredible stir. Everyone wanders in a panic, looking for answers. The elder angrily turns to Gazuna, demanding explanations. Why does he do so insidious? Can he then be called an elf? Instead, Gizuna roughly interrupts the summer elf, calling him pathetic old and orders to silence. In the palms of the trees, a clot of dark energy. It looks at the Saran and resolutely exclaims that today, it is time to finally put all the points in their dispute. She boldly states that this battle will begin with her, majestically calling herself invincible. Saran, holding a long blade, stands in front of the elder, preparing for protection. There was a noise in the hall, which the HACU immediately notices, and is interested in its cause. The girl, without seconds, screams to everyone, calling to run to where you can escape. Meanwhile, the elf, having fallen, shares rumors about the mysterious sphere found by the lawn. He began to share the rumors. They say, the black ball, which is now owned by the Gazun, allows you to control hundreds of monsters. And if these words have at least a crumb of truth, the roar does not seem strange in front. However, it was not destined to cut the language. The phrase hung in the air when the heavy vase made it silent. While the crowd was in search of rescue, the Hakyu rushed directly to the Saran, not paying attention to the danger. He called her throat. The Saran looked around and looked in surprise, asked why he returned. Because it was too dangerous here. Meanwhile, Gizuna boldly stated to the defender that calling someone with her was a futile business. Having waved his hand with the ball, he announces that the moment of paying for her many years of superficiality has come. The Gazun exclaims to the elves, warning, "Let everyone run away how much the strength is, because the curse is inevitable." The intense atmosphere thickens when crowds of monsters begin to appear in the distance, which rapidly rushes in their direction. The verse girl begins to whisper the spell, but suddenly girlfriend stops her sharply. In vain, even magic is not salvation here. The hordes do not stop. The elf approaches the vase and insists on escape. Instead of panic, Vaz retains adamant peace, and only confesses. The scale of what is happening is still not fully understood by him. Vasio explained carefully. Gazuna seeks battle with the Saran to prove who is more worthy of becoming an elves defender. It is noted that yes, but now there is no minute. The Hakyu notes that in this case, Saran can enter a duel with him without feeling any of the worries. Strongly grabbing Seoran by her shoulders, the Hakyu tells her that he will deal with these monsters. So let the girl give all her strength. The look of the Saran is amazed, but the guy answers her with a confident smile. The strength in the girl is very much, so he is quite convinced that she will give this enemy instantly. Yoon and Luluna try to quench Vasai, asking him to stop. They are in surprise to ask if he really seeks death, and what he or she has this conversation. Behind Gazun, he threateningly states that it is time to teach the guy of the mind, because he called the B-class monster. Does this little one be aware of what is involved? The horror was clinging to all those present, forcing him to die of fear. The unmoved VSU focuses on the crowd of the monster, which is approaching relentlessly. The exclamations on all sides call him to flee, otherwise death is inevitable. But the VSU calmly sums up once the situation has already developed. With the eyes of the Siron pours tears, begs to stop this horror. Having extended his hands, the VSU instantly restrains the monster. He grabs the greatest of them, spins, and picking up others in this whirlwind, with incredible force, heaves the whole flock into the ground. Desperately rolling in torment, the monster fell to the boy's feet. One of the attendees, naked in horror, threw forward a desperate look and, prayerfully looking for salvation, exclaimed, "The holy sky! Who has a hell this vase?" Siron covers an unspeakable surprise. A whole flock of monsters flies into the air, like light feathers scattered with a powerful gust. It is only possible to imagine that one and only figure proudly appears against hundreds of enemies, not armed with neither blade nor charms, and yet the winner in this unequal battle. The girl cannot believe her eyes. Everything around seems a strange dream. He assures that she had no idea to deceive. The High Brother of the Has really has such an incomprehensible force. The unbreakable power of the protagonist impresses everyone around. A man with a warm smile on his face is wondering if everything is fine with elves. Gizuna cannot believe her own eyes. What is happening around, as if snatched from sleep? Did all these flocks of B-class monsters really won this pathetic, look-insignificant man? Surprised, addresses the Hakyu, asking him as he managed to overcome the whole horde, having nothing but bare hands. Serena is remembered by legends about how the hero survived among S-wound monsters in the mountains and pulled Shia from under February Dragon. If these stories are true, no matter how many in the joint creatures it is in his way, he will not blink an eye. No drop of sweat will be headed. Vesu returns to Mr. His gaze asking him, now that all creatures have suddenly stopped the attack? Or is there a desire to fight further? The steadfast determination permeates Kazun. Contrary to everything, the guy pulls another sphere and warns the Achak with a call so that he does not even think to despise him. Luluno and Young are fated. Unexpectedly in the Kasuns is two spheres, black and red. Concerned girls indignantly indicate that only a real scoundrel can do so. Friends are pleased with the Seron to flee, as this red sphere proved to be too dangerous. The Gazun with a bitter smile says that it is too late. Suddenly, a magical barrier appears that closes the girl and it together within one zone. Seron asks if it is really a barrier. Kazuna is undertaken to explain D-ear. Once all the inhabitants of the village, whom she so sincerely loved and protected at the cost of her own life, became a target in her presence. Now the Kasuna plan was to destroy them with it, using a monster. Suddenly, some casual passerby intervened, destroying a carefully planned scheme. Nevertheless, the girl had to calm down. It just started, because the true intention of the villain hid much deeper. With a smile full of enthusiasm, Dasun confesses, his main goal is to deprive Seron of life. The attacker eagerly draws the ball into the mouth, while mocking the girl to the duel, to prove who is a real winner and forever toe of the pathetic elves. In the air, a powerful energy flow is flared up, which captures everything around. Having blocked the attack by the forearms, Seron does not hide as a surprise. Her opponent swallowed the red sphere. Yuna with Luluno is crying that they will certainly save the girl, but the invisible barrier does not allow them to break forward. Then, Seron asks them to depart with determination. She must win this fight by herself. The gaze thrown into a vase turns into a confident smile, as if she says without the words, "Don't worry about me, I will give myself a pleasure." Turning around, drawing his gaze behind and shouting the Gazuni to rush and break through a thing, the girl frozen with horror. A huge monster, who laughed mockingly staring at her. As it turned out, Gazun turned into a monster. The monster covers shock and horror. A force that unfolds inside is too powerful to think about the murder of Seron. This thief is capable of removing everyone around one at a time, threatening everyone at this moment. The monster rushes forward, saying confidently, "This is how his real face looks." The defender quickly evades the attack, squeezes the sword's arms, and boldly causes enemy wounds. Is such a small cut all that managed to make this giant monster? However, in a moment, the awareness of the horrific rolls the wave. The wound in front of the growing, as if nothing was. The silky Gassion stretches the Pashak in a sinister smile, and with the swing of the Saran simply on the energy wall. The lungs of the girl will burn the attack of unrestrained cough. Such a cruel force suddenly knocked her out of balance. Alarmed Uni and Lulunan are rapidly coming to the barrier, desperately trying to help the girlfriend. At this point, Xuna is approaching, and asking where the unwavering will, which she demonstrated before him, went. With his voice, she recalls that she is only defenseless without her bow. The villain states with contempt that, they say, he became aware. This insignificant Elfian now heads the guard of the village. What a beacon. Without delaying a moment, he sharply grabs her and raises it up, opening the mouth. The monster was predatory teeth, as if wanting to completely absorb it. A mocking voice threw her in response that it was even good that she was a defender, because the body of the heroine, who would fall from his paws, would finally evidence for the unfortunate peasants whose fate she kept up to this point. Light vases on the protective barrier are heard almost inaudibly, as if hesitating before the storm. However, in the next moment, a powerful blow to the fist completely spreads the whole obstacle, breaking it in an instant. Everyone around is surprised, turning his eyes on him and his hand clenched in his fist. Even Kadzun does not hide the surprise. Small smiling, the HACU is asking and confessing that he was expecting a much more powerful result. Seron is relieved in the giant size of the hero, and Jizuna is irritated to immediately stop this performance. Exploring indignation, he throws in half from the HACU. Is a person able to withstand? The VSU is only scornfully whispering, a real rude. By extending the vase forward, the man demonstrates the identity of the face and notices with a smile. At least 88% of human is stored in it. Slow gait, the hero approaches the Siron. Suddenly Xuna orders not to approach closer, threatening to use Siron as weapons. His voice sounds bold. Does he bother you that this monster can harm her? Responding to indignation, the VSU calls the hostage hostage. The Gazun, without persecuted, shews that he does not approach. The requirement of the Hakyu is firmly to release the Saron immediately. But the monster in response only threatens, if you want to let her go, stay away. The order of Xuna sounded sharply. They say, let him not interfere with racial strife, because he is not an elf, so there is no reason. However, the guy did not sway. The reason, of course, exists. And she is a girl. Siron fascinated the protagonist to the finals, depriving him of any doubt. Naturally, the desire to lose it does not even arise for a moment. The defender opens the eyes wide and adds, a powerful blow makes a giant monster with a frantic force to fly far away. The view of the VSU is now stopping on the Saron. With anxiety in the voice, the girl turns to Vas. The hero sinks his side, interested in the defender whether everything is fine with. In response, a short affirmative word is heard. Having discouraged, the rescued is quietly thanked to his hero. At this point, the vase becomes embarrassed by a bright red hue. On the face of the hero blooms a wide smile, and the unexpected words of the Saron destroy his joy. She sincerely admits that he shares his happiness. But the oath given by the late parents does not allow her to pay reciprocity. The heart of Saron belongs to the village, which it must protect for the memory of relatives. A thin note of pity sounds in her voice, as if suddenly friends, as if feeling tension, run up to this pair. Laughing widely, the Hakyu is throwing a joke, they say. For her, of course, it sounds too unexpected and difficult to perceive, because his confession was suddenly. Finally, he summarizes, it is better to just forget all this. Sighing with the grief, the guy silently decides to move on to the road. It is at this moment that a Gashan appears nearby, skillfully spreading in the air. Saron, noticing a formidable opponent, hurries a vase of danger. I am a crush with a frantic force toss the hero just about the tree. The impression is surprising. How is Kazun in general alive? Outrage boils in veins. Did the bravely believe that he could overcome such an enemy? Human nature is too limited, so eliminating this adventure seeker is not difficult. However, in a moment, the space pierces the arrow, which suddenly appears from the shade. The Saron shot came, and Kazuha fell down. The defender from the HACU froze for a moment, exchanging a difficult look. The realization that life was saved by a girl, and even a Siron, did not fit in his head. It seemed impossible. Suddenly, the main character breaks from the place and instantly disappears from sight, leaving the girls in full misunderstanding about his intentions. The elf only with a smile notes that Saron seems to have made a great impression on the boy. At midnight, the Saron was hiding on a wooden platform that stood on the branches, considering the starry sky thoughtfully and exhaling slowly. The silence suddenly broke up a worried cry. It was called by Yun, a girlfriend of Saron. Concerned, the girl quickly reported, in this place she found something. Is this exactly what they hoped for? The guild card is a Voss. Saron notes that he probably is not easy, because without her now there is no proof that he is a real adventurer. The young man notes, even if she wanted to return it to the owner, she does not imagine where the person went. Serena is wondering if you can leave the card to yourself, but provided that a friend will definitely return to her. He insists on this condition, and she agrees with a smile. Finally, they exchange warm wishes for a good night. Looking at the forest thicket, the Saron confidently approached the place of the recent clash. Among the fallen branch, her careful look stopped on a tree, in the trunk of which Kazun squeezed a vase. Traces of his blood glittered on the bark. The idea flashed. It is the touch of the adventure card to the owner's blood that is able to activate its power. Saron brings the syringe closer to the vein, remembering the mysterious words of the Supreme Administrative Court that at least 88% should be left. The question embedded in this phrase does not give it rest. But suddenly the bright light flashes out of the map, tearing it out of thought. The disapproving cry comes to the Saron. Someone condemns her actions, and the interlocutor, exciting, restrained, is nervous. Suddenly she really involves it? To the surprise of the defender, the voice was not heard from the people. The map itself spoke. In the heart of Saron, surprise is flashing. She wants to find out what a divine creature appeared before her. She is explained. Everything is simple. It is a goddess who protects the vase. The map indicates time to deliver the artifact to where the vase is now. Seiron is wondering whether this goddess gave him such unusual forces. The goddess calmly replies, she did not interfere. All these forces of the HACU obtained independently. For many years of life on a dangerous mountain, the body was painfully accustomed to harsh conditions, changed and strengthened to survive. The locust is surprised to make the VSU in such a terrible place at all. Memories gradually emerge in the goddess, and Solon persistently requires the maps of explanations. But the map is surprised. They say, why should she report to some stranger? The defender interferes. The fact is that the Sauron does not leave the curiosity of this vessel, and the thoughts of it do not go out of her head. The sadness on his face, when the words of unwillingness to remember the past, pierced his heart with cold. The stranger, hesitation, asks if it is too much, asking for something more, remembering an recently rejected vase. Seiron desperately exclaims that she did not give up on him. The map states that the past of the Vesu is an extremely thin topic, and therefore it cannot be handled lightly. Serena attaches his palm to the forehead as if looking for clarity, and she is wondering what feelings it causes. Seiron strictly warns that if she does not open her past HACU, the guild card will immediately throw away. In response, indignation is heard. Such methods are only a real demon to the strength, not the proud elves. Seiron sharply breaks the interlocutor, forbidding to mix her race with what is happening. The card finally agrees, but persuades the girl to keep this secret even from the vase. Seiron does not hesitate to accept such conditions. The mysterious goddess considers it correct and says, from the mouth of the old elf is a promise. It will open a young vision in front of a young heir, in which the memories of the protagonist were etched. In this ghostly reality, ancient events are unfolding. Those who met HACU 2 years ago. The story originates in the hometown of the VSU, the royal capital of Iskoa. In the very heart of this majestic city, a grand castle surrounded by many houses, as if a dense ring gathered around him. Under the cozy crown of trees, two were plunged into a conversation. The young man wondered if the girl was sure that he was needed in her life. In response, she exclaimed with a desperate sincerity, which she said more than once, she no one needs any more except for him. That is why, when both 15 turned, Araya suggested becoming her husband. Having discouraged, the girl is timidly wondered whether the VSU really rejects her offer. In response, the guy only shakes his head. No, on the contrary, he is endlessly happy. Fascinated by feelings, the young man makes her an offer to marry. Their views are intertwined, full of sincere love. Suddenly the protest is heard. A girl with dark hair, gathered in 2 tails, sharply turns to him, calling his brother, and sharply asks whether he really is about to take Arya for his wife. The atmosphere in the HACU family is filled with excitement and expectations. The mother with a warm smile responds, the promise is really great. The younger sister, full of emotions, exclaims that she is not going to take it. The father, with a barely noticeable hope, expresses the hope that the son will not forget about his words in 2 years. The Hakyu assures everyone, it will be sure to remember. The father reminds her son, did you forget that Arya belongs to the church community and will soon be chosen? What will people think then? The wife supports, the guy does not fit her for this reason. The younger sister tries to reach her brother, calling to listen to her parents. Otherwise, nothing good will work out. The father assures that when the fate chooses it, it is time to join the hike with the hero, and then the thoughts are unlikely to turn around that vase. The guy, however, assures solid confidence, everything is fine, because he believes in his promise of Arya. A year has passed, and the mysterious power gives the hero and his companions a blessing, calling them with caution on a campaign against the owner of the demons. The holy elected, Arya gets the fate to go with the hero to an important mission, to destroy Lord. The endless crowd gathered to spend the heroic couple on the way. In the middle of a variety of faces, a careful look of a young man who lingered near the clay vase. He appeals to Arya with an unexpected request, to allow it to accompany it in this dangerous trip. And, suddenly the boy is stopped. A strong hand is easy, but confidently touches his chin. A view of full curiosity, An attractive hero explores his face, trying to see what a person is in front of him. The stagnation swept the Heisyu when it turned out. He was faced with the hero himself. The look, filled with surprise, he asked the young man whether he was aware of, before joining their group, first to prove his dignity. Not giving him a word to speak, the Hakyu sharply orders to silence, mentioning the important promise given to this Arya. However, the hero dismisses any conversations about this promise. The only thing he is really interested in, if the little one intends to go with them on a dangerous journey, he will check the guy personally, and only in the case of victory recognizes him worthy. Arya is in vain tries to stop it, and the Hakyu remains adamant. Further, the hero without hesitation. The young man collapses a few powerful blows on the young man. Repeated lesions do not cause a giant, even a shadow of regret, only a tired sigh. It is not worthwhile to waste this time. Let the boy be a little bit. Otherwise, what true challenges are in general? A solid mess, not a rival, skeptically sums up the hero. Meanwhile, Arya is sounding to his friend. Anxiety sounds in every word. The hero insists that Arya leaves him, they say. He is not worthy of her attention. The sad look of the girl stops at the weight that lies alone on the floor, throne. It is at that moment of the HACU that makes its decision. The power of the young man will increase at an incredible pace. Days passed, and the sister was increasingly indignant. All his life is now reduced only to hunting for monsters until late at night. So there would be no surprise if it turned out all the monsters near the capital had already ruined it. Without reacting immediately, the guy caught only the louder than the girl's voice. Turning sharply, the VSU shone with a smile, staring at her. The new moon turns to Gagain with interest. Does it not grow? It may be his strength. It is asked to understand that how many little things the brother would not interrupt. No changes in the level will not bring. The brother agrees with her words, recognizing the right. Hagani is wondering why he is so trying, and then expresses directly. Probably the reason lies in the Arya, because it is so noticeable. Carelessly throws Kagana, they say. Let her forget about her, and who needs it at all? And here he asks, is the long-standing promise already erased from memory? Did she not ever become his wife? With a slight smile, he admits that they remember their arrangement well. However, the Hakyu is giving the VSU. One blood flows between them. This truth needs to be understood. The girl with self-confidence notes that in this world it is quite natural to marry a relative. He only shrugged his shoulders with surprise. He has not heard such a tradition. The conversation is getting hotter when she suggests just now to become a couple. However, the Hakyu confidently states that his heart is only true to Arya, despite any customs. Having viewed the dimensions of Hagane, he agrees. Once it is decided, otherwise, it cannot be. Meanwhile, Arya has been traveling in hand with the hero for a year. What actions will he choose in this situation? With sadness in the voice, Hagen is interested in his brother. What is he going to do if, after returning to her in her heart, the feeling of someone else is ignited? A gentle smile illuminates the face of the VSU, which leads the girl to real confusion. Excitedly apologizes. The brother only nods, assuring that everything is fine, because she understands her hint. The sudden exclamation is swollen. The brave hero returns. His invincible team overcame the master of the demons and is already approaching the city. The sister's brother and sister stopping. Their views are chained to familiar streets, where the unexpected news unfolds. A joyful noise rises in the crowd. Someone shared the news about a quick return to the capital. The other with delight adds that a big holiday will be held today. The VSU is immediately impatient. Is it really true? Without a moment, he rushes. Meanwhile, the majestic hero appears in a large chariot under a straightened flag. Hagani shouts loudly. Arya stands next to the hero. Wakyu denies that from such a distance the girl will still not notice him. Then the guy thinks where this colorful procession goes. Some from the crowd hesitate with the answer, but suggests it looks like the road leads to the palace. In the majestic hall, the king enthusiastically noted the feat of the heroes who defeated the Lord Demon, emphasizing the grandeur of their act. The hero, together with his comrades, accepted the words of gratitude with pride and joy, filled with sincere enthusiasm. Only Arya, immersed in her thoughts, did not share the general joy. Her face remained sad. The Vasu is quietly and carefully calling his lover. His Majesty is full of joy. Everyone returned home safely. The monarch's face has an interest in the face. What award will be the brave heroes who saved the world from terrible danger? Gratitude flashes in the hero's gaze when he recognizes the generosity of his king. Then he voices the only desire that he stores in the heart. The intention of taking the wife of the Holy Virgin Arya is already ripening in his soul, so he appeals to Majesty to bless this choice. Having frozen with horror, with a confused and devastated look, the protagonist swallows every word. One thought is painful in the head. Everything is over. The hero gently takes the girl by the hand, carefully turns her charming face to herself, gently covers the palms of her head, and gives her a passionate kiss. The surrounding people are genuinely happy for this couple. They wish them a common happiness. Kagana, covered by indignation, notes what she expected for it. Looking at her brother, the woman wants to share her thoughts, but notices. Vase mysteriously disappeared from her place. The tears overflowing, the VSU was rushing forward, despite the path. The thought was all the time in the head. In fairy tales, it happens constantly. The young man dropped on his knees, not having the strength to stay in the royal capital, where every corner reminded him of painful memories associated with the Arya. Kaganai appears on the threshold. His mother immediately meets him with a gentle smile. With deep anxiety in his voice, she is interested in whether his brother returned home. In response, he hears that there was still no, but wondered if Arya was really visiting home today. Kagane confirms, really, it was. With these words, the guy moves to his room in a straight line. In his room, his gaze suddenly came across a note. The phone call to the mother happened immediately afterwards. The letter said this: "One day when the Haku finally feels true for itself, it promises to return home." So far, the guy has not yet found a way to prove it, and asks not to look for him until then. He wishes them good health, and Aryas and heroes. Promises hope that both will still meet their own happiness. After that, the Haku, without a certain purpose, wanders the terrain for a long time, and eventually, accidentally finds himself on the same mountain as the Saren so often came. Once at the top of the mountain, the Haku shakes from the cold, hardly holds, squeezing his fists, and complains that the piercing cold is around, and the hunger is no longer resting. Exhausted to the edge, the Haku no longer finds the strength to move on. It is likely that his path will end here. The legends say that this mountain was chosen by the most dangerous and most powerful monster rank, SS. They say, even the good detachments of knights from the great powers do not dare to challenge them. Such monsters are easy to overcome. It was here that fate was easily started to get an axle that accidentally burst into this terrible corner. On the way, there was no real danger. None of the mighty S-class monsters happened to the eyes, but the hunger was exhausted so that each breath seemed the last. It was at this moment that a dragon is going to him. The majestic beast rises into the air and begins to warm the person with its warmth. Hardly confessing to the famine, the Haku is already watching the dragon fussily search the outskirts and extends him some strange food. The widely open eyes of the Haku flashes as a surprise. Something strange happens to the body. It suddenly loses sensitivity and is dumb. Inside an alarming thought. Is not this a harbinger of transition to another world? In demanding to reject these thoughts, the hero recalls, his escape from the royal capital and the delay in the mountains does not mean the end of the journey. In despair exclaims, he does not want to complete the path. Immediately after that, the consciousness leaves him. It has passed for a while. The eyes open, the body grasps with surprise. Life is still flowing in it or not, it is difficult to understand. The dragon is comfortable on the head and hugs firmly. The vase trembles with horror when a strange white beast approaches it. Imagination emerges. It is probably one of the monsters of S-class. The VSU has the idea that it is probably a baby dragon. The creature gently huddles to him, laughing and radiating sincere affection. Hearing, the young man asks if this creature really liked it. The white dragon is gladly confirmed by the guess, and, full of gratitude, together with the Haku, goes on a journey. He convinces that he has not made any fears, but she seeks insanely at least something to dream of hunger. Finding food leads to a lawn with mushrooms. The protagonist dares to taste the prey and feels the tongue barely wooden. But in general, the taste does not cause disgust. The overcrowded joy, the Haku exclaims that even the bone picked up by it tastes incredibly. Thanks to the salvation of the dragon, everything that gets into his mouth is true. He is encouraged, The Hakyu proposes to deal with several more monsters to gain experience and increase the level. A strange creature is interested in a card with interest, and the hero explains. It is a guild card capable of reflecting the status of its owner. It serves as a kind of adventure seeker. Not having time to agree how the card suddenly begins to call, scaring the jug until trembling, an incomprehensible source of the melody. It seems that it is heard from the card. Suddenly the card asks if it hears her voice. Looking around, the guy is in vain to understand who is applying. The card reassures. They say, "Don't worry, she knows everything." Then she calls him unhappy and suddenly explodes with tears. The guy is finally confused without understanding the causes of such a strange dialogue. A gentle voice assures that from now on, everything will be fine. From this moment, only bright miracles and harmony awaits the hero. It's now near now. Was unanswered about its essence, the map silently gives him his blessing. Before him, the goddess suddenly appears to fight for full force. A strange message appears on the screen. The Hakyu cannot tread why its characteristics are given so vague and even absurd. The confusion squeezes the heart, no explanation that really happens. A rare gift, insatiable, pops before the eyes. The ability that is exacerbated every time you taste high-grade dishes or absorb something that exceeds your own level. The pace is interesting to ask, trying to solve what this unusual force is. Finally, awareness comes to the Hakyu. No wonder why any food seems incredibly tasty. If everything was so stirring, the hero would not stop until he flakes. From excitement, he rushes to try everything that only falls into the field of view. After watching the data carefully, the hero notes with surprise, "The map calls yours." Joy is spilled in the chest. In front of him, the goddess. Her voice is heard mysteriously. "What power do you want to achieve?" Suddenly, confusion takes the mountain. Yours, and no idea to answer. The hero confesses that he himself does not fully understand why his body has undergone such changes. The goddess, with a smile, notes that continuing to use the power of gluttony, one day he will be able to surpass her. According to these words, a real surprise appears on the face of the HACU. Since then, the VSU has not encountered any monster. The goddess explains. The reason for this is the fear that hammons the monster. The hero is surrounded by a powerful aura which is constantly flowing from him, and no enemy dare to attack. Even the shadow that hangs over the HACU, as if living a separate life, calls a man in a gloomy, spooky voice. A formidable, huge dragon with a spooky rage erupts the question out of their mouths, demanding to find out who a person who dared to be next to her is. Vasus is performed by fear. The monster wondered why this man came to the mountains and advised to get away immediately. Otherwise, a meeting with the Dragon King Ragnar will be waiting for him. The unfamiliar name of Vesu says nothing, but the monster impresses with incredible power. The male dragon addresses her, gently calling the obedient girl. The hero insists the dragon is to blame him, because it was thanks to him that he remained alive. However, the monster is completely indifferent to all reproaches. No words act. With the threat in the voice, it requires to remove the paws from the dragon, and then rapidly grabs it by the tail, spins and sharply tosses up. The powerful dragon is difficult to grind on the ground, stunned by an unexpected blow. Vin is anxiety to male, finding out if everything is fine with him. The unspeakable horror pervades the vest. It is impossible to believe that an ordinary person with such ease has thrown him to the ground. Equally impressed by Vazi himself, he did not expect such power from himself. The monster is even deeper into a stupor, stunned by the fact that it happened by accident. The events are transferred to the majestic palace that rises on the very top of the mountain. The clumsy dragon language gives his excitement. The only daughter of this creature is male. It is said that journeys are expanding the outlook of young hearts. He does not hide his desire to move beyond the familiar world and see that he is hidden somewhere far beyond the horizon. In addition, her mother was also in the room. She explained that the man was terribly worried, so she decided to follow her son from a distance so that her daughter did not suspect anything. The surprise of the Hakyu noted that he could not imagine before. Dragons are incredibly similar to humans. The VSU asks a question whose castle is still. He receives confirmation. Here the master himself before him. It seems that the VSU does not have any place that could be called home. Mom enthusiastically thinks why it is sometimes enough for boys to swing their fists to make friends. He assures that the HACU can use this lock as much as it wants. The father is amazed. The vase is really extraordinary, even the flames left it intact. He expresses doubt about the human nature of the interlocutor, to which he with a smile states, 88% yes. The dragon solemnly declares himself as a hero and asks if Vaz should go on a journey with his comrades. The monster is surprised why, having such an incomprehensible force, Vaz has not yet gone to overcome the Bishop of Demons. The man only sighs and says that this story is too ancient and confusing. In the opinion of the Haku, only the carefree smile of Arya and their gentle first kiss with the hero are dreamed. The heart flashes jealousy, the fist is shrinking. With confidence in his voice, informs the Lord of the Dragons and his wife. His only desire is to find a devoted friend. Having received sincere support, there is a chance that one day will return to where childhood flashed, in the arms of his hometown, shrouded in memories, into the heart of the royal capital. But now, fear and confusion are completely paralyzed. Only the idea of approaching this place makes it tremble. However, in the presence of a true friend whom the Haku could be relied upon, then, even if the fate again reduces him with the hero to the Aryas, there will be no disappointment or sadness. As now, a warm smile plays on the face when he says these words. The dragon is convinced that a lot of trials have fallen. And how does it harmonize with the thoughts of your own harem? After all, the dream of almost every man is to travel in the company of beautiful girls. At this point, the mother of the hero is distrustful to her husband, suspecting that he is really catching up, quickly clarifies. The thing is not in this. If you use their own power, saving people will certainly find girls who will lose their heads through such a hero. The guy only opens his mouth to add something, but his mother is already fading away. In her heart, love for him has long settled. The father cannot put up with such words and insists, the son loves only dad. The uncertain vase notes that he cannot call himself attractive in any way. The dragon has fun exclaims that she looks extremely cute. Meanwhile, the Dragon King adds, the mother is moving there. The dragon reports that the Haku leaves the mountains and goes on a journey, so trust in it is complete. The mother also reassures. In this case, her husband does not have to worry and watch her constantly. They are asked to protect their only daughter and not pass by those who need help. Having outlined all his power to protect others, he will certainly get friends. Those who love him with all his heart are sincerely and infinitely. The goddess completes the story, revealing the whole story of the main character. Finally, Sauron begins to perceive a vase a little differently. He comes with understanding, because it becomes clear to how cruelly she once did. Witnessing the abduction of an ancient girlfriend just in her eyes. Could she imagine what pain does it? The defender brutally threw words that struck to the depths of the soul, leaving and trampling his sincere feelings. Even before the whole crowd, all this happened, like a public, humiliating execution. The goddess, not hiding emotions, confesses that it was extremely difficult to keep himself from gust. With the bitterness in the voice, the Sauron confesses the mysterious goddess, how much she wants to leave with the HACU. But the girl's name is heard from the mouth of the goddess. The girl replies with dignity. She gave her words to the late parents to protect this forest. The goddess is gently assured. The excitement here is inappropriate. The light breath of the unfamiliar aura causes Sauron to turn. It is in front of her Yun and Lulan, who are confidently heading for a girlfriend. Their concern is felt immediately. Friends admit that the behavior of Sauron seemed unusual to them, so they decided to make sure that everything was fine. Suddenly he is apologizing. They recognize that they have become involuntary witnesses of a whole conversation. Uyuna encourages the Sauron not to hide her true feelings, and Leluna is stating, noting that the boys from the village are not so defenseless that they constantly need her protection. They add with a smile. As Vasa rescued Cheyenne, her sister is now forced to join the harem of the hero. The conversation is approached by Yun and asks to take care of this special card. The girlfriend emphasizes, the decision to join the harem is quite in her hands, but at least it is worth returning the card to the Voss, because it is not at risk. The importance of this event is immediately noticeable for him. The surprise instantly flashes in the enlarged eyes of Sorona. Joy fills her heart. A meeting with the hero again ahead. Sauron shines with his eyes, confidently assuring that she inevitably goes on a vase, and the boys are genuinely happy for her. Gratefully, he entrusts them all things and strongly goes to the goal. Friends think about whether Saron was always like that. Yuna notices that now only thoughts about that vase are spinning in her head. At the same time, an unknown feeling that grows inside is still a mystery to the Saron. Interest in the Hakyu does not give the girl rest. The desire to find out about him only grows. I am convinced that as soon as its true essence will be revealed, it will inevitably understand the nature of their feelings. Turning to her parents, she begs with sadness in her voice for a broken promise, adding, "If they were nowadays. Otherwise, she would certainly be forced to go forward, like everyone else." That is why, for the first time now, allows yourself to think only about yourself. The former defender of the elves appeals to Vase with a request. Let him wait for her. Siu goes to the guards with hope, asking for help. But in response, he hears a strict refusal. Without a guild card, the personality of a stranger cannot be confirmed, and they are not entitled to a suspicious person in the city. They are loudly ordered to get away. Despair covers the VSU. In tears pleads for a few days. Fired because of a broken heart, finally giving him a dreamy warm bed and the taste of fresh bread or fragrant soup. The hopes of the shelter are dim. He is refused this time. Despite all the difficulties, the path eventually led him to the gate, but fate played an evil joke. Expelled, he found himself in a powerful fortress of Lunik. Sleeping on the grass near the gate, the hero sighed, feeling fatigue throughout his body. Thoughts come back to the trip. It seems that eternity has already passed from the moment as the trail led him away from the Elfi settlement. The words of the Saron emerge in memory. Everything really happened as it was. After all, he voiced the invitation, without understanding who will be attached to this. Mills encourages another word of support, and gratitude fills the HACU, which seems to have finally recovered. He suggests not to be worried next time and try to approach closer, because he acknowledges the path to the harem was quite complicated and confusing. However, first of all, it is necessary to resolve the issue with the lost card. You may need to go back to the village and start searches, although such an adventure may be too grueling even for him. Incredibly, when he was in a huge city, the hero could not step on the threshold. Sad sighing breaks out of the chest, confusion covers the soul. What to do now? On the way, a little girl appears, firmly pressing the baked baguettes to her breast. Frightened by the monster, she rushes to the side, while sincerely apologizes and shouts, "After all, these breads were intended for guests, so she cannot give them a monster." The awareness comes suddenly. A little girl rushes on him, and something huge and scary chases behind her. Her desperate cry for help cuts through the air. Without hesitation, the VSU breaks on his feet and strikes the monster. The impressive blow of the hero instantly destroys the monster. The girl does not hide the delight, and enthusiastically exclaims what his incredible strength. However, in response, only a casual laughter sounds. The hero jokingly states that she clearly exaggerates his achievement. The girl wondered if he was a traveler sometimes. The guy just shrugged. They say something like that. Then the girl invited him to stay at their hotel. Puzzled, the Hakyu confesses he was not even reached to the city. He lost a guild card. Sincere surprise is illuminated by her face. Did the rescuer find herself in such a senseless situation? Even if desired, he does not seem to accept her offer. The girl assures that to restore the card is quite real. It is enough to compare the date of his registration in his hometown. If the device that records criminals does not signal, the man will receive a new card in minutes. Sighing, the girl adds that she will have to pay 5 gold coins. On the expression of the interlocutor's face, he immediately understands. There is no money. She shares her disappointment with annoyance. She so hoped to hire at least someone in their hotel. The ACU is interested in whether this city is really so dangerous. In response, the woman assures that in fact, most guests of their hotel are ordinary adventurers who want to rest after difficult adventures. At the same time, an influential group of guests has recently emerged, and they are giving all these troubles. Outrage, she notes. Their power made them self-confident lovers. The VSU has wondered if she needs help, but the girl assures that she will make every effort to convince her father. She remembers that her dad is a true hero. Introducing Lula, this girl fascinates at first sight. It is her smile that became the face of the hotel. A light breeze in a bright gazebo is playing with her hair. Already, everyone will whisper, Soon a responsible mission of the hotel owner will lie on the shoulders of this young beauty. A vase appears in the frame, and with it, confessing the character about his simplicity. The girl instructs him to take care of them. Another man unexpectedly interferes with the dialogue, and then the girl, laughing, adds that it is necessary to take care not only of them, but also with the dragon. The check is ongoing. The puzzled HACU cannot believe at what speed everything happens at. The guards report that no offenses in the past have been recorded, and the origin of Iskova is confirmed. Therefore, entry into the city is allowed. However, they warn, you need to carefully monitor the non-Reagan, proudly stating that her daddy is shared. He is a prominent arrival host who is able to cook many of the most delicious dishes. Instead, for the HACU, the father of Lula remains the usual tract. Inspectors claim that losing a guild card for an adventure seeker is a real sentence, because the high price of its restoration is at the same time a strict warning, so that in the future such mistakes are no longer available. Lula assures that her rescuer will receive a new card later as soon as the task. Feeling sincere thanks, the VSU thanks her. The hero is wondering what the next step is waiting for him. Laula reports that tomorrow her father will tell more about the tasks that are usually offered in the guild. So you can relax today. Interesting. The VSU asks what else there are typical assignments. She tells that the tasks are different, from victory over wild monsters to performing important orders. Another interlocutor joins her words, assuring that such trials for such a strong guy as the HACU are a real trifle. According to Lula, the HACU still remains the adventure of the Adventure F, so it is not necessary to count on a generous reward. But when it is time to hunt the monsters of S, the hotel door will open for him at any time. Lula completes his speech. With such an increase in the skill of the HACU will be able to visit this hotel when he pleases. With an ironic smile of the HACU, he wondered if Nastia was going to devote her entire life to the hotel. But satisfied with the insight of the interlocutor, answered that he was smart. She had already intended to share her plans, but it was at this point that the mother was warmly greeted and immediately asked if she visited the guest. The apology for the delay is first, and then a story appears about everything that restrained it on the road. The mother emphasizes, time to thank this man. The woman notes that he appeared at the moment when Reagan is cooking something special. Vasu, great thanks for hospitality. Having looked at the hall, he immediately notices cohesive companies. The inquisitive look stops at the desperate, full energy of girls. The idea appears inadvertently. He will once create his own harem. In his imagination he already sees how girls are rallying around him. But by surprise, representing the charming Saran, he begins to squeeze, and a light blush covers his cheeks. From the first spoonful, the taste shock covers the main character. Without holding back, he exclaims that this dish seemed from heaven. But suddenly, in silence, a sharp replica sounded. Someone seemed disgusting to someone, and this dish was disrespectfully called simply food. Talking. The man hears the reservation with the edge of his ear. They say, it is better not to eat. Next to the other poor visitor notes that he decided to taste the poor dish to be convinced of his own preference over such people. The VSU is surprised by this strange behavior. The actions of both men are completely unclear to him. Listening to their words, the hero finally realizes, since they have already prepared a room for him, it is time to take things up and perform their duties. Fists are tense, but suddenly a loud voice makes them stop. Vas for the second time opens his eyes, in front of him, who strictly says no longer laugh at the daddy dishes. The crowd is raised and confidently approaching her, rushing the mud for food. The girl tries to resist, but does not agree with this arbitrariness. Suddenly, one of the men throws a bowl with soup on the ground. The girl's look is empty. She looks at the broken dishes for a long time. One of the rubles breaks out of the crowd, turning boldly to the audience. Who of you will decide to deny as we? After all, the elite is a group of rank A, known as a Black Flame. Angrily demands an apology to his father, but a rough adventurer neglects, sharply extends her hand to her face and calls an annoying one. The palm is stopped by a vase, and in fact, this traveler thwarts her Mudyuka lump, inquisitively asking about the interlocutor. In response, the protagonist modestly says that only the adventurer of the lowest rank, F. Smiling, he called him a smile, they say, such as he was not destined to live for a long time. He adds that he is going to give him a life lesson necessary for a real adventure seeker. One of the bandits of the highest rank with all his strength embarks on a knife in the back of the vase. But the blade cracks in half without causing any harm. All robbers get away with surprise. One of the gangsters turns to the HACU with interest, trying to find out what technique he has just applied. The VSU advises them slowly and confidently to transfer further conversation to another place. He threw one of them in an open window, throwing on the move. Let him not interfere with others who come from the outside. Then he takes the rest, negligently reporting that their turn is already close. One of them begins to tremble with fear. Then he rushes to throw them away without sparing anyone. Having settled on the ground, with their heads and carefully massaging their bruises, everyone decides, this man is probably under the influence of some charming spell. A sinister voice is threatened. That's about the magical power will reveal the true essence of the young man, before the eyes of all present. The fingers cut a bizarre pattern in the air, and the spell starts to be intertwined in the air. When the vase is calling, it is covered by fear. And the magician, which stands among the bandits, mocks and states that Lula finally felt the real power of the adventure of Class A. When the smoke is dispelled, a whole and intact vase opens. The magician is amazed at this wonder. However, in the next moment, it suddenly rushes with naked swords. With an alarming cry, Lula breaks forward. At this point, the Heikyu, having strongly clenched his fist, reflects their blow, and confidently exclaims that such attacks for him are like insects' bites. Suddenly, someone crashes directly on Lulu, who was holding the boy in his arms, and from surprise, he slipped out of her hugs. The fallen man declares with indignation, the HACU lied to us about his title. Looking calmly, the guy denies, there was no way. The unexpected growls breaks down the silence. The HACU looks sharply and solidifies, looking at the gloomy stranger. In the mind, the confusion is throbbing. No idea what happened. The exhalation breaks out of the fire, and the flame covers everyone without exception. Only a vase becomes an irresistible obstacle. Carrying a wave of joy, the rest of the guests explode loud exclamations and applause, enthusiastically complaining the vase with a dragon. General attention is instantly focused on the boy. Everyone admire his charm. The words of gratitude escaped in Lula when Vaca finally dealt with that gang of cruel villains. A wave of relief covered her from head to feet. Vase mentioned with a smile that the soup prepared by her father is really delicious. Lulu overflows happy joy. The girl's mother is full of hope that after all the survivors, the robbers will finally be clever and will no longer appear here. However, there is doubt. Did their mind really reach these words? At this point, the girl watches. She is delighted with her mind. She dreams of her thoughts. Will the protagonist be able to share with her his power? Lula, filled with cheerfulness, awakened the VSU, which only answered dissatisfied with grunts. The feeling of rest after bedtime inspired her. After a wonderful rest, I wanted to wake up earlier. It is still the skin of the skin when it remembers the last battle. The city has a great exaltation. To meet the hero here, the true rarity. Interest-overflowing residents eagerly dream of getting acquainted with a brave personality. Of course, this is not about him. Since then, the post office has gained popularity and has been in the center of all attention, leaving everyone else in the shade. He confesses that he attempted, and the girl does not deny it. But next to the brave traveler, whose shoulders were settled by a fire-haired dragon, evil was defeated. The hero won the darkness and lingered to breathe in their motels. The question of the cause of today's visit to the guild made him think. After a short pause, the guy is confidently answered. You need to complete the task and pay for a new guild card. The girl, smiling, confirms. Everything is right. In the morning, in the eyes of Gilder's joy shines. After yesterday's meeting, she smiles sincerely, the HACU, and with passion cheering Tom not to give up. The hero, however, thinks, would not the girl's father be entrusted to him? The seductive idea to join him ripened in thoughts, but it was still waiting for mountains of baking for guests. The VSU asks if she copes herself, and in response hears a joking. As always, I run away. Only this time, even faster. Another test is how the girl perceives this. Another workout needed for the hotel. Suddenly the words were heard. The vase will not be accompanied by not someone. At this point, the castle clicked quietly, and, apologizing for the intervention, the new guest crossed the threshold. The door opens, and a young woman enters the room. With a smile, She shares the joy of acquaintance with such a person as the HACU. Having introduced herself, she calls herself Emma. He is in front of him, administrator of the Aventurist Guild. Going very close, the girl reports that the guild master himself seeks a personal meeting with him. It assures that changing the outfit will help you to make an impression, and it is definitely worth trusting. Contrary to his denial, the girl cleverly pulls out of old clothes and extends a fresh, clean kit, as if leaving him no choice. On the way, he tirelessly talks about a man. A happy smile has illuminated his face. As soon as a flame broke out before his eyes, he was released by this little dragon. Finally, they got to the adventurers in Lunac City. The majestic guild building was thrown into a luxurious mansion. Rising to the threshold of the guild, the girl nods the hero after and calls for her up to the guilder's room. The VSU looks around, wondering the number of adventurers. It seems that a variety of adventurers gathered here. Even semi-people, which were not at the hotel, blink between the crowd. Rising the stairs, the hero opens the door to the office and crosses the threshold. A man is confident with all confidence, and the protagonist immediately apologizes for the inconvenience created. The stranger reports that he was waiting for him. Gratefully addresses the HACU for coming. After that, he introduced his name, Reagan. Vesu fades with surprise, remembering that his father was also called by Reagan, and it was only necessary to remember this name as Guardians covered a true horror. Meanwhile, Reagan invites the gesture to put it, and Emma, apologizing, leaves quietly out of the room. Reagan assures that he knows everything that happened yesterday. The man sincerely thanks that he stood up for Lulu and Kayla, saving them from the ruthless anger of the Black Flame. He adds with deep excitement, Lulu is his daughter, and Kale is his beloved wife. Surprise fills the VSU. How can this bald, gray man be a relative of Cootie? The indignation prevails so much that it is already beyond. Reagan proudly tells that Kale went out for him, guided by his sincere feelings, and then gave him a charming daughter. The HACU will not understand. Even an elderly husband has a caring wife and a family comfort, and he still has a void in his heart. Why is he still lonely? With a passionate desire to return the guild card as soon as possible, Sue asks to entrust him with the task. However, Guildmaster assures that he invited him not only because of this issue. He talks about bandits whose business need to be resolved, but there is no one who wants to take up their job at all. The owner adds that, despite the young age of the dragon, the hero still managed to conquer him. Puzzled, the hero is interested in what the guilders sway. The answer does not make it wait. The word is taken by the father of Lula. About 2 weeks ago, one of the merchants told that he saw the outline of the dragon in those parts. Although nothing happened at this point, no one will guarantee that the dragon will not attack people. Therefore, the man asks the HACU to deal with this threat. After some hesitation, the hero still agrees to take this matter. Guild leader promises 30 gold coins. This generous award of the HACU rejoices even more and more confidently states that it will cope with the task. Reagan does not even doubt his words. After a smile on his face, the HACU assures that the main thing for him is to get a map from his father Lula. Everything else will only create unnecessary obstacles. Reagan suggests that the card can be obtained from Emma. Throwing the preschool nickname Bald, the girl sharply breaks the dialogue and quickly disappears. Reagan is alarmed. He is looking for answers mentally, but after his daughter's words of his strength, only has to wait for the report. Feeling a dream card in his hands, the HACU immediately goes to stock up on food. On the street, he is noticed by acquaintances. They immediately recognize and talk to me. The unexpected discovery of Reagan, the guildmaster, makes Kyle think. Pour water and stretch food. The girl watches the VSU sincerely thanks her for her care. He asks about the cost, but hears the refusal in response. They say, "It is thanks for yesterday." The warm thought flashed. What a sensitive Keela. However, she watches how she is already immersed in her affairs. On the way, it is not known where the girl comes from, and excitedly apologizes. She flies at him. I already wanted to assure that nothing wrong had happened, but the gaze caught how in a hurry it disappeared in the distance. In a moment in the air, an alarming cry is spreading. Someone is chasing someone. The view of the VSU is enough to feel the tension. Asks whether they are watching it. Only cold silence in response. The uncertainty hanged in the air. But suddenly his proposal is heard. To hide. Among the darkness, the voices of men who feverishly look for her are. They argue, assuring each other she will go nowhere else. But after all, losing hope, men are disappointed. Holding her shoulders firmly, he assures that the danger is behind. The boy's face seems to a girl acquaintance. Awkwardly, a little nervous, the VSU calls her name, and she in response enthusiastically repeats him, opens his face, removing the hood, and is gently presented. Dad, she insists, the debt must be given. Meanwhile, the guy explains, it's time to go to the task. Dad's words cut the air with surprise. Such a late equipment was not expected, because his power is already rumored. The VSU swore back to the city. In response, she asks, the next time she will share something personal. The farewell reminds you, you should be careful. Thoughts became in her heart. Why is a stranger capable of such actions? The VSU was still in front of her eyes, which was red in her eyes. The image of this depressed loneliness did not allow him to go by. To leave a person in despair simply could not. The farewell sounds in the air, and it disappears rapidly, promising, as soon as it is lucky, will definitely return. Dad is amazed. How weird this Mr. Vesu is. Meanwhile, another traveler, seeing the famous vase, immediately recognizes her. The stranger informs the chief hero that he was looking at the one who stood at the gate. The vase recognized him. The protagonist declares his determination to win, and does not hide the surprise from his equipment. Hardly holding back the admiration, he asks, at least take the sword with you. The adventurer advises to gather at least some team, but does not pay attention to the vase and moves on. The only thing he really wants is that the guy at least return alive. Vesu approaches the foot of the mountain and studies the map carefully. The story states that the dragon should be hidden quite close. Looking around, the guy suggests running in search of traces. Meanwhile, a mysterious man demonstrates miracles with a backpack. First he disappears from the field of view, and in a moment he appears again, leaving everyone in confusion. The Hakyu confession came with a touch of surprise. He did not even suspect that she was able to quickly arrange things quickly and get rid of her. The journey would be much easier if it was not possible to take care of luggage. He hugs the young man, sincerely confessing that he no longer imagines life without her, and hints, perhaps she is intended to become his wife. With rapid determination, they rush to the mountain. In the dynamics of the VSU's escape, he exclaims that the world is truly boundless. Where does the hero meet the one who becomes a true friend? Suddenly, the look stumbles on the dark hole in the rock. Without a moment, it disappears inside the cave. The search engine started searching the dragon and was already going to leave, and suddenly, a mighty snake opened his eyes. The whirlwind of the fierce breaks out of her breast. She will cry for her husband and swear that she will not return anymore. So the mother of El appeared in all her formidable grandeur. The HACU, with a restrained voice, calls Mrs. Mel to master emotions. Now she is near her daughter, so it is important to keep peace. From the unexpected question of the Hakyu about quarrel with her husband, she had a rage. No, everything is much more serious. A difficult decision was made to leave him alone and be able to return to his homeland. The mention of returning home shows that the dragon was born here. Mysterically asks if her husband has sent the VSU here. The conversation reveals so much unexpected that even the hero could not assume she was a dragon. Her kindness moved so much that she decided to go back. Mother's embrace is given by Mali, long-awaited peace. Noting that his daughter's mood improved, the Hakyu wondered with interest, what brought her here? The story began with a tremor in the voice. During cleaning the home, memories and tears rolled their cheeks. Ragnar emerged again in his thoughts. He found a new pass. Even the VSU was brought out of balance. With such a beautiful wife and a charming daughter, the mother calls doubt. Does he really understand the beauty of dragons? In response, an exclamation full of indignation. If these creatures were people, they would be called real beauties. She admits that she returned home for the sake of this conversation, wanting to discuss everything with her mother. Immediately, the VSU is interested in whether at least a tiny chance of reconciliation is left. For the sake of Mile, he emphasizes. Let Ragnar ask his wife for forgiveness. The VSU strongly agrees. The apology is needed, and it is he who should do it. With curiosity, she may be wrong, seeing something personal in his attitude. She is aware of, they say, he still did it. Who else is not he? When considering the situation, the Haku concludes that it has no convincing evidence. The VSU promises to bring Ragnar to her so they can finally communicate. According to him, it will help to reassure not only residents of the city, but also a little boy. If a woman does not want to stay with her husband alone, the hero can witness their conversation. Together with her mother, the main character left Los Angeles. The dragon noted that the Haku is an extremely good person who would never throw anyone in trouble. A vase arrives at the castle. In the central hall, Ragnar manages that he does not notice the guest, hiding his face, as if he hopes to go unnoticed. Panic covers Ragnar. How did he find himself here, and where did Mela disappear? Briefly leaving recent events, he tries to understand the situation. The dragon, in turn, begins to justify, insisting that nothing like this had a place. Busy asks what Ragnar is now placing to do. Without hesitation, he states, anything will turn it back. When asked about apologies, Vesu with dignity raises his head and states that it is full of nonsense. Does the King of Dragons look like this? Something in itself, I am sure that it is enough to just call her to return. The stranger in the suit tries to explain what his wife is, and seeks to find out if he had betrayed Mel. The answer is clear. There was no betrayal. The name of that woman, Coral. Having thought, she dared to invite him for lunch. The presence of friends did not leave him choice. It was impossible to refuse. Veka guesses did not wait for themselves, and Ragnar swore that nothing like this happened. The anger of the VSU explodes aloud. It is obvious to everyone why. At the same time, the Coral's attention was liked, and to let go of these feelings is not so easy, even if there was nothing between them. The VSU insists, you should apologize for her, forgetting about the royal title. He suggests that he would have happened if Mel went to lunch with another dragon and remained alone, but does not have time to agree. Renier flashes instantly, interrupting the interlocutor. But even after that, the story does not subside. Mel appears, and instead of apology only asks the man to return, so the dragon would be able to forgive her. Thinking, Ragnar denies. His stubbornness will only intensify. Vaka adds that Mel would in this case be angry even more. The words of the VSU were heard. He came to pick him up to Mel, but in the air the question was, will she forgive? The response of the Haku was not hesitant. Forgiveness will be if Ragnar promises not to accept the invitations from Carol and seek sincere, from the heart. Vlas asks to take care of the Mela, after which the exhaustion is lowered nearby to rest. Forces leave it after a whole day of grueling jogs. Ragnar, meanwhile, sincerely begs for forgiveness. The dragon with interest asks about harem. The hero with a sad smile confesses, in his environment, only guys. The dragon is genuinely surprised as such a guy still has no girlfriend. The hint of this topic is burned by the soul, so the hero of the verse is grabbed. Talking about it is too painful. The look of a man suddenly stops. Next to Mel, he notices someone else. At first, the idea was that it was Carol, but guesses a harsh voice. Before him, Mel. The woman does not hide irritation, angrily reproaching her son-in-law. After that, the Samchik rapidly flies to the Vas and shares he saw with his grandmother. The old woman returns and inspects the object carefully. Meanwhile, the protagonist feels amazing anxiety, anticipating that something unusual is happening to him. She confesses that no limits of his strength are visible, and thanks Mel. The mother with a smile adds that she thought for a long time for Mel to leave him one day. The hero cannot stand, and exclaims that these people have conceived. Mel's mother is McGill. In the past, she is a rule as a queen of dragons. At this point, you are only thinking about Ragnar, who is humbly apologizing, and tries to convince everyone that it is only an unfortunate misunderstanding. Mel explains that he does not feel anger, because both from the beginning simply could not be understood. However, the dragon insisted on personal apologies, and in response received a dry speech by Ragnar, who came to apologize solely for a broken vase. Sharp words of the VSU, selfishness, fly towards the interlocutor. The requirement is one. The conversation should be exclusively with the Ragnar. Mel only smiles slightly and recedes. Undoubtedly, let them talk. The protagonist is wondered if his apology has been apologized. Ragnar's answer sounds affirmative. At this time, the Haku notes that the further course of events is fully subordinated to women's whims. Vesu draws a parallel with the relationship of their own parents. noting that most men invite women to the restaurant and treat them. Ragnar steps to Mel and McGill, bows deeply, touching the earth, and sincerely apologizes for all his actions. He solemnly promises not to approach and keep himself from this girl as far as possible. He promises to take care of his wife and expresses their desire to take them there, and then send them to the human city on the moon. The anxiety envelops the VSU. How to get to the city of Tatkimi. In these parts, each dragon returned in a new form, becoming a simple person. Stunned by their charm, the guy stands as fascinated. McGill orders him to take them to the city, but the young man continues to stay in his current form. 10 days have passed since the disappearance of the Hakyu. The Saran is worrying, in vain in the void, hoping to find out where the mysterious vase went. Perhaps this trick has gone by the sea in distant land, but that is surprised. It is difficult to leave the city without a guild card. In addition, a giant metropolis is completely nearby. He rushes to the distance, imagining whether he will call her in the journey as a real adventure seeker. He understands at heart. Other copies may appear next to him, and he may create his own harem around him. In the thoughts of Seiron, Nadia grows up. If everything seems like, then in the heart of her hero still remains a corner for her. After all, after she refused him once, the opportunity to be near him seems almost ghostly. A conversation comes to her ears. A man addresses a girl named Lula. Meanwhile, Lula has a conversation with a loader who brought her bread. Arriving on the smell, Sarah quickly realizes that the aroma lured it through hunger, which did not let go for several days in a row. Lula with a smile suggests to try the deliciousness, but Seiron stops in confusion, shyly looks. Lula assured that everything was fine, and when the Seiron suggested payment, and a slight movement of her hand stopped her. Instead, she advised to stay at their hotel, because he is quite nearby. They leave the room together and get acquainted closer. Lula is wondering if the girl is an elf. The security guard with a smile confirms the guess. A new acquaintance is interested in bringing Seiron to their city. In response, a confession is heard. She is looking for a certain person. Lula, hesitation and worried, asks to tell in more detail. Her words are confused when she tries to describe the adventurer, because deeply inside is awakening the desire to protect this person. Hope flared in the girl. She sought to hear her appearance. Having discouraged, the Elfian begins to talk about himself and carefully remembers the little dragon. Lula recognizes the acquaintance at the moment, calls him name, and tells the girl the whole story. Cerrone seemed that their paths would not intersect. But Lula suggested going to the city as soon as possible. She asked if she wanted to return the map, and whether it was the reason for her departure from the village. The surprised Lula asks whether she used magic because the elven settlement is so far. What a simple answer gets. Got on foot. Even more surprising is the reason for this trip. All this is just for the sake of a regular vase. A sincere request is heard from a deep affection for Voss. But the incendiary, the cheeks of which are burned with a blush, indignantly shouts, as if it is not true. Seiron suggests that you may have found a new couple, so you cannot allow him to join in that state. Lula confesses that he still travels alone. Seiron is embarrassed. Her cheeks have a gentle blush. The exclamation breaks out itself. If it is true, she does not like this thought. Lula carefully captures the essence and notes that the hero is now in Missy, the most that his father gave him. However, she assures that she can wait for him at the hotel. Meanwhile, the anxiety is full of anxiety on Seiron. One idea in the mind. Will he really accept it? The same vase is already waiting for them near the hotel, and this surprise only adds a blush on the girl's cheeks. 3 strangers find themselves near Lula, surprised to look at him and asking who he is. Meanwhile, Seiron covers numbness. It seems to be rocky in place. With sadness, he suggests that he has already found new friends. However, the guy immediately explains. Nothing surprised that such a sociable and pleasant person as the Hakyu quickly makes new acquaintances. The little girl turns and boldly turns to elves. Do not delay, move to Vi. However, one of the elves is gently calming. There is no reason to excite, it came only to return the card. Then the girl asks Lulu to turn the card for her, but he immediately rushes. He could not realize her own escape of Seiron. Just to say his name, as it was many times before. In the head of the swarm, they were apologizing, the desire to just approach and ask to take it to his group, but something invisible was not retained by her at a distance. Why is it so difficult to decide on this step? From the thoughts of their act, the soul envelops deep sadness and boundless loneliness. Suddenly, strange feelings wake up in the body as if something elusive is approaching. Tears do not stop. Mysterious pain pierces the soul, as if bizarre chess, the rules of which are unknown to her. She did not have time to look around as a gentle passion for this exquisite vase settled in her heart. With a mocking smile, the Regan asks the Hakyu if he really hopes he will believe in all these fairy tales. Present on the right hand, the king of the dragons and his family, only adds skepticism to this moment. Skeptically perceiving what he heard, McGill insists, "Bring the case, return to the previous look, otherwise I will not believe any word." Suddenly, a deafening roar rakes from the gilder's room. Emma, anxious, is immediately interested. What was it? Regan's voice was confident when he urged them to become people again, because he unconditionally believed Herd. Vesu was glad to complete his difficult mission. Feeling true, waiting for reward, raising rank and new guild map conquers his thoughts. The city's best restaurants are inquisitively asking. Faso shares the news. It is Regan who plans to personally tour the city. After all, you will have to spend the night here in this hotel. Lula comes closer and shares with her news about the Seron, passing the map. The vase leads the head, designed to look into the distance. Where is the Seron now? Mel confesses the mother. It was difficult to imagine that the human city could be so charming, which he gladly agrees. Kale adds that even a regular walk in the city streets gives great pleasure. Today, the hotel goes without help, so maybe the company will decide to have fun together. They go to the shooting. McGill confidently strikes all the targets, behind him, Momladmeyer, and finally Emma states with a smile that she also hit every target. At this point, the king thoughtfully studies the menu and decides to order a lot. In his opinion, this is enough. Ragnar is wondering if he has overdo it with his choice. The Axis reminds that they, after all, are dragons. Can there be too much food for them? The Hakyu reminds you that you need to pick up the Ragnar suit, and the choice of the best outfit is Regan. The guy encourages a friend to find such an image that will melt the heart of Mel, and without a shadow, he entrusts him this important mission. The thoughts of the escape rode in the head of the Axis, but the ruler stops him, asking to stay. The hero warns the ruler, excessive hope for someone else's support is the way to nowhere. All this happened only because of the anger caused by Mel. Comforting the king, the hero assures, in the future everything will work. As you ask if they passed a guild card from the same guy, Regan suggests that tomorrow he will visit the Adventurous Guild at dawn. He will personally help with registration. The main character embarrassed to this proposal, the Hakyu with a relief, decides that his card has finally returned to the owner whole and intact. However, if Seron has overcome such a long way for her, why did she avoid the meeting? The feeling of insulting breaks in the voice. It turns out, she really hated him. Suddenly, someone calls him named. The goddess with a cunning smile is wondered if he is really glad to have their new meeting. The second date gives him genuine joy, but instead of the words of gratitude, the guy immediately asks about Seron. The insult flashed in the eyes of the goddess. She does not like that he again reduces everything to another. In response, she angrily states that she is no longer worried about this girl. The goddess wondered whether he managed to find new satellites in his absence. Smoking enthusiastically, he replied that he made new friends. The map, full of astonishment, did not restrain the question. Did he never join the dragon into one team? It is hastily justified. They say, everything is completely different. Here he is only as an assistant. The goddess has no doubt. Seron is misunderstood. I will be interested in what she just said. In response, the girl waves. He does not take anything in her head. At the family table, an atmosphere of comfort and joy prevails. The dishes taste incredibly, and Mel does not hide the admiration, ready to feast here without stopping. The wife, bearing her husband with a warm look and smiling widely. Thanks for that moment. McGill, gently soaking his lips with a napkin, looks forward to this taste. Mel assures that he will forgive him and finally cross out the case from memory. After all, he overcame such a long way to apologize to her, and now she bathes in luxuries. She notes that in a hurry with the conclusions is a thankless thing, especially without understanding all the details. Her heart preferred a dragon, which would not be tempted on another female. But the emotions took the mountain, and the mind was left behind. Frankly apologizes, but warns. Another betrayal, and forgiveness will no longer. In response, the man hugs her firmly, shouting how much he loves. Tears roll on her cheeks, but gently confesses in a mutual feeling. Meanwhile, McGill calmly announces, the case is finally closed. The next day of the hack you, with tears in his eyes, he grabs 5 gold coins, just so much he was rescued instead of the promised 30. Grasping from the insult, he turns to Emma, suspecting that it is just a joke. Guildmaster ordered her to deduct 10 gold for organizing a festive evening for King Dragons with his family. 10 more had to be given food at the hotel. The last 5 are for daily expenses when staying here. The VSU wondered why they went to people, not having coins for their soul. The girl expresses compassion, but in the end the situation is not so tragic. His rank has rapidly jumped, so now the way to tasks with a generous reward is open. Thanksgiving words break from the boy's mouth, although in the voice heard notes of awkwardness. The girl notes, if his rank suddenly jumped to A, it would be a real surprise. To move from C to S, you need to test, but Vasa was a too unbearable rival for him. Nevertheless, the card was returned to the owner. It is now important that he fulfills as many tasks as possible. Entering the hotel, Vasar causes Kyle, who sincerely welcomes him on his return. Recognizing, the man confesses that this place did not like him and did not happen. In response, you just smile. Any decision does not bother, because the Vasar is a kind of guard of their small company, so there are no complaints. Suddenly, the Haku asks if he can leave the guy under the supervision of Kyla. They say, Reagan is calling him somewhere. However, Kyle is suspicious of why to entrust the child to the neighbors who have only recently removed the room nearby. The hero looks in surprise, trying to understand what she means, and, seeing a dragon family, he immediately assures that Reagan allowed them to stay here. Until the end, he did not stop the situation, and eventually decided that it was probably the relatives of the guests. Mel gratitude to VAZ for care yesterday and for all expenses, which is still ahead. McGill throws that people are greedy creatures. Even here, everything has its price. Vase, without looking back, states that she leaves her husband and moves silently. In the eyes of the girl dims sadness when she escorts him. It seems that the mother is difficult to restrain the anxiety. She's not at all liked that the Haku is about to go. Mel quickly reassures her, assuring that everything will be fine and there will be no wrong decisions on his part. The experience of a loud recent scandal has taught prudence. Ragnar shrugged his shoulders and confesses that he was certain that his wife had already forgiven him. With a smile of the VSU, he promises to return quickly, so she asks her to stay here with a gentle girl. The boy's gaze is filled with sadness when he looks at him. During the HACU road, he wondered where they were going. In response, he just smiled mysteriously and reassured. There was a little left for the goal. The entertainment quarter is almost nearby. The narrator enthusiastically remembers a variety of places for entertainment. The Reagan with a sly smile is interested in whether the interlocutor would deny if he introduced him to 1 or even 2 girls to spend the evening with them. When he proclaims his story about the brothel, Reagan begs Vasudev to wait and not involve him in this case. Let Rhaenyra better deal with it, if you have already been going to act. He calmly assures this that there are no plans. He just wanted to visit the owner of the institution. I was interested in whether the Haku was ever in such establishments, Reagan brought to the topic. You are already an adult. To hear sincere confessions. No time. Going to the building, the Reagan exclaims loudly, looking for someone among the crowd. To meet a man who, with a smile, reports that they came earlier than expected. The head of the guild demonstrates a vase. The owner is Gararay, and it is he who owns this work. It is proud of acquaintance with the young ambitious Haku, and the one in response is uncertainly pressed the hand of a new acquaintance. Garrett with a request proposes to go inside, reporting that he prepared a special room. Views stop at the HACU, which looks noticeably around without hiding anxiety. The owner is interested in what happened, and then Reagan explains. In such places the guy was the first time. The soft sofa is stuck, and the girls stop opposite, watching the heroes carefully. Right now he is offered to make a choice, to choose one of them. But at this point, all thoughts of the Haku are pouring only to the Saran. They are approaching a dark-haired woman, and Harriet expresses her passionate compliments. The Haku instantly recognizes the stranger. It is she who has ever had to save him from a flock of robbers. With a charming smile, and he turns to the audience, passionately saying how it is nice to know that she is still remembered. Face to face with the situation, the Hakyu reveals all the cards, both Soda and Dad's learn the truth. Without hiding a drop of feelings, she openly confesses in his intentions about Vase. Noticing changes in the mood of the Hakyu, the girl asks if she is not really good enough. However, in response, he hears the refutation and sees how he swallows the drink. Meanwhile, Garrett is talking to Dad. Reagan orders the boy to wait a little more. In the end, the glass belongs to him, to the edges filled with a strong drink. The vase splits the contents and immediately fades, as if turning off. Having come to your senses after throbbing headache, he realizes that the body spreads on the knees of the daddy. In the mind, the question erupts. What is happening here? The hero, barely turning his breath, moves away from her and apologizes softly. Dad calmly assures he has just fainted after drinking. Stretching a glass of water, the girl adds, "Here is water." Accepting help, the hero asks where they are now and what is with Reagan. Dad replies that this is her room, and the Reagan went, asking him to see him. With a slight laughter, Sue begs for inconvenience, adding that she has already been accustomed to noticing such people and is always ready to be alert. At that moment, Dad slowly begins to take off his clothes. The home-shown Cleason up closes the eyes. However, the girl is constantly approaching, tempting him and whispering what he can do with her, everything he wants. In the very depth of the supreme soul, he understands that the heart is not yet ready to accept such. The young man exploded, and then turned to the tattoo with anxiety, wondering what she was going to do next. The girl, without a step away, lingered near the young man, and suddenly stated that she would stay with him at night, because she wanted to get to know him a little better. The hero shook, hurriedly retreating, and worriedly asked if they would be too in a hurry with such serious decisions. Tattoo's cheeks were blurred. She hurried to apologize to the Hakyu, confessing that she could not imagine. For him, the female body still remained a secret. The guy denied. Everything was not the way the girl imagined. In a moment, he picked up a blanket and carefully put it in front of her. Vaso suggested just to talk. True hiding the sinking, the guy wrapped the girl in a soft cloth, quietly asking not to give himself as unconditionally as she did now. The ashamed blush broke out on his cheeks. The look has become serious. It should be appreciated much higher. She should always remember it. After the boy's words, Dad first froze, and then, leaning his head, smiling restrained. Hardly noticeable laughter quickly turned into a sincere and loud regatta. The guy was surprised to follow a cheerful girl, not understanding what in his replica caused such a violent reaction. The girl barely restrained laughter, justifying herself. She first heard from a regular visitor to this institution. The surprise instantly appeared in the boy's eyes. However, sincere fun won again. She laughed, and already turned to him. With a sincere smile and hand on her heart, the girl noted how unusual and kind was the VSU. At that moment, it was a sense of guilt. Everything seemed so wrong, as if it turned into a real villain. Incredibly, she tried even a vase, so sincere and frank in her simplicity. The surprise appeared in the boy's eyes after the girl's words. She then said that she accidentally hung up how she brilliantly overcome the VSU 3 adventurers in the bright arbor of the hotel near the wind facade. After that, the girl convinced Reagan for a while to hand over to her. Sitting opposite the girl on the bed, the HACU wondered the cause of her act. In response, only words about his great power were heard. The idea came about, and suddenly he will be able to share his power with his dad. It finally came to the guy. The pursuers of the dads did not leave attempts to track her. The circumstances were much more serious than he imagined at the beginning. Assuring the girl that you should not worry, the guy left everything and wait. After that, he wondered with interest in whom it was necessary to deal with. After hearing him, the girl asked uncertainly whether he was not waiting for any remuneration. With a light smile, the young man assured, no reason to anxiety, he does not need money. The girl blushed with shame, in a hurry, justified that she did not mean to mean. She looked away. The girl uncertainly confessed that she did not thank him for his support. So, offering an agreement, Daddy was fine for everything so that he only agreed to give his power. Squeezing her fragile shoulders in her palms, the Hakyu once again stressed that he could not leave a person in trouble. The smile illuminated his face when he looked at the girl and added, now she helps him to disperse his loneliness. The girl's cheeks were instantly blossomed with a blush, and followed by an abusive grimace on her face. Instead of the usual words, The girl was unexpectedly wondered if she really seems to have so lonely. This replica forced the Vesa to be alarmed. In his thoughts, anxiety was inadvertent, as if he had accidentally offended the girl and now she was offended by him. She watched her gaze. Her dad confessed that it seemed as if the guy was seeing her through, and his words were so excited that she felt inconvenience. The smile of relief blossomed on the boy's face. His eyes were involuntarily closed. The next moment he turned to Dad, asking to share his own story. The girl easily agreed, but put forward the oncoming condition. The Hakyu should also tell herself. The girl slowly led her story. In an effort to get rid of his father's debt, she had to wear hard work in this place every day, and annoying visitors were ruthless collectors. Among her friends was the one who guarded the tattoo, because these boys became famous for extraordinary power. But even such caution did not save. The collectors, without hesitation for a moment, appeared just at her work to steal the girl. In despair, the girl sought help from Vase, hoping for his intervention. Listening to her words, the guy wondered. The behavior of those boys did not really leave doubt. He behaved like real pigs. The girl continued the story. Even now, her parents are making every effort to raise money for her daughter, and to support them in this business. She got a job here. After listening to the story of Tatat, the young man firmly decided to talk to the person for the sake of the girl to give her a chance to return to her parents. However, the girl began to stop him, convincing that his attempts were doomed to failure. No matter how powerful you are, it was unrealistic to face him in battle. It is unclear why the girl turns to him with such words. Suddenly she begs, "Just don't do it." Hearing a concerned maiden voice, the guy realized she would be genuinely worried about him, because after the case with Avaz to stay in the city will be impossible. Squeezing the sheets in his fists, the girl said that she did not ask him to go so far for her. If the guy really wanted to help, she only needed one thing: shelter from the hooligans who chased the heels. Saw confidently on the new moon, the girl in a firm voice assured she will certainly pay with all the debts of her father and restore freedom on her own. But the heart faded with fear. Will the tattoo so simply not allowed to leave? The young man, fascinated by the beauty and seriousness of the stranger who asked him to protect against bully, felt his heart beat faster. The guy smiled and nodded jokingly, agreed to her offer. In return, he only asked, if the real danger is still squeezing, let him not suffer in silence, but immediately call him for help, at least where she finds himself. With confidence in his gaze, the guy smiled cheerfully, promising to immediately rush to help as she calls. The girl had already opened her mouth to say something to the boy. However, she stopped, because in his gaze, he immediately made an understanding of the depth of her experiences. Feeling this, the HACU assured, any choice will find support in it. In his eyes, the girl glanced to the guy who rushed to the rescue. The smile shone on her mouth, and she thanked the boy with sincere gratitude. Suddenly, the girl skillfully changed the course of the conversation, asking what prompted the VSU to become an adventure seeker. With a confusion in his voice, the young man tried to find the words for the answer. The interesting look of the interlocutor made him think even more. Does he have any special goal? For a long time, the young man sincerely confessed. His dream is to create his own team that will only consist of girls. Daddy confidently on the guy's side, emphasizing that her words have weight. This guy is able to enchant anyone. It is only necessary to want, because the Hakyu is really kindness. In response, he admitted that he often heard such words from others, but still asked to pay attention. There is no one next to him. Hearing these words, the girl smiled gently, and at ease offered herself for the role of the first lover. The cheeks of the young man immediately poured a blush. The unexpected offer of the girl was caught by him by surprise. Noticing such a reaction, Dad smiled and hurried to assure that she only joked, saying she remembered, hardly a boy would like such a negligent girl like her. Quickly denying this, the VSU put his hands on his shoulders and assured that everything was not true. The frank reaction of the boy caused a smile on her face, because she made sure again before her a truly good person. The views stubbornly rested on the sand clock. It seemed time still enough, so now they thought in confusion what to take on. Iwata suggested that Titus share stories about this city, to tell where the best is prepared here, and which corners are worth the admiration of their landscapes. Adding that he has been in this city recently, he confessed in full confusion in front of the local paths. To focus on the local streets for him is a real challenge. The smile shone on her face, and with the inherent sincerity, the girl assured that she would gladly help him. That evening they spoke, and the conversation lasted until late at night. Time was unnoticed, and the night gave way to the morning light. The birds were cheerfully chirping out of the window when Tada, barely piercing her eyes, woke up from sleep. After getting on her elbow, she noticed in surprise how unnoticed for herself plunged into sleep. The next moment, she opened her eyes wide. She did not expect this unexpected awakening. Looking closely at the heels, the young girl suddenly scolded, barely noticing something unusual. The girl was hugely surprised. It turned out that the Haku did not actually commit any wrongdoing with her. From such thoughts, the girl's cheeks were even stronger. The palms of his palms were inadvertently stretched to the face. The edge of her eye looked at the guy who slept carelessly without even knowing her excitement. Only a look at the boy immediately reminded her of his yesterday's words, to appreciate herself much more. The fire stuck in her gaze. Later, she hid her face in her palms, realizing that she had never made her such a person who was so sincerely concerned with her fate. The wide and loud yawning escaped from the boy's mouth when he finally broke away from the arms of sleep. He stretched with pleasure, realizing how well he was resting this night. The gaze slid on the part of the bed where the dad should be, and no sign of her presence, except for an inconspicuous piece of paper. Looking closer, the Haku recognized his business card. Slowly stepping the corridor, the guy looked carefully at the visit. On the back of the girl's handwriting, there were a few words with an invitation to visit her at any moment. She sought to find out more of his stories. The realization that Dad was interested in her was a true joy. However, the thoughts of returning quickly captured him. Mel apparently was already looking forward to the meeting. The unexpectedly harsh words of the stranger interrupted the course of the boy's opinions. Hearing a stranger's voice, the young man turned involuntarily, still not tingling what he was seeking from. Smiling with distrust, the girl threw a sharp look at the boy and warned him, "It is not necessary to imagine extra only after the night spent with his dad." She immediately added, "Dad would never take a guy like the Haku seriously, in no business and no aspect of her life." The girl's ominous words found support from the boy, who caused her dissatisfaction. She replied to him that he could at least try to deny her opinion. The girl strictly forbade the boy to appear in their home, and the Haku, trying to smooth the situation, sincerely apologized to the stranger, and acknowledged that he was unable to fulfill this requirement. She was outraged by the manifestation of such boldness, but the guy remembered. It was Dad who personally asked him to return. The young man reached out to the girl's business card, and she was surprised. Did Dad really hand over such a simple, unobtrusive boy? Vasi once again rushed to the eyes of the girl's mockery. They did not spare words. And then a stranger quit reproach. They say, he still never get to them. Having taken her gaze from the boy, the girl said, "Now that Dad with the rest has almost succeeded, they simply cannot allow the effort to come to naught only because a guy was in their team accidentally." With great determination, the girl launched a man from the building, sharply ordered not to appear here, and with a roar closed the door behind him. The Haku remark about excessive sharpness only muttered in response. From the owner, the girl heard that this guy was endowed with great force, but it did not give her trust at him at all. In the design of the corridor, the girl was certain. Only Nigna is able to protect the tattoo from the villains. The streets of the city slowly traveled the VSU, and a small dragon settled on his head. The guy persistently asked the cohabitant not to get wet in the rain, but later exclaimed, "Cheerfulness, male." The guy assured that he disappeared for only one night, and no strange things happened during this time. At this point, Male broke his silence, and the guy quickly caught the essence, asking the dragon not to declare that she was jealous of him. Hearing it, she had a stronger flashing and began to clap the boy's paws on her face. As an apology, the guy suggested a dragon, allowing him to turn to him that, as a sign of his guilt. So he remembered that Dad shared with him many interesting places in this city. In the next moment, the man rushed to the opponent again, leaving that confusion and doubt, unable to pick up at least a word in response. Suddenly, the air flew a familiar voice. Both, and the dragon, and the guy, immediately retreated, shifting his eyes to the direction of the source. The smile suddenly illuminated the face of a dad surprised by such a random coincidence, and in a moment her greetings came. The guy was also happy to meet the girl. The VSU sincerely confessed that he had to see them again, and asked if the girl went shopping. In response, the young stranger informed with a smile that she actually followed them, after which she asked the same question himself. The young man hugged the dragon firmly, jokingly boasted that he was on a date with my El Dragon. Hearing it, grazed. Watching this idyll, Dad could not help but notice how the two brought closer. Immediately, she confessed that she was completely forgotten to show her favorite vase to the guard, whom her little praised so sincerely. It was then that the guy finally learned the name of a rude girl, and only dissatisfied his eyebrows. Having reached out to the greeting, the Haku came across an unexpected reaction. A girl, instead of a handshake, slammed him in her hand. Ta, noticing this, hurried to explain to the girlfriend that it was not necessary to do so. But the guy, and without words, understood. From Nana, special friendships could not be expected. Only a small dragon who settled on her hand called Nisia. The girl whispered to the boy to go with her for a moment, but the meaning of her words remained unclear to him. At that time, she wondered, does he not feel the mood of Vas and Dad's? The girl returned to her dad, and wondered if she was allowed to be tapped with a dragon. On this, Dad only waved her hand, saying, nothing wrong. Then you noted that the girl should not worry. Everything is under control. Added, Vasi is entrusted to the shopping. The intention to interrupt the girl almost had time to escape from the mouth of a young man. But she suddenly grabbed him for a scarf, smiled treacherously, and almost whispered, did he seek to get closer to his dad? Like, now you need to show courage. The guy did not have time to raise any objections, as Nenya had already grabbed the dragon, rapidly moved away from the couple, and, throwing goodbye to meet soon, disappeared in the distance. The interested Haku wondered that it was in the head of Ni, and Tada answered a mysterious smile. They say the girlfriend just decided to give them some time alone. The guy still couldn't get it, why she did so. So the girl was at least suggested to use this opportunity in full. The road to the market came to life when the Haku wondered what to buy. In the imagination of the girl already there were shelves with cosmetics and a variety of clothes, but, thinking, also mentioned the decorations for the residents of the mansion. I wanted to please the girls with beautiful little things. The streets were attracted by the homon and showcases, but Daddy holding herself from unnecessary expenses. However, the sincere warmth of the girls did not rest. The soul sought to thank them at least a surprise. Soon, one stood out between the small shops, a cozy jewelry shop that lured the eye with exquisite jewelry. Stepping to the store, the girl immediately caught. Julie is put here in a special way, with special delicacy. As soon as the friendly seller greeted the guests, Dad immediately paid attention to the showcase. Her gaze was captured by cute rings that played in light with their sophistication. The melody filled the room while she picked up jewelry. And at this time the Haku tiredly turned his gaze towards the window. The ominous eyes looked intently from the darkness that hid between the buildings on the other side of the street. Sleeping, she met the disappearance of the shadows with a tense look. Thinking, the young man did not immediately realize what was happening when the girl asked him with a question. However, Vesu, without answering, went to the exit, asking the girl to wait a little. Finally, he warned her not to even try to go out. Stepping on a narrow and dark lane, the young man stopped in front of a company of strangers and frankly asked their intentions. One of them just smiled with a barely hidden surprise. He did not expect such a development. To make the guy himself come to them? Such courage was not provided even in thoughts. In the head of the VSU, the idea was that these people were tax collectors. But one of the men just laughed, reminding that the guy did not understand anything in this business. The other, squeezing his fist, gave up that now, when Nesu was not next to his dad, there was finally the chance to remove the guy from the road. Immediately afterwards, he rushed to the vase and added ill-sighted, "They say, after such a girl would certainly get them." Without losing vigilance, the Haku instantly neutralized the attacker who stood up to the hero from behind. Others did not understand what reception the guy had to use. The attackers were attracted to the vase, but their intervention turned into failure. The guy immediately dealt with the enemies, fainting them with one blow. Cursing everything in the world, the guy pushed the attackers and the thought was turning in his head. Why did fate so cruelly cost him? The bodies were behind the ground, and the guy stared at the darkness, from where a familiar tone was heard. With surprise, the VSU noticed the girl who stepped from the shadow, greeting him with the words of how much heard the power of the Supreme Administrative Court. The smile illuminated the face of Nanny until she was holding the dragon in the arms. Unexpectedly for herself, she felt how much the young man exceeds her expectations with her strength. Without hiding the surprise, the young man became confused, and suddenly the little one with joyful laughter rushed into his arms. Naya added that the dragon himself confessed to her. In fact, the boy lies much more power than it might seem at first glance. Suddenly, the thought was watching him, using her comrades. With calm confidence, Naya confirmed the assumption, because she wanted to make sure that she could safely entrust this boy to the defense of the dad. The girl promised to come to the rescue as soon as the situation is dangerous or the guy would not cope with opponents. However, looking at fallen enemies, it is clear the intervention will no longer need. She could not even imagine that the HACU would overcome all on her own and so quickly. The realization that the HACU surpassed her by force was sneaky to Nana, although she did not want to admit that she began to trust him. Thoughts were confused. Does this guy deserve the right to hear the truth? From the side of the guy felt genuine interest in her words. Although everyone blamed Natyatol, the real reason was the debt of the dad, invented by the ruler of this city. The brutal lord tied the girl's family with a non-existent debt, threatening them with terrible consequences. His requirements were absurd. The amount he demanded was unattainable for this family. Choosing a dad as a pledge, he sought to pick him up. This ruler was distinguished by extraordinary humanity that the world had not seen. Hearing the girl's story, the VSU froze from horror, not believing in his ears, and cast a frightened look at the nanny. On her mother's knees, Mayo looked so sad that the dragon slid on it with a sad look, and even more devoured. Mentally stroking the boy, the woman suddenly realized that her daughter truly fell in love with that vase. Since then, the grandmother noticed, the young man never appeared again, despite his promises to return in the near future. With a shade of dissatisfaction in his voice, a man listened to a woman who was not thought of that the HACU fell in love with her charming grandson. Ragnar slowly approached the young man and offered to take a walk together in the open air, and on the road he assured that he would certainly give her daughter everything she wants. In response, the woman only reproached her husband's daughters, they say, pathetically trying to win her affection with gifts. Ragnar's wife supported her mother. If her husband indulges every daughter's begging, respect for her should not be waiting. The man answered these words. Everything he wanted is only a little to lift the mood of his Maloskinskaya L. Grandmother wondered, cannot come up with something else. After all, it was gifts that could be a source of parental tenderness for their granddaughter, which she did not even hope for him. Some time passed, and Ragnar was moving the corridor, immersed in thoughts on how many times he tried to explain the mother-in-law. This is the task above his strength. However, with each of his refusal, she was only more annoyed and raised a degree of tension. On the way, a friend suddenly happened who was interested in what happened to the horns. The same friend immediately asked if he saw a vase, because the guy who took it was never returned. A smile involuntarily appeared on Reagan's face. He finally came to whom he was talking about. Sitting at the table, a man with a great pride told his friend how he introduced one girl named Dad with a boyfriend. Adding that Dad is in great danger now, Reagan assured that the HACU should stand up for a girl with a tattoo. No enemies will be able to hurt her, because he will not step away. After agreeing with the choice of a friend, Ragnar acknowledged, a visa can handle this task. A great power makes his, moreover. His daughter knows well. The surprise appeared in the Reagan's eyes when a friend unexpectedly confessed that he was envied by a vase. So it was possible to carelessly go into adventure with his own daughter. The man did not have time to listen to the fact that Mel was upset and dissatisfied with the vice, as Ragnar tried to cheer her up. However, instead of gratitude, he got on the nuts. First, his wife began to teach him, and then added bitter words. The Reagan shared with a friend. That's exactly how this world is arranged. By the way, he also grows his daughter. It turned out that when the Reagan burns her too much, his wife certainly made him a remark. The very understanding that the daughter once leaves his home and leave his own way forced him to believe. Her father should indulge the baby, give her everything the best to wait for a genuine response to her love. The tears shone in Ragnar's eyes when he listened carefully to his friend. Feeling the depth of his experiences, he agreed. Daughters should be protected and pampered until there is such an opportunity. They promised to buy everything that their children justified, but as soon as they found the boys nearby, first distributed kicks, and then found out the real motifs. The highest reward for them was sincere gratitude and recognition of their own daughters. Life seemed gray and lonely, but meeting with a person who really understood brought an unexpected relief. When he listened carefully, he was warming on his heart, and Nadia returned. Suddenly on the doorstep appeared the VSU. hurriedly asked for late and immediately asked where the letters. As soon as the register was about to give a browse to a whirling for disappointing his daughter, as a sudden guy rushed forward and hit the enemy just in the jaw. Gagging from the rage, the dragon continued to make a guy who was already begging for forgiveness, and with fear of Mel, so that she would not merge her. Ragnar's eyebrows came together intense when her daughter's gaze broke out. Was not the first time she saw her father in the duel. In the meantime, the guy suggested a rival. The explanation was clearly made, and the VSU agreed with a smile. That's what they will see. At once the dragon broke out with a blush of embarrassment, and then gladly settled on the head of the guy who praised Male. Ranger's gaze watched closely at his daughter, along with his boyfriend, moved to his exit. At this point, Ryger became clear that the heart of a friend's daughter was already busy. The awareness of the losing was knocked down, but he did not finally fall through the spirit, as someone's vocation made him look back. Ryger's daughter came into the room, reminding her father of time to cook dinner. Then she turned to the King of Dragons with greetings. The surprised look slid on a friend. It was difficult to imagine that this girl was really daughter of Paradise Gara. However, the man just smiled warmly, proudly emphasizing, "For him there is no more valuable treasure in the world than his daughter." Smiling, the girl reported that she would now help her father cook dinner, and then invited the ranger to join them. In the warm embrace of the girl, a man suddenly felt the pain slowly receding. At that time he asked for friends to forget about the damn vase and devote more time to her father. Seeing Vasi again appeared in a jewelry shop, the tattoo turned and rushed to a gloomy boy. The tattoo returned towards the young man. The girl wondered where he went, and then strictly reminded. As her guard, he had no right to leave her. Grasping the boy's hand, the girl confidently stated that her little would never dare like this. A single word broke out of the boy's mouth, though the girl turned to him. But suddenly the VSU grabbed her shoulders firmly. It was caught by a tattoo surprise. The guy assured the girl that all her worries are in vain and have nothing to worry about. The guy's assurance that she has nothing to worry about him has caused a light blush on his cheeks. After that, he carefully asked if she was confident in her feelings. A bright smile flashed on the girl's face, and she expressed her sincere gratitude to the boy for his passionate words, who were able to penetrate straight into the heart. Carefully touching his hair with his palm, the girl caused a blush on his cheeks, and embarrassment made him cheech. Perhaps it was Naya who told him that story, but it was obvious. Daddy hides something. After mentioning her debt, she confessed only partially. In fact, she had to pay a considerable amount of the lord of the city, a person with great power and influence. All of these debts existed only to make its property as a result of tattoos. In fact, this debt is just a fiction, a good screen to achieve a true goal. In the desire to save his daughter, the parents went to everything. They cut all the expenses and gave the latter to pay the fictional debt. Dad, without looking for easy ways, hid her own dignity, sold herself, and at the same time she was able to find associates among those who were trusted. They all rushed to collect evidence to prove the falsehood of this debt. The feeling of proximity to the disclosure of the truth strained the air, but the Lord did not waste time. Soon his deception had to float to the surface. Meanwhile, the mercenaries were already preparing to roll his tattoo, and Vasa suddenly appeared. Having decided to support the dad and study this lord, the guy was determined by determination. Meanwhile, as Vasa was thinking about the situation, the girl suddenly approached them and offered her help. The surprise flashed in the eyes of the boy when he was looking at the girl, he explained that they were just looking for souvenirs. The saleswoman smiled mysteriously and confessed. In fact, she thought she was choosing a gift for her girlfriend. Daddy became even stronger when the saleswoman was mysteriously noticing that she had goods for couples. The cheeks were burning with heat because it was difficult to believe in such words of a young girl. The abominable mass scratched the back of the back, discovering the girl that her words were forcing him to blush. She looked back. Her dad wondered if she looked like an ordinary girl if she was walking near the HACU, holding his hand firmly. The young man, noticing the tattoo, froze from surprise, and then suddenly realized, her hands already wrapped around his hand. At first the young man hurried to explain, they say, sought to emphasize her simple, true femininity. A shy smile broke his seriousness, because at heart he believed that a tattoo on her skin was much more beautiful than any everyday life. However, Dad did not end the opinion, decisively interrupting. In her words, it was a completely different. Sumi overshadowed her face. Turning away, with her eyes closed, the girl plunged into memories of her business. In the mind of the girl, memoirs suddenly flash. The The girl even squeezed the palm of the wedding, as if looking for salvation or support in this moment. The dad firmly clung to his hand, as if she had kept the last hope. Once she was convinced that her heart froze and indulged since she settled on the path of selling her own body. However, at that moment, a gentle flower suddenly blossomed inside. Like a forgotten outbreak of life, which suddenly swept its whole nature. 2 wedding rings were shimmering in the light, attracting the eyes of dads and Haku. The girl, enthusiastically considering the jewelry, sincerely admitted that they were incredibly good. Looking at his shoulder, the VSU noted that the store was filled with all kinds of goods, and for a moment he thought, maybe it is worth choosing something for my L. A smile appeared on the boy's face. The thought of the possibility of buying something clearly pleased. At this point, Dad looked at both rings with interest, sliding her eyes on the jewelry. Then the saleswoman, trying to solve what particularly hides these jewelry. The hobbies were caused by inscriptions, skillfully carved on the surface. The merchant explained that gentle words were engraved on the ring. I am near you, Luba. Full of hope, the look of Tati slid to the guy as soon as the saleswoman said that the woman's wedding ring was engraved on the word. I only see you. Squeezing the wedding rings in his palms, Dad thoughtfully repeated the last spoken phrase. The gaze slid toward Vase. Could this really be her own dream? She pressed her palms firmly to her chest, feeling the crazy rhythm of her own heart. The girl immediately caught his attention. Having stretched out a ring in front of him, she, blushing and inconvenienced, asked to put her on her finger. Near the window illuminated with soft light, they carefully considered the jewelry on their fingers, admiring the game of glare of precious stones. A strange excitement swept the girl. Near the VSU, her heart was crazy, like a loved one for the first time. A moment of hesitation, and the girl carefully asked the HACU to allow her to give the boy this ring. Such a gesture surprised him. The girl was in a hurry to assure that she did not think unnecessarily. She just wanted to thank him for his accompaniment and protection at every step. In response, the guy noted that he was more familiar with the goal. Therefore, even accepting the gift, the guy feared to break the ring. On this, the girl cunningly advised to wear it only when she gathered on a date with her dad. The desire to avoid unnecessary obstacles in the battle forced the girl not to let the boy in business. But for farewell he solemnly promised, the next meeting will certainly wear the ring. The smile lighted the face of Tatus when she made this promise, but at heart she did not leave her thought. How could she decide on such a bold act that she was ashamed now? A little time passed as the Haku spent the girl, and she hurried to apologize for making him go with her to the mansion. The young man just smiled and assured, everything is fine, he was her guard. Having sincerely approved the guy's efforts, Nea stressed that they put high hopes on him. In response, he just smiled warmly, and his thoughts had already decided to afford a short break. Having spent a girl with a warm smile, said goodbye silently, and even mentally thanked the dad for this unusual gift. The ring. In response, his dad looked after him with gentle gentleness in his eyes. It was difficult for a shocked Nana to believe in what was heard, but Dad immediately warned. It is better to remain silent, so that Nana suddenly did not interpret everything wrong. In response, Nanja only noted that she had not had time to pronounce the words. The dark night has already spread stars across the sky when the angry girl attacked a boy, embarrassed and incapable of understanding what was happening. Her threats were acute. If she continues to bite and beats him, nothing wrong with him will happen. The guy's gaze fell on the ring on her finger. Only then did he reach the essence of her words. The rage of the young man just broke out, and he hit the boy just in his stomach. At this point, the boy's mother appealed to her daughter to stop, because if he does not quench, the hotel may be in ruins. Hugging her daughter, she explained that human buildings are surprisingly fragile. At that moment, the annoyed voice of Ragnar was heard. If that man had not been angry, the blow would not be avoided. Explaining the situation, he noted that the Haku exchanged wedding rings after seduced by his daughter. However, the guy insisted. This jewelry was presented and there was no exchange. In response, Ragnar noted that while he protected the tattoo, the man was able to get to her very close. To which McGill has added irritated that her son-in-law is unreasonable, and asked her no longer to create unnecessary difficulties with correspondence. The girl suggested that everyone listen carefully to the vase. This has never happened. After that, the guy clumsily thanked McGill. Turning to the guy with all seriousness, the girl warned, if he dares to deceive them, no force will save him. She will collect all the dragons and collapse their power to him to teach for lies. He confessed with fear that he did not approve of it, and then addressed Elle, reporting that he had prepared a gift for her. In his imagination, this decoration had to look great Elle, giving her even more charm. Hearing the words of gratitude, the dragon rose to the boy. From his confession was a sincere admiration for her care, because he himself could not thank for support. Concerned, the young man apologized in a whisper. With a glitter in her eyes, she lifted the gift, and in a moment tears of the emotion slipped on her cheeks. Males leaned against a guy who thought that she had not appealed to her. McGill reassured him, should not worry. A grandson is delighted with a gift. Male's mother was moved that even next to another woman he took care of her daughter. The ranger only had to sigh. Her daughter never showed tears of joy receiving his gifts. The dragon suddenly asked to allow her to sleep next to the HACU, which caused her mother to admire her courage. At the same moment, his father, angry, shouted that he would never forgive this HACU. With the first ray of the morning of the VSU, he said dissatisfied that the whole body was beating in pain. He complained, they say, Millie fussed too much in his sleep, not giving him rest. The same girl restlessly rest on bed, full of rest and pleasure. It seemed like a moment when it was necessary to wake up, but suddenly a girl flew into the room. Seeing a guy who was exhausted, she was frozen, unable to say a word. A broken vase was still lying on the floor. The girl looked at him and wondered whether he prefers to die as an ordinary person, or still prefers another absurd test. A few moments of reflection, and the guy leaned to the second option. In this way, the chances of staying alive seemed to him more. In a cozy bar, semi-dumped light lamps, the girl suddenly shared the story of a poisonous swamp. She reported the news. In the forest south of Lunique suddenly found a poisonous swamp. It began to grow even before they learned about it. According to the girl, there were no human casualties yet, but the whole city can soon choke in a shaking if nothing is used. It was then that the guy realized their real search, to find an adventure seeker with endurance to the poison. The girl assured the girl with a smile. No poison will harm him. But she did not retreat and wondered what power the poison had, poured into the whole vase. The guy with a smile answered that the poison did not work on him. In support of his words, he stretched a document stating that virtually no substance was able to influence it. The awareness of all his territy struck her to the depths of his soul, and he was engulfed when he understood. The Haku reported it too late. Passing the boy's papers, the girl announced his task today: to explore poisonous swamps. Finally, she briefly added, take care of everything right. A little time passed as the VSU appeared at the gate, stating that there was a powerful poison inside. That is why he could not take my yellow package with him. Mill carefully stressed that it would be extremely dangerous for her to get into even the slightest trouble, so she should remain obedient and patiently wait for his return. Ragnar thought for a moment, and then confessed that he was more than once surprised by the gray sky, and suddenly it shone on him why the sun became such a rare guest. On the same day, the boy's mother warned him. The swamp could not arise from nothing. She suggested that the appearance of shaking was a consequence of some disaster, and called for being vigilant there. In response, the guy with his own confidence promised to deal with it quickly, as usual. In Ragnar's head, anxious premonitions were overwhelmed, so he did not hesitate for a long time. He turned to Vaz with a proposal to take him with him. Such words struck the satellite. He raised his eyebrows. The Haku wondered if the man was able to cope with the poison, to which Ragnar answered the call, calling not to underestimate him. The interlocutor noted that Ragnar's power is well aware of the Ragnar's power, but Randir can sometimes become a reliable support. He proudly demanded attention, calling himself a king of dragons. But in response, the Haku only shrugged and noted that in human form, Ragnar reminds the ordinary worthless father. With a semi-hidden smile, Ragnar began to translate into a dragon, emphasizing that in all circumstances he would go with a guy on a trip. The mighty wings allowed him to reach the forest in a moment. Asking if it would be easier for the boy, Vasui scratched his back thoughtfully and stated that he was completely resting on the rungur. Sleeping on the back of the dragon, the guy finally climbed into the sky. At that moment, the Haku cast a farewell look towards the female half of the Ragnar family, sincerely saying goodbye to them. And so, rising in heights, they flew away. After spending them beyond the threshold, the women disappeared behind the door, leaving the alarming silence. The MS-Gill confidently stated that a poisonous swamp could not give rise to such clouds. There are other people's actions. Mel completely shared his mother's suspicions, without hesitation in her correctness. From the mouth, Mel was a warning of something that is approaching. Her look with sadness stops at wait, as if there are hidden answers to unspeakable anxiety. At the same time, someone uttered the curse over a vase. There was no boundary. The strength of the boy exceeded all their expectations. One of the present was still grabbing for a fresh painful injury. If it were not for the detrimental breath of the dragon, this guy would have been gone for a long time. But that's when one of the audience shared a rumor. They say, the Hakyu has a rare gift of the real tamper of the dragons. He even said that he had obeyed the king of the dragons himself. They assumed that this guy had swallowed the red sphere, the same, surrounding rumors of extraordinary power. However, they say, none of the desperates managed to keep the mind after such an act. Most likely, the Hakyu just did not have another way to quench the dragon. The stranger drew an approving look at those who spoke, and noted their wit. According to him, this world is constantly developing, and right now you can master its power without any undesirable consequences. One of the attendees asked who this stranger was. He replied that he was an ordinary merchant, and added that the invincible adventure seeker's sphere was exactly the same. The distrust of the mysterious merchant almost wrapped in the air when he assured that he had the same D-sphere. Looking back, he said he intends to sell this area in the city for a considerable amount, but this company is ready to offer a special discount, making them an exception. One of the boys rudely advised a stranger not to interfere in their affairs, but he just smiled cunningly and asked, "Do you not want to become stronger?" Suddenly, a mysterious sphere appeared from under her clothes, and the promise came. Only by touching it, the boys will gain such an incredible power that even the Dragon King will fall before their power. One of the adventurers mentioned the promise of the merchant to give a discount. The merchant immediately confirmed his words. When considering a future purchase, the mysterious merchant was already moving away from the young people, when he suddenly stopped and asked if they knew where the estate of the lord of this city was located. Meanwhile, the tattoo was sealing by the window, watching the outside world. In the sky above the swamp, the silhouettes of the wounds of Gira and the VSU were already fluttering. They hurried there, noticing how a pillar of smoke rises from the forest. Even from afar, the air was so reflected that the Hakyu had to close the face of the face, trying to defend himself from the disgusting stench. The Hakyu compared this with a purple fog that threateningly enveloped the forest. Despite this, the Dragon King, with a mysterious smile, suggested that they still step into the thicket. Ragnar intervened unexpectedly before the conversation. If the forest is really so much, then his burning breath would be enough to solve this problem. However, the Hakyu strictly forbade the dragon to even think about it. The Hakyu explained that if the horn set fire to the forest, he would have turned into a burned wasteland. No one wanted such a disaster. Hearing this, the horn wondered what they were going to do if the swamps got. Then I asked the guy asking if he possesses other types of magic. Ragnar's eyes shone as a surprise when he watched this man, admiring his immobility. Sometimes the question did not leave, where does such boundless confidence come from? I am sure that the perfect moment has come into a human likeness. Ragnar decided to take advantage of this and trace the HACU, hoping to finally find out how great his strength is. Surprised, Vassus noted that not only animals but also insects do not occur among the trees. This observation made him ask Ranzir whether he really feels anything except for the clubs of horrible miasma, because the local silence has already begun to press on the boy's mind. The dragon decided that small animals would hardly be held in the forest for at least 5 minutes. Then the guy turned to Ragnar to pay attention. The aroma resembles ripe citrus. Such an unexpected comparison knocked out the dragon out of balance. Asked about the source of superhuman power of the Hakyu, Ragnar only encountered a mysterious answer. The guy refused to reveal the details, confessing that he did not understand his nature. The only thing he was convinced is in the decisive support of Male, which made him escape. The opinion of the young man traveled between two possible reasons. A bizarre fruit given by that man, or perhaps all the fault was the goddess who settled on his map and once saved him. He still had no clear answer. Suddenly, Ragnar suggested, "What if the guy wished not to die?" The idea made his way to the young man's thoughts, forcing him to think. The former thoughts came in memory. How fervently he did not want to die. Gathering with his forces, he confessed to the dragon. He does not want to complete this path as a pathetic, broken person. Ragnar's thoughts were spinning even faster. The guy clearly sought to hesitate to the force, and it seems that he just didn't have other ideas. Laughing, the guy confessed that he had not trained for a day since then. At that moment, the famine was blown from the inside, and he grabbed everything in a row. Without thinking, even poisonous mushrooms and bones were scattered right on the ground. After he began to taste all sorts of amazing things, his characteristics changed every time. However, the guy still doubted that this could be called a true increase in power. Then Ragnar, who has lived for hundreds of years, confessed. For his long life, he heard for the first time about this. The blessing of heaven and the sincere commitment to the daughter to the boy, as well as the deep trust of the people who met him in the way, are intertwined. The mighty dragon's king suggested that the boy has a gift, the ability to attract people and win their commitment. A clumsy gesture. A hand involuntarily touches the nape of the neck and does not fit in the soul. Does this man really think? The confession breaks from the mouth. No human friend has been found yet. Rang Mountains with his inherent immediacy states, "I would become your friend," and unobtrusively reminds that he is now in the human body if he has not noticed. After the herd, the guy confessed that it was then that he decided that it was not necessary to eat everything in a row. The dragon wondered in surprise why he decided so. It could give even more power. The young man just smiled, saying that he was afraid to become even stronger, because then he was at risk of losing his humanity. The Dragon King watched him with a special understanding, as if he saw through the outer shell the true meaning of his words. Going to the mire, Rangir immediately noticed that Miyazam had increased significantly. The vase warned the vase carefully, but he just waved his hand. They say, "It is not scary." Then Vas asked the man to wait a little, noting that Mel already guessed why the poisonous swamp appeared here. Among the dense trees, he looked at the insurance with sharp teeth. The forest monster turned out to meet uninvited guests. The characters froze in place, watching how the monster was approaching. A thick fluid flowed from the wolf's wolf, leaving a sinister trail. Vaz received from Ragnar the reservation. It is only necessary to touch the monster. The deadly poison will immediately start eating the soil, expanding the bog boundaries. Even the smallest drop of this harmful substance is able to pick up human life. The awareness came to the Haku. It is only necessary to overcome the monster, and the poison will be over. During this time, Ragnar seemed to be no hurry for 100 times with his conclusions, because the poison of this creature is deadly. The dragon threatened. He will have to resort to fire. But suddenly the vase cut him off. The young man seemed that all the flesh of the monster was created from only a poisonous potion. I am sure of his guesses. He immediately decided to strike a decisive blow. Ragnar could not understand what he had conceived the Haku, because rushing to fight for his own life. The adventurer jumped up on the monster, throwing behind a short one. The man should be believed at least in something. In the ACU suddenly froze, feeling bad. Mysterious premonitions covered him with his head. A moment later, the guy focuses and creates a spell. From the side, it acted so unexpectedly that Rongier was puzzled. Stunned by the ease with which the guy dealt with the monster, the man only looked up in a confused manner. At this moment, the Supreme Administrative Court came. Apparently, the goddess herself reached out to him, allowing him to strike so powerfully. As she was ascertained, he admitted that the excitement swept it when his fist suddenly passed through the tangent. Ragnar threw the remarks, they say. The power here was inappropriate here, and then paid attention. The vase turned the monster into a formless puddle. Suddenly, the boy caught a strange glare in a puddle. Raising a mysterious object from the water, he looked carefully at him. That was a red pearl. The bad anticipation was in the soul, because if the memory does not betray, this is the case that the villain had. Near the curiosity, she played full, asked directly whether the man met such an artifact before. However, he answered uncertainly. Maybe all this has just seen. It was at that moment that the pearl suddenly crumbled in his hands. The dragon decided that the task was already completed, but the Haku reminded, the main test is still ahead. It is necessary to stop the growth of the mire. The mention of Emma's history suggested that he brings a huge barrier around the swamp, and then burn everything to away. Suddenly the insight came. This approach almost exactly repeats the idea of Ragnar. Leaning to the swamp, the young man reached his hand forward, and the dragon warned strictly, "This should not be done." But the man did not pay attention to the warning, and bravely tasted the poison. This led the King of Dragons into even more surprise. The call to immediately spit out the poison came loudly, but the taste of the insidious liquid seemed strange. The Hakyu, with a mysterious smile, noted that the poison gives sweet acidic shades, as if a sophisticated citrus pleasure. He later mentioned there was a way to avoid danger. A crazy idea has had a crazy idea in your head. To drain all the poison and then dip your head into the swamp. But at that moment he came a sharp cry. A stranger broke his impulse, ordered to stop. Rangier thought out how to stop it, but he only swallowed new sips. From time to time the guy pulled on the surface, eagerly inhaling the air, after which he had again fallen into the swamp, tasting the turbid water under the attentive and restrained look of a man who patiently carried this strange action. A little time passed, and the VSU, exhausted, settled to the ground, breathing hard with the poisoned stomach. The taste of the poison was unexpectedly pleasant, so the pleasure of his face. The amount of liquid was not surprised either. Everything was as usual. Meanwhile, Rangier, watching the roadside, reflected as he almost got worse, worrying about the boy's fate. The smile flashed on the boy's face in response to the excitement of the man, and, with a slight confidence, he said, "Now there is peace in the forest. The swamp did not reach the month, so there is every reason to hope for the better." The unexpected glow swept the earth around them, forcing them to be surprised. Is such a wonderful mystery possible? Suddenly, a bright flash illuminated the room, absorbing the vase in the glow. The guy looked around confusedly, not understanding the reasons for this miracle, or why light suddenly swept it. The mysterious voice thanked the good traveler. And after these words, the boy began to weigh. In a moment before sleep, his mind was still looking for a response. Who owns this familiar voice? The light around gradually faded, and Ragnar with anxiety turned his gaze on the stationary body of the vase that lay in front of him. Fastly jumping to the guy, Ragnar began to try to bring him to his senses embarrassedly, but the guy only masked in response. Only then did Ragnar notice with horror that there was no belly at all. To the great surprise of the Dragon King, looking at this young man, Vaswa immediately attracted something really dangerous. The mighty king of the dragons rushed into the sky, directing his rapid flight to the city. On his back, he was tightly lying in the VSU, exhausted after the battle. The thoughts of the young man were not resting. The incredible power of this guy went beyond the imagination, and at the same time he felt naive in experience. Along with determination, in the heart of the boy lived kindness. He dreamed of fighting for the sake of glory, but for the sake of protecting others. Ragnar's thought flashed. Perhaps that is what he was so fond of this guy. Therefore, the owner of the dragon sincerely recognizes the choice of his daughter. When the crucial moment came, he promised to give his strength to the boy, as soon as he needs a vessel. The dragon, full of joy, imagined as a strong friendship would be tied between them. The next day, Reagan visited the guy with a sense of relief in his soul, to be aware that you can always contact the Hakyu, capable of coping with even such a difficult thing. The vigilant gaze grabbed a cheerful fade on the boy's face. With a uncertain smile of the Hakyu, he assured that he was just a little sick of his stomach. It was hard to believe that the young man had overcome the shaking without even setting it on fire. The surprised man immediately asked not to invent, as if he had drank all the swamp to the bottom. Reagan's apology acknowledged that he had imposed two difficult tasks. Assessing the strength of the newcomer, he asked the HACU not to overestimate his endurance. The man rose, going to leave, promising to hand over the award to the boy later. Before that, he turned to VAZ, wishing to gain strength. However, the boy was only dreaming. A rest, and this time he was missed by his side. In the morning, Nida appeared in the morning and reported that Dad wanted to see the HACU. The Regans still doubted whether he was ready to go to the meeting. Unlike expectations, the guy assured, everything was not true. The girls only sought to express my gratitude for helping to solve the problem with the swamp. The Regan was well aware of this young man, because the moon was also in danger, and it was impossible to ignore it. Again, he spoke of tattoos, apparently, having a lot of untouched. He assured that the testimony was gathered enough to press the Lord against the wall. Moreover, this ruler is repeatedly involved in dirty trials, hidden by creating atrocities. Reagan stated that the next day, he would sue all the necessary evidence. From this news, the Hasyu felt relieved. Finally, Dad would have a chance to regain his freedom. Nadia flashed with this thought. He may be the dad who will be the first man-human girl for him. The night could be completed quite differently if the Almighty had already resorted to extreme actions. The attempt to steal the tattoo was entirely in time. This probability prompted Reagan to turn to the boy with a request to stay with the girl. Having surprised that the condition of the man was not improving, the Haku smiled satisfied and noted that he could help him with it. Suddenly, the guy was covered by a terrible nausea, but the Reagan was strictly warned not to even think of arranging it at his hotel. Some time passed. The guy was slowly eyebrows to the city street, feeling the eerie devastation. The mind was in his head. At first it seemed that thanks to his own stability, he would cope with the poison, but now everything became more confusing. Unclear feelings did not rest. The goddess who lived on the map covered real anger. In no way could understand what was happening in the head of this boy. Misunderstanding also raged in it. The cause of the fierce goddess of the young man never realized. Finally, she could not stand it. She threw his accusation in his face. The Supreme Court of Ukraine decided to invite another woman to the card. The abominable young man tried to understand what was being talked about. The goddess, meanwhile, clarified. It was the goddess, the mother of all things on earth. A sharp female voice suddenly sounded side by side, hinting that the Haku intended to create a heron. She added with a smile how good she was lucky to be near the boy. The unfamiliar goddess once again expressed gratitude to the young man for the salvation of the forest and all the land. The guy said in surprise that he could be addressed simply by his name. The Mother Earth's goddess confessed that she was moved by the devotion of a young man who desperately sought to protect the forest. It was because of his kindness that these lands remained intact. In gratitude and love, she suggested that the boy see the indisputable proof of her feelings. Having stated that she gave him a divine power, the goddess caused the boy to a real panic. He immediately set out to stop, because he did not want another blessing. The bright light suddenly illuminated the room, opening an unexpected change. His card became different. The guy engraved the guy, and he began to study the map focused, studying every detail of the new image carefully. The map announced, now that guy became invincible, and this news did not bring the joy of the Haku. His competitor rose again to the step above. The disappointment enveloped him. The indicators that once confidently argued about his human essence again decreased a little. The young man decided that his suffering had increased due to increased levels. But the goddess cunningly advised, it is better to imagine it not as a growth of level, but as an increase in pain. Passing his journey, the guy heard from the goddess, the pain will be dark later, you will get used to. She offered to rest, and the thought of rest has already begun to attract him. He had not even noticed the thoughts about the need to visit the estate, so he did not even notice the stranger. The apology for the push remained unheard. The stranger calmly assured that he was guilty of everything. Only here the merchant drew attention. A man, a pale, like a ghost, stood in front of him. He kept his antidote immediately without delaying for a moment. Increasingly, having guessed who the stranger is, the young man realized, he faced the merchant. He noted that he may not trade luxury goods, but has medicines that will certainly be interested in Vesua. Therefore, the Haku suggested to see the medicine, because the young man had to rest only a little. The merchant also did not insist on the product, said the boy that therefore should be resting, and apologized for the inconvenience caused. The mysterious smile shone through the merchant's face when his gaze met with the eyes of an adventure seeker. You could not understand what was happening here. Turning away from the man, the merchant threw over his shoulder. The Haku could not behave so irresponsibly. However, for the adventure seeker, his words remained empty. They did not make sense. The merchant, waving his farewell with his hand, introduced himself to Shiro, and promised a good product at the next meeting, winning, do not forget to buy something from me next time. When recommended, the Haku also promised that they would definitely meet again. For goodbye, the merchant wished the boy to keep himself. The view of the VSU slid behind the Shiro, which disappeared in the valley, leaving only a sense of secret. What is upset Shiro remained a mystery. However, all the thoughts of the Haku spin only around one. Now, there is much more. He had to protect the tattoo at any cost. Some time has passed, and the majestic mansion dropped before his eyes. The clumsy greeting immediately gave his excitement. A girl named Nona, with a noticeable annoyance, asked the boy why he was so scared. The girl said they were disturbed by a suspicion. Maybe the poison really hurt him. Voss could only apologize for the inconvenience caused. Meanwhile, the careful look of Nenny caught the face of the adventure seeker became pale. The reason for his act was not a mysterious marsh water. The girl quickly guessed. Reagan only gave up this boy, without any details. So she decided to tell the whole truth in more detail. because this moment could be decisive for both of them. The girl returned to the boy and noted that the Hakyu had to be in a great shape, because they were well aware of what could turn. The words stuck in her throat as soon as her gaze came on a vase that lay fainting on the floor. Throwing at the young man, the girl tried to bring him to her senses feverishly, but all her efforts remained in vain. No reaction. Someone was approaching the protected city. At this point, a real hell was rising in the opposite part of the city. With a roar and a loud roar, a whole crowd of monster emerged. On the roof, threateningly sparkling with her eyes, the monster was quietly growling, as if it was bearded by every third-party sound. The smile illuminated Shiro's face when he noticed. Despite the presence of 4 red spheres, no one became dreamy. In addition, fortunately, this should be enough to make the show exciting. The talentless condition was engulfed by base. The working evening died in Reagan's office when the night broke through with the alarming news. There was a serious problem. Immediately after that, Orlando briefly spoke about a report from one of the adventurers who had just returned from the task. The message was heard. Goblins went to the southern borders of Lunek. Reagan reassured. They say, "Goblin. Not so trouble," but Orlando insisted. At least 1,000 of these creatures pour into the city. At this point, Dad carefully looked after the threatening traveler, who was shot simply while he stroked his hair. Slowly returning to his senses, the guy heard Daddy turn to him, explaining that he was ill, and he fainted on the way home. Referring to his back, he sat down quickly and, a little discorded, apologized to his dad for inconvenience, because she had to support his head on her knees. But in response, the girl just laughed, assuring that it was not difficult for her. The tattoo was worried about whether the guy was not fainting. Although he had incredible force, even such a powerful body was unlikely to avoid severe punishment from the swamp. At this moment, the Hakyu remembered that after all these events, there was another goddess nearby. The young man appealed to the girl with a request, to explain whether the ordinary person was indeed. The dad did not have it at all, what is being discussed. The young man insisted. Look at him more closely, feel, make sure. It is too important to leave doubts. Agreeing to see him, her daddy ran her fingers on her hair, after which she carefully touched her hands with the guy's cheeks. The stranger wondered whether Dad noticed something strange with him, but she was just silent in his face without saying a single word. Her face was pulled to his face by invisible force, and thoughts were circling around what sweet HACU. Nanya broke into the room rapidly, having cheerfully announced that she brought water. Dad immediately removed from the vase. The girlfriend sincerely thanked her for his help, after which her little was interested in whether the traveler woke up. Naya smiled, expressing his joy from the news that the HACU was recovered. Although there was no anxiety in the words, a careful look noticed a moment of nervousness. The cunning girl convincingly assured of her indifference, but the tale of the treacherous gave real emotions. A tray of water appears on the table. It is at that moment that the girl comes to the news. The Hakyu curbed the poisonous swamps. And soon Dad thanked the young man for the rescue of the whole city. Having thanks on behalf of all residents, this woman received only a modest response from the Hakyu. The least he could thank for their trust. Naya wondered how he managed to go through that swamp. It was difficult to imagine that an ordinary person was able to cope with such a test. Her lips were blossomed with a smile. She was glad that the HACU was again among people. Dad, without hiding the curiosity, began to ask that it was the young man who hides that the secret lies in his incredible force. But the guy met her gaze, no word without saying. Dad noted that the Hakyu could not say anything for sure, because each of us will always have a few secrets. Watching her closely, the guy remained impenetrable, and the girl could not understand whether he really hides something, whether it was only her imagination. Suddenly, her palms gently touched his cheeks, and through a quiet smile, the words were heard. She understands everything. He is just scary to become even stronger. A smile was played on her mouth when she assured that the HAV was a real person. In the depths of the soul, Dad felt it. Vera lived in it, once, now, and forever. Nenya rode to the window while her dad was talking to the traveler. Loud sounds came from outside. The curiosity of the mountain took, "What's going on?" In a moment the door dissolved, and a girl flew quickly inside. She reported the alarming news. The city of Goblin is coming to the city. In addition, the news came that Goretta would join the Guilder to give the goblins a rappel. The girls shared with the young man interesting news. Once Mr. Dreda and Reagan were considered the most powerful adventurers. And now the capital has announced a large gathering. All adventure seekers call. Hearing the question of Dad about the number of goblins, the girl answered. There were many threats over this forest. There are more than 1,000 of them. The girl's views stopped at a silent young man. A light smile touched his mouth when he finally said, "His time to go on stage with other adventure seekers." Turning to Vaz, she strictly noted that she did not ask him to save the capital. The girl confidently came to the boy. She was concerned about her own health and not overloaded himself with unnecessary care. A smile given by Nani became a promise to return alive. Before going, the hero asked to take care of his dad during his absence. After a little, he threw over his shoulder, which would soon return. With anxiety in her eyes, Dad extended her hand followed by the boy, quietly warning him to be careful. At the city gate, desperate adventure seekers rallied, loud exclamations calling for the guards to open the passage. They hurried to face the Bulblins. Orlando noted that the number of goblins behind the walls is too large, and it is only necessary to open the gate as the capital can be in ruins. However, adventurers kept confidence. They can overcome these flocks. Among the desperates that have already attacked Goblin, Orlando lost his hesitance, puzzled without knowing how to proceed. Suddenly, a familiar voice came to him. Among the crowd, an unusual sight fell into the eye. Vase suddenly waved him as if trying to attract his attention. The unmistakable Suit watched the restless crowd and noisy goblins, without getting rid of what was happening here. Orlando explained in a hurry. Goblins have already gathered at the gate and are about to break them. You need to stop the attackers immediately. The determination and thirst for victory did not help. The wave of monsters hanged in a real horror. Many brave, even the most experienced adventurers, were simply melted against this invasion. The forces were insulting little. There was no chance of victory. Interested in the absence of friends, the Haku wondered where Reagan and Gareth went. Orlando replied that they had already ran outside, and in the meantime, one of the adventurers, without losing a second, loudly urged to hurry to help. There were many ordinary peasants in the capital, and the thought of comparing someone's life seemed terrible. However, before the brutal need for choosing, Orlando was confused, without deciding to save someone. The idea was, if his hands were the ability to change the course of events, at least something important would be done. Without the shadow of hesitation, Vas assured the man that there was no reason to worry, and strongly took all the worries on his shoulders. The Haku expressed the idea. If you reduce the number of goblins, the rest of the adventurers will be able to join the battle. After that, he instructed Orlando to stand at the gate and open them at the first signal. The VSU declared his intention to leave. Embling from the crowd, he raised suspicion of all those present who thought the guy decided to escape. When the necessary distance was overcome, the HACU rushed to flee without looking back. Without hesitation, he jumped down. He flew through the city walls with a rapid impulse, causing a sincere surprise to Orlando. Faso's gaze fell down. The unexpected picture opened to the eyes. The goblins were around, and their number was really striking. Sudden motion, the guy swung and lowered the weapon simply to the ground, lifting the victorious cry, which finally neutralized the goblins. Having looked around, the Haku decided that this is enough for this today. The loud shout made Orlando to move out of the gate. Glancing all the suspicious look in thought was still a suspicion that the Haku was just joking. What was the surprise of Orlando when suddenly a vase appeared in a shallow crater before her eyes? With a smile on his face, the Haku noted that the rest of the goblins leaves for redemption to other adventure seekers. The gates dissolve instantly, and the adventurer with passion is in battle, strongly goes to the fight with the goblins. With gratitude, looking at the vase, Orlando met her warm, radiant smile. Saying a few words, the hero hurried in search of Reagan and the rest, leaving all the anxiety of Orlando. In response to Orlando's gratitude, the invader only waved his hand, disappearing in the distance. At that moment, Reagan was fighting with Goblin. It seemed that the monster has no limits. He asked with interest in Gareth, or everything was fine with him. Realizing that with such a few team, do not move further until the monsters who were pushing into the northern gate, he hesitated. But Reagan noted that King Goblin is still hiding somewhere nearby. If you find it and destroy it, the rest of the goblins will have to retreat. It becomes clear, the thoughtful reminiscent of the needle search in the haystack. Suddenly the VSU emerged in front of them, having fun greeting travelers. Friends wondered how this boy managed to find them at all. On this VSU, he just smiled cunningly and explained, "You have troubles, so he hurried to help you." The reasons for the goblin attack were a secret, but it was nothing to solve it. It was not necessary to predict when these monsters would be able to join a new terrifying horde. At the same time, there was no doubt. Somewhere in the darkness, the Hoblin King was hiding, who left behind the remains of a defeated pack. Feeling a sudden rush of determination, Thusu was caught by the idea of destroying this king of goblin. However, Reagan immediately warned they should get rid of the ruler, as the remains of the horde will rush to plunder the surrounding villages, and then the path there will be closed forever for them. The discontent of the young man only grew, and suddenly the guildmaster reported that they intended to settle here. If all the plans are successful, there will be a chance to finally destroy all monsters in a decisive battle. On the mouth of Vesu already matured the answer, as suddenly a powerful explosion came behind him. Their faces involuntarily turned into a high-profile roar that flew from the north gate. Suddenly, an adventure seeker ran out of them, suffering from the appearance of a demon near the north gate. However, this news was a mystery for the Hakyu. He had no idea that the demon was talking about. It was briefly explained that the demon was once a man, a truck of incredible power capable of conquering powerful magic. Such excessive energy broke the mortal shell, and the human form could not withstand pressure. In the end, this power turned the creature into something else, more powerful than any person. In the reconciliation of their mind dissolved, irreversibly victims of frenzy. Before that, Gareth noted how the muscles of the demons were blown away, twisting into horrible monsters. And this is not yet mentioned by the insides that had little left. At first glance, the Hakyu realized no more people were in front of him. The boy's thoughts were constantly returning to the strange events that happened to the Gazun. Throwing at the north gate, he rushed to defeat the demon. At this point, Dad and Nan rushed from the mansion. The confusion did not leave the tattoo, because she did not realize what was happening, and her girlfriend strongly warned, "It is impossible to leave the limits of the estate." The anxiety did not leave Tata. The heart prompted. A real danger looked over Vasu. Naya assured the girl, "Everything is fine with the boy, because he is distinguished by incredible force." Meanwhile, the eyes of Dad's froze with horror, getting into a dark figure that hid behind her shoulders, and only she opened her mouth to warn about the invisible stranger behind. The horrible blow of the monster froze unnecessarily, leaving her not even a moment. It is unclear how Nenia did not feel his appearance. When the dad was left without protection, the demon gripped a girl who resisted his best, trying to escape. However, the creature only cold said that from now on, this girl belongs to him. Turning to the monster, Nanja suddenly recognized in his smiling face. Amazed, she wondered what magic this lord has. Smiling with bold confidence, he stated that Dad now belongs only to him, and everyone else has only to feel the bitterness of despair before the power of demons and goblins. The monsters constantly rushed at the gate of the capital, not giving the city a break. The guards strictly ordered the residents to go home and stay as far away from the gates. The dragon family looked at the gate in the eye, worried about a fragile vase. Meanwhile, Vesu Streamhead was rushing to the northern gate, noticing a cohesive flock of goblin nearby. Among the dense crowd, 3 creatures fell into the eye. Familiar monsters who could hardly forget. In memory, the image of 3 adventurers appeared. It was at that moment that Goblin rushed to the young man. The instant attack of SIU struck one of the enemies first. It remains incomprehensible as to why these people turned into a monster. But the only thing was obvious. If the gate was gone, he would make every effort to stop them and release them from the trap of suffering. The young man with one powerful blow says goodbye to 3 goblins, instantly neutralizing them. Opening the majestic landscape, the experienced dragons could not hide the admiration. Even knowing these places from the stories, travelers were amazed at their beauty. Having worried about the condition of the travelers, the Hakyu immediately hurried to reassure them. "Help is already approaching, so you should not worry." One of the adventurers expressed gratitude to the stranger, emphasizing, "While the real warrior fights with evil demonic forces, the rest is quite capable of taking care of himself." Then the Hakyu reported that he should return to Reagan. The breath of admiration was among the adventurers. To curb the dragon, and then to deal with the demons. It seemed like an incredible miracle. Reagan did not have time to look around, as Vesu stood again. He coped with the demon so rapidly that she did not think how huge his strength was. The most important was that Vasu was again nearby. Because even despite reinforcement, the flow of goblins did not go out, and the crowd surrounded them more and more. Listening to Reagan's words, the Hakyu realized there would be no victory if it were not for his support. The joy enveloped the HACU when the guildmaster expressed his trust. Thoughts on how nice to be needed by another person. They did not leave the spring. His steps confidently followed the Reigen, but suddenly he frozen in place. Something anxious flooded his heart as if a prediction of trouble. The lambling non, barely holding on his feet, approached him. The expression of her face spoke of pain and fatigue. The guy rushed to her instantly, throwing anxiously. What happened? The despair was engulfed. It was not possible to save the tattoo, and even the insidious city governor stole it. She confessed to the boy. The Lord turned to the demon. The black wings behind the back were grown, and her little remained defenseless to this force. With a sincere regret in her voice, Nezia asked the VSU for forgiveness for not protecting the tattoo, and the guy became angry. Harriet and Reigen ran to them, realizing that the Lord took advantage of the situation and stole tattoos. The Hakyu was worried about what Lord could do with the girl after the abduction. Smoking treacherously, Reigen stated that he would make the girl become his wife, condemning her to the soulless existence of a puppet until the end of the days. With full power, he got the opportunity to isolate her from all the inhabitants of the mansion, enjoying the bullying of the girl as much as he pleased. Gareth recalled that once Lord, having showered himself an ordinary guest, he visited his institution just when the owner was absent. Together with her Nedya, he managed to intercept the tattoo at a moment when she almost made nonsense. The awareness came suddenly. The request to work here was only to pay debts. If only the truth was opened. What a meeting with Lord could turn. She would have chosen death than such a fate. And without the opportunity to repay the debts, still fate could push her to marry with him. However, even in such circumstances, without knowing true love, the heart refused to take this path. Tears rolled on her cheeks. It seemed that it was only necessary to collect the necessary amount and get a dreamy freedom. And in the world, there will be one who sincerely loves it. Nona, full of determination, assured that she would make every effort to protect the tattoo from the ruler. But despite all the efforts, the girl still was in his hands. The only sincere desire for Nena was to make a tattoo to bring the joy of that smiling in all circumstances. At this moment, the Haku felt without words what happened in the girl's soul. Even reinforcements no longer saved. The onset of goblins grew to a limit, in which the adventurers were not able to maintain defense. The enemy rolled on them too huge, and the forces of people were melted every minute. Reigen assured that only the HACU was able to save a dad from the power of the Lord. So the road to this mission opens before him. The confusion engulfed you. It is only necessary to let adventurers, the ill-advised consequences will not wait. The only desirable seemed someone else's decision, a certain answer that would tell you which path is really correct. Suddenly among those present, someone noticed that the young man had been numb, as if immersed in his own thoughts. The view of the VSU instantly rose as soon as Ragnar appeared. Everyone present froze in delight and surprise when a dragon was put in front of them. Confessing to his own uncertainty about what was happening, he noted that Vasi had to be in a completely different place, so the young man could safely entrust Goblin to him. The smile was on the mouth of the boy, and rushing to rescue the tattoo, he winked. "I count on you, Ragnar." A quiet, pleased laughter escaped from his mouth. The inquisitive dragon wondered what the power of enemies is. The adventurer replied that there were about 800, and King Goblin himself was spotted among the crowd. In this case, these creatures had expressive signs of infection. Ragnar strongly stated that he was not going to waste time with enemies. It is better to burn all the monsters of the ground immediately. After that, he emphasized the adventure seekers to retreat sideways, so that they would not be on the way of his devastating blow. Turning on all height, the dragon released a fiery stream from his dill, sniffing a monster on his way. The capture of the Dragon King was added to travelers, so from now on the monster became much less. Every battle ended with their victory. Ragnar told Regana that there are people in the city who tremble with fear after that case, and among them his daughter Lula has with. Listening to the dragon's speech, Guildmaster addressed the adventure seeker, calling him to win at all costs in this battle. At this point, the owner invited a tattoo to his gorgeous home. Grabbing the girl, he threw her on the bed, confidently stating that she was created only for him. But Dad was proudly cut off. She will never get him. Lord had already tried to keep her in his gorgeous dwelling, and the girl could not understand what this man still seeks. To this, the Lord replied that he wanted to see the tattoo with his wife. These words stunned the girl. Horror swept her soul. She denied in a trembling voice, "They say, she will never agree to it, because her heart remains innocent, even if the body has already undergone different changes." Notwithstanding the girl's boldness, the man struck her, and then coldly threw that all over the world he could only be humbled by such a dirty girl as a dad. Pressing the palm of pain, a girl with a stubborn glitter in her eyes confessed. It was her conscious choice. She decided not to retreat and belong only to the one who would give her heart completely. The mother confidently denied that the ruler was not the person at all, because her heart was already different. She was engulfed by emotions from the memory of Vas, and with a decisive exclamation, she threw him into his face that he would never get him. The owner reached out his mighty hand, stating that Dad should bear his baby. He ruthlessly tore her clothes and warned her, "It will be repeated again and again until the excuse is strengthened." The scream of Tati cut through the air, as suddenly the VSU appeared in front of her. The brave man resolutely pushed the demon threatened to the girl. Full hopes met the traveler's eyes, and in a moment she rushed to him into her arms, wanting to hide from all the fear of the world. With hurry to apologize to the girl for her delay, Vesu met her worrying look. Dad, without hiding the surprise, asked the boy about the cause of his appearance, and at the same time asked what was happening outside. The calm voice of the guy dispelled the alarm of the girl. They almost coped with the goblins, nothing threatens. Looking closely at the girl, the Hakyu added that he appeared here precisely because Nana told him everything. Taba was already going to reassure that he was only frozen by the boy's head, but the traveler reminded that now he is her guard. Having dropped his shirt, the hero could by no means allow the tattoo fell to someone in the eye. Without thinking, he threw the same shirt on the girl's shoulder. The girl's cheeks surrendered the rose petals. With tears in her eyes, she asked in a trembling voice why he showed so much kindness to her. The young man only answered a warm smile, asking not to speak such words anymore. However, the sinister owner, full of fierce and annoyance, returned suddenly, without letting the man complete the opinion, and inductively demanded explanation of how this vase was in the estate at all. In response, the guy said she just jumped into the wall as usual. However, the demon eagerly cut him off, forbidding to say such nonsense. At least 36 guards with rank B patrolled this building, so it was impossible to miss someone without checking. But they barely dissolved the door, as a gesture showed on the the floor that covered the floor. Dissatisfaction engulfed the young man when it became known that these people were hiding in the house of the Lord during the attack of Goblin on the city. So he decided to teach the guards and show them their mistake. Lord has exhausted, emphasizing that it did not matter, because only people before him. The demon disrespectfully did not pay attention to another's power. I am sure that it is completely defenseless before its power. The sorcery energy slowly swirled around the Lord as soon as his self-confident words came. Water capable of sowing everything in the world, and a fire that burns any living creature without exception. He angrily exclaimed that the Hakyu and Tattoo would wait for the torment in hell as soon as his magic would be released, and he was in a hurry to hide Vaz behind the back of a frightened girl. The layer was surprised to follow everything that happened yesterday, and no idea that the boring guy would look so unusual. The merchant realized the Haku is incredibly strong, and still managed to make it even with the dragon coral itself. This unexpected confusion caused him a sincere laughter. At this point, it became obvious that Lord's strength was distinguished from others, as if he were hiding a special power. Inadvertently the thought, will Shu cope with such an opponent? At that moment, the Lord called on Vase and Dad to witness his amazing power, which he received through witchcraft. The dark magic of the demons was already thickening over them, preparing to get up with all its capacity. Grasping the boy at the shoulder, Dad shouted sharply so that he would run immediately. 2 surprised voices were echoed around, discussing an incredible combination of magic of water and fire. The spirit of the guess. These words speak the goddess themselves. Turning to the boy, the goddess reassured. The demon would not touch the vase, because it is under their care. So they turned to a demon with a challenge, to show their strongest blow. The palms of the hands were hidden immediately when the burning tongues of the flames rushed straight at him. The tattoo that mysteriously looked out of his back was surprised at the young man, and then categorically ordered to stop. Shouting loudly, she forced the boy to leave the girl and run away. After staying here, he was at risk of getting into trouble. The guy smiled lightly and cheered the girl, throwing, "Don't worry." Slightly leaning to her, he winked and assured that everything was fine. Crying, Dad asked that he pushed him to go so far for the sake of her. Considering the girl, the guy immediately ripped up the magic of the demon, and he wondered why the vase was still unharmed. One of the invasions admitted that he was sympathetic to the dad. The cheeks were burning. The gaze slid to a guy who just realized that he had just fled from his mouth. In a confusion of his head with his hands, he was covered by his thoughts about a recent act. He thought how everything happened so unexpectedly, to confess to the girl in a similar situation he did not meet. Scared his gaze toward a confused interlocutor, trying to justify himself and in a hurry that he slapped it without even thinking. With a shade of sadness in her voice, the girl said that the boy should not fall in love with Daddy because she did not deserve such sincere feelings. The guy frozen in place, fascinatingly listening to the girl's confession of spots on her soul and body. At heart, there was an overwhelming desire to assure, "You are really wonderful." However, the girl cuts him in half a word, reminding that in her life there were already numerous men, including the Graf himself. He was negligently through that he was indifferent. The same Daddy stands in front of him, and the guy directly declares his feelings for her. The girl froze on the spot, glowing with her young man wide open, and then tightly closed her eyelids, trying to hold her tears. The news of it broke out in the soul of the Lord Fierce Fire. The Hakyu continuously spent hours with that woman, and it ignited the anger of the heavenly bishop. These words broke out in the chest of a young man with anger, forcing him to throw an angry look at a demon who had just shown the intention of attacking. A brightly angry guy rushed forward, demanding an answer, but this demon dared to call him a woman, and immediately hit the ruler with all his strength directly into his chest. From the blow from the mouth of the ruler, the sphere slipped out, and at the same moment the man, fainted, settled on the floor. Grabbing the ball, the guy looked at him carefully, suddenly recognizing the familiar thing. He saw the same at the lawn. A little time passed, and the girl who carried a vase asked the boy to let her go, thinking that being a burden for him. But instead of answering the young man's face, a warm smile appeared. He noted that this weight did not burden it at all. Further, holding the girl in his arms, the guy reported that after he was bringing her to work, he should find out what was happening outside the city. Dad only nodded, trusting his decision and hoping that nothing wrong had happened. Cheerful travelers approached the boy, assuring him that there is nothing to worry, because they coped with the goblins. Suddenly, her little came out of the back of the men, and they immediately rushed to her, which now found herself next to her dad. Dad, holding a vase, hurried down and looking at her friend, asked if she was fine. Having gratitude for the rescue of the tattoo, the Gareth gave the weight. Nenya, leaning her head, sincerely apologized that she could not protect the picture. For the third time, the Hakyu reassured her, "Do not blame himself, because the Lord has not yet become a person." Reagan's gaze stopped at Nesnia, noting that it was thanks to her support that they managed to defeat Goblin. A warm smile illuminated her face when she thanked the boy. His answer was full of genuine joy. It really means a lot to him, because at first Nenya did not trust him at all. The girl only reminded these words that she had already apologized for her distrust. The heroes return home, where they are already waiting for their relatives with joyful arms, meeting the desperate winners who once again saved the edge from the invasion of Goblin. Thanks to the heroic courage of the Hakyu and his comrades, the Chaos, who hang out of that fateful era above the Lunic, finally retreated, and calm again enveloped the city. The next day of the Hasyu met dawn with a sense of renewal. I am sure that everything returned to its place, even despite the cloudy and unwell weather outside the window. Thoughts about bad weather seemed like a trifle, because today the young man intended to decorate a vase with new tattoos. The gaze slid on the ring, and thought the shadow of a possible insult to Mal. However, the desire to invite you to become a friend took the mountain. But did the uncertainty in response to the tension? Will he agree to go together on the road? Another important thing was to find out before it begins. Turning to Reagan with the question of the condition of the Lord, he received the answer. Even to determine if the Lord was alive, no one could. There was still no signs of awakening of Lord, so the Reagan decided to hope for changes in the near future. Attempts to ask magical experts from something useful have completed again to no avail, and still no explanation. All the conversations were only around the Earl's rapid death, and they also thought 3 of the Black Flames. Vasav told the man that after the victory over the Count from his mouth, the red sphere had escaped. It also happened to the elf, which in his native village turned into a monster. Reagan's face clouded a thoughtful wrinkle. There is probably a certain connection between these events, just like between the Trinity from the Black Flame. There was a rumor. As soon as the enemy wins, the red sphere is removed from the mouth, which immediately crumbles into pieces. The news was added to the words of Orlando. Several local residents said that they saw the 2 bought red balloons from a suspicious stranger with a hood. The Reagan suggested that these creatures did not get on their own, but received from something external. It turned out that somewhere between people, an unknown person who distributes these mysterious spheres, turning ordinary people into monsters. According to the Hakyu, with a mysterious stranger in the hood managed to cross only one time. The hood completely hid his face, and the wedding only had to guess who before him. Appearing to start the investigation, Reagan noted that during this time the merchant could have escaped from the Lunic. Then he turned responsibility to Orlando, entrusting him with this case. The stranger wondered if the Hakyu was going to catch up with the tattoo, but was confused in Reagan's words. Subsequently, Guildmaster asked him whether he knew the place where he could move on. Suspecting that the Graf's supporters could do something from a dad, she went with Luncom with her family. Reagan was rumored that the Gareth with his subordinates accompanied them on this difficult road. Reagan's thought appeared. This guy, once so often next to her dad, probably wants to take her up to her. However, the guy himself treated these words with distrust. The image of the girl broke out in memory, and without spending time, he left the office rapidly. Vasa remained in full ignorance of the girl's plans. Without any stop, he rapidly rushed to the estate where Dad served. Going to the entrance, the young man suddenly came across a Nan's surprise because of his unexpected appearance. Grabbing the girl by her shoulders, Vufsu was excited about where his dad went. However, Ninjalta only knew her shoulders, sincerely apologizing that he did not know where he went. The girl said that Dad turned to the new hatch track to follow her later. At the same time, Dad hardly asked not to bring with her outsiders. The young man was surprised. Dad didn't mention anything. Instead, Nizia only added that it was done for the safety of both Dad and her family. The girl noted that she was trusting the boy, but the decision to choose was not behind her. After these words, a sincere apology was heard. With a smile in which bitter notes swell, the guy said that he understands everything. For Tati, calm in the distance, far from the fuss, would be the best way out of this situation. Feeling the sky is about to break into the drain, Vasudeva decided to hurry, to ask Nana to take care of himself, and then to pass from Tartan's sincere wishes of Dad. The cat girl looked at him with gratitude, and then quickly moved towards the city gate, gradually disappearing from the field of view and leaving the boy lonely. The young man's gaze rose to a gloomy rain-shaped sky. A feeling of abandonment squeezed his heart again. The bitter sighs escaped from the chest of Seron. For a few days, she was anxious. She spent a stone immersed in thoughts about whether it is better to return to the village. The girl came there, full of desire to become part of the Vaz Seli society. And when the opportunity finally appeared, she could not use her. The idea that the guy, most likely, had already found himself good friends, began to rot her little. Usually Seron's little things were not disturbed. However, when it came to this Vas, everything was the opposite. The sigh of sighs broke out of her mouth. It was not strength to restrain them. Suddenly Avisa stopped next to the Seron, from which the girl jumped out and loudly announced that she was returning to the city. The parents of the parents feverishly denied her, convincing that staying in Lunica was dangerous. The anger of Dadi broke out because of their silence in front of Avas. At that moment, Seron caught a familiar name, something clicking in memory. Meanwhile, Dad did not stop. They say there are quite possible meetings ahead, but he should leave the city for half a year now. In the soul of the girl, a bitter thought. Everything looked as if she deliberately erased him from her own life. The father just sighed. Now there is no minute to search for that guy. Yes, this asked Gareth to return her to the city. But her parents were only surprised to shrug. It remained a mystery for them why her daughter was okay to overcome such a distance for that boy. After that, Hay seemed appropriate to confess to them in his feelings for him. The surprise engulfed their parents and Serrano. The words of the girl caught everyone by surprise. The joy that their daughter finally fell in love. Their parents decided to return to the city on this occasion. Seron carefully approached, apologizing for being distracted. She had only one question. Serrano's gaze slid to the dad, but the attention was completely absorbed by the beautiful face of the girl. Her beauty struck so much that he decided to listen to her words. The light hesitation came in the voice of the elf when he asked a vase that Dad just mentioned. In response, Seron began to describe in detail the mysterious guy. He had black hair, ordinary appearance, but it was she who was surprisingly suited to him, giving a special charm and even some kindness. And of course, the strength in it hid extraordinary. Dad broke out on her face instantly when it turned out that Seron was familiar with this guy. At the same moment, as soon as the girl caught a desire to join the team with Avas, Seron also felt the same. In the end, both sought to become part of the Jerem. At the neighboring tables, Garetta and the parents of the dads did not raise the fascinated glances of the girls. Meanwhile, silence prevailed between the Saren and Dad. They just sat opposite each other, looking carefully at the familiar faces. At the same time, the girls asked each other, "What are the relationship of each of the HACU?" Their cheeks instantly flashed a shy. The Sarani thought, if the conversation came about the HACU, it is quite possible that he helped some girl somewhere. And she, struck by his act, probably fell in love with this boy. The light smile shone on the Dad when she realized the heart of the Sagonis so secretly stood that Vas, and it made the Elfian shudder. Without words, girls exchanged looks. Everyone felt this familiar, exciting tenderness. Siron with irritation noted that the HACU is pretending to be a simple, although it is actually cunning to the bones. He has such power that any monster flies into the knockout. Well, what woman will stand in front of a guy with such an incredible power? According to the thought of the Saren to which Dad joined, the HACU was defenseless and kind, full of sincerity. A pure heart vividly distinguished him among others. Those words that were not easy for others, this man said directly and confidently, looking into the very eyes. Silence fell between girls again. Overcoming their gaze, they suddenly realized they had already been in Vaso harem. A smile broke from the mouth of Tati, and barely leaning forward, she asked the Elfian to share the details of her meeting with the HACU, solemnly assuring there would be no jealousy. Warmed with a gentle smile, Saron quietly protected and pushed his dad. They say, "Tell you," because she also wants to hear all the details of their history. She put forward the idea. If the guy did something for a dad, but forgot about Saron, then he may be worth pushing for the right actions. Daddy picked up the same words, and both laughed at their small jokes, slyly confessing that they only joked. Under the silver glow of the moon, the dragon rose into the air, slid directly to the head of the bed of the HACU, and gently called him. But from under the blanket suddenly jumped her hand, firmly grabbed the guest, tightened closer, and hung to her with unprecedented force. With his face full of compassion, the young man slowly turned to a guy who sobbed and covered his eyes in despair. The picture of another's pain penetrated it to the depths of the soul. The tears themselves rolled on the cheeks. Listening to the mother's remarks, Lula learned that the Supreme Administrative Court has not been getting out of bed for the 5th day and eats nothing at all. Worried, she appealed to the King of the Dragons to cheer the HACU, hoping that it would help him to master himself. Ragnar's interesting look stopped at Luli when he wondered if he knew the true purpose of the HACU trip. In response, the man explained that the traveler prompted the desire to find comrades with whom could return to his hometown. Explaining that the Vas was seriously injured, the hero remembered how he left his hometown. Loneliness only deepened the soulful wounds, and only real friends could help heal them. Finally, the VSU felt the time to return. Mel added that they are not at all the friends who are looking for a VSU. McGill supported her daughter, noting that their role was to watch how the fate of the boy and the HACU. Helping now is not their time. Now it was the most important for the HACU to understand the true value of friendship. The thoughts were still wandering around the mysterious words of the dragon when the door was suddenly rushed. Orlando fell into the room asking if he was at the hotel. The girl tried to warn the boy about the VSU who was resting in his room, but Orlando just apologized, insisting that he should talk urgently with the adventurer. With a fierce determination, opening the door, the young man broke into the room, declaring that he witnessed everything that the Reagan told. Going to the bed, he dramatically paid attention to a sleepy friend, asked with dissatisfaction how much he was going to kick, and reminded that time to go. The VSU remained in an inconsistency. What case could Orlando want, and how can it help him? But he strongly expressed his goal. He sought to challenge the weight itself. The guard was strongly preparing for battle when the HACU stated with a mockery that he would not think of feeding him. Orlando stopped his arrogance, warned against unnecessary self-confidence, and immediately rushed. Without excess effort, with a lazy gesture of the HACU, he evaded Orlando attacks, breathing with indifference. Not hiding the boredom, he put his leg to the enemy, and tiredly stated that all this fuss had already bored. Looking at Orlando, he spoke about the desire to go to rest. The security guard noticed that all efforts in the Supreme Administrative Court were in vain. No scratches he could have caused an experienced traveler. Realizing that Orlando was enjoying this fight, the VSU felt a rage in his chest. After talking, the guy confessed. He overcame so many ways to eventually be defeated, but in no way could understand what Orlando thought. And then the care of the murmur, they say, seeks to finally make the vase move his body out of place. The adventure seeker responded with irony. Movements, they say, you are waiting for it. Orlando shared with the guy a wise advice. When the sadness envelops the soul, it is best to go out into the fresh air, to break, then the burden on the heart is facilitated. In response, Vesu noted that this cunning may only have fallen if the enemy was stronger than Orlando himself. The Hakyu, with a barely restrained smile, stated that it could easily hate Reagan. It is only necessary to get such an instruction from him. Orlando, realizing what the conversation was about, immediately remembered that famous tattoo. The anger flashed on the adventurer's face, and an angry blow hit Orlando, with a strict prohibition to pronounce her name again. Orlando immediately rushed to apologize. The Hakyu asked with interest what Orlando brought to him, and heard a sincere, almost desperate voice. He could not just stand aside and watch. The Hakyu was vain in bed, suffering from pain. In Orlando, the thought has thought, you need to add something else for the brunette. Easy surprise was in his gaze, as suddenly Orlando poked his finger in a vase, sharply stating that this adventure seeker is far from true steepness. Hearing these words, the Haku shuddered with surprise. He demanded to be silent from Orlando on emotions, because he did not consider himself so attractive. But Orlando's head seems to have completely different thoughts. Turning to Vasudeva, Orlando asked to listen to him, assuring that he did not lose his self-control only now. He added a sincere voice that he was concerned about man. However, the young man remained in the plan. The content of claims to the vase was unclear. Seeing his battle with goblins, stunning and capturing, instantly engulfed Orlando. The VSU's story only enhanced the impression, because Orlando understood what this guy possesses: the unsurpassed force. Deep respect for him penetrated into the soul. The confession was unexpectedly made. He wanted to become indomitable, strong as a vice, which could hold any business in their strong hands. The desire to become not only a guard, but a real defender for others was burning in the soul of Orlando. Having stated bravely before the one who was lying on the earth, he firmly stated, "It is such power and dedication that seeks to cherish." Once again, it was convenient to reset opposite the VSU. The young man could not restrain his emotions once again. The news that he was admired by whom he admired, closed in his room through a woman, did not rest. VSU only cut off briefly that it did not bypass him. Dipping on the place, the Hakyu asked why he had to listen to such words from Orlando. The guardian angel, not understanding the causes of such a question, only noted that he always considered the VSU his friend. The skeptical look of Brunetta slid on a happy guy, amazed the unexpected trust that arose between them. It was at this moment that Orlando noted, "That's why it is so important for him to get back on his feet again." Thinking about Orlando's words, the Haku wondered if he was ready to listen to him. Becoming a VSU, he shared the way in the village considered him mighty, but the heart betrayed him. The spiritual mice lacked to compare with the bodily power. Hearing in the voice of the Haku uncertainty, Orlando decided to find those who could support a friend, and there was no person close to the Haku. Memories of the girls came up again in their heads. It seemed that in their eyes loved love, but in the end, each of them still went away. At such moments of the VSU, he grabbed for the escape. He closed in his room, trying to escape from pain and reality. Lives, full of people who were accompanied by devoted friends, raged around the Hesi. The palm, which proved so many times, suddenly seemed empty. Even with such force, no one followed. Over the years, the burden of this thought only deepened its sadness. After Orlando listened to a vase, he suddenly hit a stranger in his face. Burnett watched his actions in surprise without understanding the motive. Orlando threw it. He was so-called thinking, because when Vase stated if his strength was worth nothing, it struck Orlando to the depths of his soul. The security guard grabbed a vase by the shoulders, thinking that even if there are no friends, who, after all, has the fact that no one wants to go for the guy? The crowd shouted the words of gratitude to Rodnier. He was considered a life savior. But real heroism belonged to the Haku, and this truth was known only to Orlando. Memories of how the Hakyu rescued the most expensive girl, Orlando, filled him with pride. Yes, Dad was no longer nearby, but it was thanks to the VSU on the face of his beloved that blossomed again. Is this not enough to be proud of a friend? Orlando had no idea, or from the HACU people who are indifferent to women's happiness. It remains incomprehensible. Why forcing a girl to become a friend? Once again he asked the HACU, why did such power really need? To help others, to solve their difficulties, and to bring joy in the heart, to travel. Does it not impress when a traveler, a famous hero, becomes a legend around the world? Orlando, a real pattern of steepness, appealed to Voss to become the same extraordinary personality. The words of the guards were focused on the HACU, and he frozen in place, listening to each sound. The image of the girl broke out in memory. Closed eyes only hid anxiety for a moment, and a confident smile was already shown on her face. Standing in the middle of the lush grass, muttered that it sounds quite good. A satisfied smile illuminated Orlando's face when he said she is already made. The decision was already made. In the shaded bushes, where the dragon family hid all this time, easy relief was prevailed. The HACU finally came to an understanding. Returning to the city, the HACU from Orlando immediately went to Gilder. He did not hide as a surprise. Did they really decide to leave the guild? In confirmation of their intentions, the boys nodded briefly. Then Orlando strongly declared his desire to become a knight. Vasu noticed that he had trained the boy a little, and he still learned something new. Reagan wondered, if the HACU responds about him in this way, then the guy is really ready. The man explained that in order to earn the title of a knight, Orlando needs to go to the capital of the kingdom of Manbund. The guy replied to this that they had already identified such a path for themselves. Reagan noted that this change was unexpected, especially for Vakel, who until recently hid in his room, and now suddenly fulfilled vital energy. Right now, as the man believed, the best moment came to go on the road. The bitter tears rolled their cheeks when the HACU was preparing for the departure. With a slight smile of the HACU, he suggested that the girl make a company. She sighed and joked that a regular constant guest is coming from the hotel today. According to the girl, nothing else should be expected from the owner of such an institution. Suddenly Kyle approached him, stretching out a vase to look into their lunar magic. The man sincerely thanked the strangers. Suddenly, another girl runs to him, hugs firmly, and almost sobs, saddening that their indispensable treasure leaves them. Through tears, she reminds that Guild is looking forward to his return. After completing the case, Reagan calmly approached the young man and reached for a reward for his mission. Money gained at the expense of dangerous poison from the swamp. The guy's surprise had no limits. The amount was much larger than he could imagine. The man stretched out the boy, noting that once all the members of the Reagan team had the same honors when he was still an adventure seeker. If this sign shows the guild mist in the east of the royal capital, you can get some privileges. The man noted that Guildmaster was his older sister with a truly formidable temper. The imagination of the HACU immediately drew a spooky image of Sister Reagan, before which it is difficult to resist without fear. After a long farewell, the guys from my detachment once again expressed their gratitude and said goodbye to another warm word. On the road of the HACU, he said goodbye to many acquaintances, and then the company left the hole. Ragnar and his family went back to his castle. The two of the Orlando satellite went to the capital of the kingdom, starting another grueling and adventure for a long journey. The two girls were persecuted. The VSU had no idea. Handling the Gareth, Dad, together with the Seiron, hurried him, because the HACU may have already left the moon. In response, the man just smiled. The thought of the bright future of the boy did not give him rest. It would never have thought that two charming girls would go after this scoundrel. Having settled away from the girls, I was thinking, if only she guessed that she could happen, would certainly take the boy with her. To look at the sad, bitter face of the dad was a real test. The girls leaned to Nen, suspecting that she was claiming a place among the boyfriend. But their guess only calmly replied that she was given the role of the guard, and nothing more. Seiron with his dad only mysteriously noted that maybe, over time, Nija would also appreciate the charms of a flower pot, while noticing that another opponent appeared in love. The cart was rushing forward at a frantic speed, and in the head of Garita the thoughts of his own sinfulness were scratched. Starting a new trip, the HACU and Orlando stepped further. The paths took them through endless fields and mysterious forest huts. Once in the midst of the forest thicket, the travelers suddenly attacked a terrifying monster, which Orlando without hesitation won the lightning blow. Not having time to cope with accelerated breathing, Lando asked the HACU to make a short halt. From the surprise at the VSU, the eyes were rounded. Orlando coped only with 30 monsters, and had barely held on his feet. The security guard immediately warned, "It is not necessary to measure his endurance with the measure of the ordinary soldier." A barely noticeable smile shone on the face of the spring, which put his palm on the shoulder of a tired guy, and assured that he only joked. But despite the light tone he sincerely believed, Orlando became stronger. However, the soldiers were gnawing. He did not feel the real difference, at least if you judge the sensation similar to a comparison with a vase. To the said Orlando unexpectedly added, "In any case, he envies a vase." Meanwhile, the latter did not hide astonishment, hearing such words. Orlando noted that even being literally from death, the Haku would still be able to take over the ability to defend themselves in the goddess. Thanks to this, the guy would be able to gain even more power again. He felt more clearly as he became stronger thanks to the goddess, but was convinced that he who saved his life in a decisive moment was not a woman at all. It was a male figure. After all, she once fed the boy with everything she had, and now he was indifferent to any dish. With this confidence, he reached out and chose the mushroom. Orlando heard that with each new piece of food, his interlocutor is becoming stronger. The Haku noted that everything is worth thank you in everything. It was thanks to her that this force appeared. In the midst of the conversation, the frivolous bite of the poisonous mushroom, from which Orlando twisted with horror. Despite the fact that 30 monsters have fallen from his sword, the feeling of inner strength has never appeared. The unclear indifference was oppressed, and when he came to him that the Haku had been gaining incredible strength, Orlando covered the bitter envy. The envy, which overwhelmed the soul, did not even imagine the Haku. However, only a few days spent next to him changed the perception. No arrogance or abuse of force in it. The attitude of such a grade does not arise just like that, so people have sought help from a vase. Having listened to a long story of a friend, the Haku said with sadness that he still has no friends. Orlando was convinced that it was pessimism that gave the weight of humanity. The soldier was striking. As soon as someone got into trouble, everyone was looking for help in a vase. Orlando was fond of it. He was inspired by the thought of becoming such a person. The vase again wondered if Orlando really dreamed of joining the ranks of the Knights of Manbunda. To get up, to become a commander for their own soldiers, everyone sought. However, Orlando doubted deeply that he was in force. Smiling, I will assure that I assured that this task was under the power, because for all 50 days of travel to the capital, he will be involved with him personally. Orlando will certainly become stronger. There was no doubt. Orlando noted that the man gave him only one task. To destroy the monster, he did not hear any lessons or guidance, because he confessed to his inability to study. The Haku replied simply, "It is always strictly suited to science." The night gradually enveloped everything around the darkness, and then the Haku advised everyone to go to bed, because the rest was now extremely important. After that, the guy turned to Mayeli, asking her to prepare a place to sleep. The dragon began to spell, fulfilling every guy's request. The young man expressed gratitude, and Orlando, watching this miracle again and again, did not cease to be surprised by the incredible opportunities of creature. The soldier suggested that the guy took advantage of spatial magic, which the Hasu only nodded, adding, "It is convenient when you could carry things with you at any moment." Dispatching the loggers around the campfire, Orlando wondered, if the king of the dragons and his family are able to accept the human likeness, can the male do the same? In response, she noted that according to Ragnar, her husband lacked forces, but that does not mean that her participation in the role of the dragon will continue forever. Despite the complaint of the VSU on the eternal betrayal of women, a small dragon that saved his life and remained constantly every day, undoubtedly burning for a brave traveler. Sleeping, the fighter, looking at the sleepy Mal, decided, the one who will become the wife of the Haku, already nearby. Hearing the savvy joke of a friend, the Haku confessed that he wanted to see a man near him, which caused the laughter of Orlando. The Haku ordered Orlando the next day to destroy 100 monsters. At that moment, the soldiers gloomily thought that this time he would be exhausted to the edge much faster than he could get to Manbana. The morning dissolved the darkness, and the bright sunlight mercilessly pierced the boys. However, not light, but strange noise made the VSU open his eyes. He stood sharply, trying to understand what he had heard. Suddenly, the question came. What did they really think? The voice firmly assured that no one would have to contact them without any benefit. But suddenly the other rushed with the exclamation, "They are simply used, and they do not notice it." Awakened, Orlando grabbed a vase, claiming that he heard someone's quarrel, although in fact the house was completely silent. The loud laughter came nearby, and immediately an ironic phrase sounded. Those who spent nights alone did not even suspect the true meaning of this city. Here everyone used the other for their own benefit. Folded quickly, the VSU rapidly rushed to the right direction, throwing his friend on the move to hold after him. Meanwhile, a group of men surrounded someone, considering the wonder. This is rare, to meet real beauties. Is it possible to kill them immediately? This is a real loss? Shameless men grabbed girls who tried in vain to escape from their hands, in their thoughts, already anticipating entertainment with them. The sudden cry of the captains pierced the air, a strict order to stop immediately and remove his hands from his subordinates. She thought, if you laugh at the girls, then be it better with her. The caustic views of men slid along her lush figure, and from their mouth insulting words. They say none of them wants to even touch it. So we only had to stay away silently, holding back true emotions. At this point, the HACU and Orlando were racing to help the girls. The soldier was confused. He could not squeeze how the HACU managed to hear their voices at such a distance. The views slid on the crowd and immediately noted. Several women were in a hard time. With a spark of anxiety in the voice of the HACU, he wondered if there were weapons in Orlando. And in a moment, both, without delaying, fell out of a low break and rushed to the girls to help them out of danger. The robbers were surprised at strangers who suddenly emerged in front of them. The questions were switched on. Who did these people come from, and where did they come from? Hop in his eyes, the captain looked at the boys. The HACU instructed Orlando to fight with 3 soldiers in red armor. The confusion for a moment was in Orlando, but the HACU confidently encouraged the partner, convincing that he would cope. In the meantime, the VSU strongly rushed to the rest of the robbers. Suddenly, massive shadows were hanging over the vase. 2 chunky men, radiating dissatisfaction because of the boy's disdain, looked at him hard. The young man had no idea that there were 2 at once. Suddenly they stated, no games are enough to pretend, because their gang controls this territory. As they were proud, they stated that they were Dingo. And in response, the man shouted annoyedly that he first heard about them. After giving the blows with all his strength, the athlete struck the brothers, while Orlando desperately competed immediately with 3 armed robbers. Orlando rushed forward, shaking his sword brilliantly, and loudly ordered the women to be released. Instantly reacted to the attack, the HACU dealt with other robbers, skillfully neutralizing everyone who dared to rush at him. The robbers were confused for help, without understanding who they actually faced, and suddenly their cries of pain broke the silence. When everyone was defeated, the applause of the HACU cut the silence. That's all, he summed up. Asking in male whether she has water. Vaso got the desired instantly. The girl easily created water from nothing. Given the flask with pure humidity to the girls, the guy carefully asked about their well-being. They thanked them sincerely for their attention. Going closer to the captain, the HACU, with genuine anxiety in her eyes, wondered about her well-being. In response, a short and confident assurance sounded. Everything is fine. For salvation, she hurried to give gratitude to her rescuer when he intended to unleash her. However, grabbing the rope was not so easy. Rounded forms of women interfered with it. Clumsy attempts only added tension, and the young man had an alarming thought. Did he prevent him from overweight? The guy strongly tore the rope, and the woman was able to finally breathe deeply. She said, she serves as a closer to the second Princess Menbunda, and at the same time heads the elite detachment of Katie, the same girls who were under her care. The bitter pity enveloped the woman. Did the evil be precisely with her appearance? Having taken amazing, she hastily apologized for her stretched appearance. Smiling, the HACU assured that there were no great reasons for excitement, because it was just a friendly unity, which is why everything happened so well. Once again, thanking for the salvation, the girl wondered who her unexpected rescuers were. Suddenly, a bright flash snatched from her ring. The boys were in surprise, and the captain directed his gaze on the decoration, where the voice came from. The interested voice asked in Katya whether they were in danger, and the woman assured that everything was well. On the troubled question of Vasa about the unusual thing, Orlando explained, it is a special ring, capable of conveying votes at a distance. The voice from the ring sighed lightly, and then reported, Floyd told them about the attack on the girls, so for that moment, they had already reached the village of May. In a quiet voice, Vasa reported that the name of the captain coincided with the name of the squadron. Orlando did not restrain smiles, mentally noting how sweet it sounds. The mysterious voice predicted that they would all gather in the village, but suddenly broke off. It seems that he noticed someone's appearance next to him and turned to an unexpected guest. With tension in his voice, the captain turned to Mrs. Nemanisa, and the boys, having frozen on the spot, listened carefully to each of her words. In these moments, in the village of Mima, Ms. Nemones, she finally exhaled with relief, learning that everything was fine with Katie. With a smile, she reported that their journey is paid for a short time. It is time to explore this picturesque place a little. Suddenly, a stranger sounded. The girl swept her gaze towards the way out, trying to recognize who dared to enter her possessions. A group of people in brilliant armor appeared in the aisle. They have finally found Ms. Nevinus. Suddenly Noble threw something right into the crowd. Using the smoke curtain, the butterflake led the girls from a dangerous place. But soon the path stubbornly blocked the enemies. They have no chance of so many opponents. Running managed only to the lone house on the outskirts, where the protective barrier managed to erect. They were looking forward to Katie would find help and return with salvation. It was only necessary to monitor how the last stock of magical forces was melting rapidly. The confidence that their investigation has come to a new level, and now be able to gather a little more evidence, has already begun to overwhelm Nemanisa. But at once the unexpected rustle under the window knocked out the soil from under his feet. It could not tread what was happening. Taking the windowsill, the girl cast her gaze out. There was the VSU that strongly entered the fight against enemies. The gaze was inseparably followed the desperate actions of the boy. The unexpected meeting immediately discovered the true nature of her feelings. Undoubtedly, it was love at first sight. His name remained a mystery, but only thrown over his shoulder glanced at the guy's figure already lit a fire in her heart. The girl was frozen before the vase. A few days ago, the young man appeared in the village of Oisha. Carefully leveling the ground with his palms, Vasa smiled satisfiedly and announced that now everyone had gathered. The captain, along with Orlando, considered Vassus's efforts, asking if they were still alive. Vassus replied that there was no abandoned house or cage in the village. In order for the robbers to not escape, the guy decided to bury them underground. The captain noted the depressed appearance of the robbers, and Orlando ironically noted that this garden of flowers is more like a terrible exhibition. A girl came to the company who reported that she had already communicated with the head of the village. She confidently added that she intended to go to the Lunic to take care of the robbers personally as soon as possible. The captain noted that such an act would deprive many difficulties, and instructed her this issue without any hesitation. Suddenly the girl caught the look of the VSU. She promised with a smile, she will definitely come back to him. The cheeks of the VSU clarified the red flames of embarrassment, and the girl, meanwhile, asked Orlando to tell her about a future journey when a favorable moment would come. The soldier suddenly slammed even more, hiding his own excitement. Heard from the girl struck the vase to the depths of her heart. Stuttering in excitement, Orlando agreed with the girl and at the same time asked her to be careful. Hearing his caring words, the girl blossomed with a sincere, joyful smile. Sleeping in the saddle, she squeezed the horse and disappeared in the distance, leaving the boys behind. The edge of the eye of the VSU looked at Orlando. He caught the look of a friend and embarrassed. Soon 2 more girls approached Orlando and reported that Katie's orders were left in the village to monitor the bandits. The news was not too pleased with them. I wanted to go with the guy, but the order was an order. The girl suddenly suggested that the boy meet again. At this time, the HACU watched everything with clear dissatisfaction. Sighing escaped from his mouth when he remembered how all the girls were now surrounded by Orlando, although he made no less effort to save them. Delivered in reflection, the guy came to the conclusion that the guilty, apparently, his appearance. The idea of changing the hairstyle or updating her appearance was involuntarily flashed, as soon as it sounded, as he got a light slap from Male. I immediately realized that not too much of the dragon such plans, because this loose Hrivnia has long been a perfect soft bed for Male. After that, Katie looked, but her eyes were still sparkling. But the guy remained indifferent to her shine. The girl winked slyly, and in response to her gesture, only a restrained smile appeared on the mouth of the HACU. Thoughts were confused. Even in spite of her sweetness, when asked if it is among those who like it, it would be impossible to answer. The reliable hands of the young man easily coped with her weight, so to move the girl did not make any difficulty. The dimensions were also not frightened. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt another dissatisfied kick from Mel. After that, Katie wondered if she did not go to her lady for the better, because it seems that it is really dangerous. The woman explained, "From here to the village of Mima Rurk to fly, only a day of the way if you rush. In addition, there is a defense near the lady, and there is a two-handed one, so the captain does not find the cause for anxiety, thinking she was thought of in vain, who was not in a hurry from the beginning." Meanwhile, the peasant reported that the horses had already been prepared. The captain sincerely thanked for this, and the Hakyu rejected the proposal to ride a horse. The guy firmly stated that he prefers to rush further on his own feet. The surprise was in the eyes of Kaida after the boy's words, and the real surprise was already waiting for her on the road. I waved, like a whirlwind, rapidly rushing ahead of the horses, and even the captain involuntarily lifted his eyebrows from such a sight. The young man was rushing forward, as if he did not know what fatigue was. The agility and endurance of the boy was genuinely fascinated by Katie. The girl could not imagine what he was made of. Orlando just smiled cunningly, they say. I would like to have the same opportunities. With the onset of darkness, the detachment set up a small camp and ignited a fire. Katie's flames have suggested that tomorrow they should have reached Mima tomorrow. Kitty thanked the boys once again for the support, to which the Vesa with a smile replied. It turned out that they also headed to the Mana Bond, so they were nearby. The guy thought because the person under the captain had a great influence in the state. After a brief pause, he had another question that was asked. In response, the guy suggested that Katie help them with one thing as a reward. Orlando jokingly warned that she did not abuse her privileges through a vase. Interested, Katie wondered what it could be useful. Hugging his companion by his shoulders, the Hakyu addressed Katie and reported that Orlando was dreaming of becoming a knight, so he's seeking to leave them for the captain. Smiling, the girl promised, in this case, it would be necessary to discuss it with the lady with a mouse. However, it took a long time to overcome this difficult obstacle. Interesting. The Hatsu tried to learn more, but Katie was just smiling cunningly. She replied that she could not help anything at this time. The real essence of the guy will reveal later, as soon as he will meet and gain her trust. She would probably return to the event that took place in the mysterious country of male promises. The next day, the HACU, along with the satellites, arrived in the village of Mima. A spooky void reigned on the streets. No soul around, silence so dense that it seemed even the wind froze. Orlando also noted this amazing absence of people. Although the sun was already hiding behind the horizon, no resident appeared. Finally, they got one of the houses. Katie, politely apologizing for the anxiety, wondered if someone was at home. A frightened young woman came out of the door. A few days ago, she said, people in red armor appeared to their village. They surrounded the house on the outskirts numerous, scaring all the residents. The views of Orlando and the VSU crossed. A quiet conspiracy flashed. Suddenly, Orlando mentioned, among those robbers, there were a lot of such armor. The VSU leaned to Katie and asked if these people were familiar to her. Katie had fallen and told the boys about their secret escape from the country for the pursuit of a mysterious person. Now they were in the investigation, and some sought to prevent them from finishing the matter. Briefly thinking, the Hakyu insisted, you should immediately go to the house on the outskirts. At this point, people in bright red armor stood near the house, squeezing firmly in their hands. One of them shouted loudly to the demanding to put an end to this story and stop going outside. He assured that all the efforts were in vain, helping to wait for anyone, and it was only to count the minutes before the magic completely extinguished. Holding his breath, the VSU with his friends watched the bushes for people in red armor all this time. Orlando's watchful eye immediately noted the numerical advantage of armed soldiers. Then Katie unexpectedly announced to become a bait. At first glance, it seemed that the transparent dome that covered the house was a protective barrier. But over time, its strength was noticeably exhausted, as if the protection was melting in his eyes. The guide jumped out of the bushes, in a hurry to inform that there is little time. Without hesitation, he moved forward without looking back at the confused comrades who were left behind. Katie's voice dispersed the boy after the boy. She insisted that these people did not look like robbers at all. They were facing experienced, well-trained knights. The mysterious smile of the VSU forced the girl to silence, only a light gesture calling for silence. Katie never realized the meaning of the vase. One night, the guy stood up from behind, sharply waved his hand and pushed the enemy on his back so that he, like a doll, flew directly to his comrades. Several figures disappeared in the darkness of the night. while the rest remained confused and without shaking what was happening. The confused, the Haku scratched the back of the back, realizing that the ability to hide it is not different. Meanwhile, the exhibited swords were already shining around the adventurer. The knights were ruthlessly ordered to prepare death. One of the knights rushed forward, waving his sword and aiming at a guy. The stranger's hand immediately intercepted the blade as if the steel trap stopped his movement. The metal with a deafening crack gave a crack under frantic force. The knight was confused, unable to understand what was happening. Suddenly the sword blade flew into small debris, causing an attacking knight even more surprise and confusion. A moment, and the knights rushed to the guy, closing around him with a dense ring. Indifferent to the wounds on his face, the Haku only lazily lifted his hands, and as soon as the swords reached him, the blades turned into small debris again. The Haku concentrated and seriously observed that they first need to get real, excellent swords to win it. The look of the mold slid out the window. Behind him the sound of the knights. What opened her eyes was stunned so much that her breathing froze in her chest. Only he knew about him that this man was a rescuer who was brought by Katie. However, the appearance was not distinguished by anything special. At first glance, an ordinary person, in the middle of whom he raged unspeakable anger. Solemnly keeping inviolability, the vase sent the last opponent to flight. The knight ended up on the ground and the young man watched the results of his work with a clear pride. His gaze touched Mael, who remained near this time, so he immediately wondered if she had been harmful. Katie from Orlando approached the boy, and the captain confessed that she had no idea about such a stranger. Orlando was a little offended. They say his friend did not leave him any opponent, but the HACU hastened to apologize to him. At that moment, the barrier that surrounded the house slowly began to disappear, dissolving in the air. Sleeping on one knee, Katie solemnly announced that she had come to save her mistress, and the men were silently watching her act. The captain called her name, and at the same moment the doors opened. The unexpected appearance of a pretty girl who came out of shelter stunned the VSU and immersed him. Silence enveloped them, as if an invisible cover. Suddenly passing the stunned Katie, she moved to the vase, without hesitation for a moment. Interested, the girl stared at the young man, gradually shortening the distance between them until she was completely near him. This made the boy smiling, and his cheeks played the same blush as the girl. Rising on his way, she was interested in the name of the boy with interest, noticing a slight surprise in his eyes. At this point, the maid and the buttock silently watched the guy trying to make it clear to the girl that she had approached him too. However, only one thought was absorbed by her attention: to find out his name. And then, with excitement in his voice, the HACU finally uttered his name. A happy smile shone the girl's face, and full of joy, she repeated the boy's name several times. The girl introduced herself. Her name was Niminis Manbund. The young man immediately recognized the same Niminis, known as Katie's mistress. However, in the next moment the young man froze with surprise. The girl's name was identical to the name of the whole country. The beauty only smiled and confessed, "Everything is right, because she is the second Princess Manbunda." On the throne, illuminated by the authorities, a man sat and watched a girl closely, in whose hands the blade of sword was firmly clenched. Both wore similar jewelry, which further emphasized the invisible connection between them. It was at this time that the night had already fallen in the village of Mima, and our heroes went to the local hotel. A light smile radiated true tenderness, but the vase seemed to be straining. The girl got too close, and it clearly introduced the boy into inconvenience. Having examined the room, it became obvious. There is enough place here, so the reason why it was almost close near him could not be understood. Meanwhile, the girl with a smile reminded that this meeting was casual, and urged everyone not to adhere to too official behavior. Orlando noted that Katie had already warned them of the presence of her lady, but no one expected to meet the girl in such unforeseen circumstances. The young man turned to the princess again, this time too official, but the contenders answered him with friendly smiles, gently asking him to give up excessive politeness in communication. With ease in her voice, the girl called for a boy to calm down, and he nodded at her powerful words, taking it for granted. The princess suggested to communicate in this way. Then the VSU, barely hiding the inconvenience, nodded towards the next place, saying that he would like to take there. However, the girl confidently laid her hand on the boy's knee, and stated that in this case she would rest just next to him. The mounted suddenly remembered that she had not yet had time to present her 2 satellites, so her husband suggested that the first of them call themselves. A friendly smile played on his face, and his voice sounded calmly and confidently. "The name of Floyd. He is a personal butterfish, Mrs. Namanisa." Suddenly, his story emerges from the memories. They say, watching the Hakyu burned those nights, leaving only the head over the ground. He confessed that he was sincerely amazed at such an unusual approach, even praising the skill of burial, which was quite surprised by the culprit himself. With a slight smile, the butter noted that he is genuinely captured by the exceptional taste and strength of the young man. The princess annoyed it a little, so she suggested that she appealed to the girl. Rumyanets flashed on his cheeks, and a little shaking, the girl called Kumia, a personal maid of the princess, noting that everyone can turn to her just in her name. The cheeks were unexpectedly lit by a blush, and having become confused in her own words, she said awkwardly that he was glad. The young man realized that her tongue became confused because of a shabby tongue, so she made a head. Watching the girl slightly bowed, the VSU thought that for her, such a lush figure seemed too exaggerated. The gloomy look of the nominus slid on a boy who closed his eyes, imagining that Captain, like the nominus himself, boasts significant forms. The idea was that the fragile body seemed strange, and not harmonious at all. After coughing demonstratively, she squeezed, with both hands emphasizing her already significant figure, and then smiled, satisfied. Nevertheless, the guy looked at her in surprise, not understanding anything. Katie's light impetus brought Orlando's dating. The man called out with his name and added that together with Vasya they went from Lunik on a trip to Manbon. She wondered if these two belonged to the adventurers. She wondered if they really managed to overcome the warriors in red armor. Katie at that moment hurried to clarify one important detail. The captain reported that all the knights in the red armor that surrounded the house, where Naminis was hiding, the Supreme Administrative Court has overcome on its own. She then noted that such a man could be fully relied on. While winning the boy who stood in complete misunderstanding of her tricks, Katie only warmed up the interest of the princess and sought to solve what was really going on. In the meantime, the Hakyu tried to get the map, suddenly realizing that it was not just a woman, but a real goddess. The discolored guy suddenly began to apologize to the question of the mastery, and then, in a hurry, left the room, referring to urgent affairs. The puzzled princess was left alone, trying to understand what happened. The map was in the hands of the HACU, and, full of curiosity, he asked the goddesses. The goddess replied that they had just plunged into a serious conversation. Suddenly a bright ray of light escaped from the map. Having wrapped one eye, the guy looked carefully at the card. No changes in the status occurred. I wondered with intriguing curiosity, which actually means this level of hazardous -1 inch. Gratitude filled the soul. The level of humanity at least remained unchanged. The stormy anger of the goddess struck the boy. She poured images without picking words. Meanwhile, the Mother Earth's owner laughed happily, enjoying her own victory. The goddess, annoyed, switched to a conversation about Katie and Nemonis, the owners of lush forms, and then remembered the maid, a gentle, fragile girl, only one look at which awakens the desire to protect her. The goddess was surprised to think about why Kumia had such majestic shapes. In her imagination, all women with a similar physique belonged to opponents. In addition, the goddess Mother Earth also found herself in this list. The second goddess was laughing, convincing that it had nothing to do with the case, because sincere love for Vase filled her heart completely. Without hiding the annoyance, the guy further listened to the singing of two goddesses who competed with each other, comparing his juicy forms. It falls on the eye that the first goddess could not boast of such lush outlines as her opponent. As soon as the VSU appeared on the threshold, the interested views of the whole company were immediately chained to the door. Everyone inadvertently wondered what he did there. Meanwhile, the mounted asked Orlando to ask the question. Clumsy, having picked up the words, the girl asked the soldier if the HACU had a sweetheart. This question was well surprised by Orlando. The girl went to justify, they say, too friendly with a vase, and this could cause him annoying. However, a smile appeared on Orlando's face. The guy assured that his friend was just nervous, because he was not used to women's attention. The guy noted that there was no loved one near the HACU, and fragile self-esteem was hidden by external confidence. It was easy to engage, because confidence was lacking. Orlando noted that now, speaking of girls, the HACU felt unjustifiably pessimistic. Each of the girls perceived this situation in its own way. One sought to protect, the other saw something especially sweet in this, and the third corresponded to a simple smile. In the conversation, the soldier noted that VAQ distinguishes dignity and honesty, that the majority is missing, which is why the services of this man could inevitably be used by the princess herself. Having broken her arms on her chest, she smiled boldly, radiating confidence. Suddenly, the VSU joined them again. Sitting next to the girl, he asked, "Why did the princess leave the royal capital with her retinue?" It was this moment that seemed to be a good opportunity to open the whole truth. Sighing, Namisa noted that to tell everything means to involve friends in trouble. However, after Vasi's assurance that everything would be fine, the girl believed him and dared to share her story. In a country where human ties had a special power, King Havilio and the Queen Marlena raised 3 children. Among them, the older brother is Nonsense, the firstborn son, and the main heir to the throne. Her older twin sister of the people always stood side by side along with Naminis himself, the younger of the two. It was a clan of Bondi men who kept power over these lands. Floyd noted the outstanding abilities of public affairs, diplomacy, strategies, and many other areas, which is why it was given the genius of the nation. Local officials and residents of the city were burning from pride in their talented compatriot. According to Katie, if the war breaks, Mrs. Narochin is able to make rain from enemy blood. Her power is so impressive that even the most fondly knights and neighboring states feel a true horror. On the other hand, Kumia told about the younger sister of Naminis, the embodiment of kindness and compassion. Its peculiarity was the barrier magic, through which the world called it the Holy Princess of Mercy. Naminasus told how her family lived in the world, free from quarry, until one day the parents were faint because of a mysterious illness and have not yet returned to their senses. It was when it was so important to stay together that the older brother with his sister unexpectedly turned into fierce opponents. The deadly enmity exploded. Both sides began to prepare for the war. Naminis guessed that the ancient tragedy of their kind could not be accidental. Together with her like-minded people, she decided to reveal the secret, starting her own investigation. So Orlando suggested that it was because of this that the soldiers in red armor tried to prevent her. However, Naminis assured that the real cause of their troubles is not at all. Then Vesu wondered if there was no one else behind it. Katie shared with the princess that the main problem was still under investigation, but they managed to find out the cause of the hostility between the older heirs of the family that comes from people. First of all, Katie sought to find out if they had something unusual when a dispute broke out between them. Some strange decoration may be. Thinking, she suddenly remembered the mowing that his wrist always gleaming a bracelet, and her neck was decorated with a graceful bead. Katie was led by an alarming wrinkle. She noted that the head of the adventurers from the Eastern Royal Capital also warned about it. The VSU, meanwhile, thought about the person of this leader, suspecting that he was talking about the older sister of Regan. Suddenly, Katie added that both the bracelet and the necklace got with the curse. The surprise engulfed the mold from the herd, because according to her, all damn artifacts should have long had to be in securely sealed storage. However, it has recently been revealed that 2 such dangerous things were not counted. A vague young man was settled on the bracelet, and a fierce rage of berserko was on the necklace. The longer these jewelry remained on the owners, the stronger their power was rooted, constantly conquering the will of the owners. Nominus expressed the opinion that the priority had to be the removal of the curse, not the search for the guilty. Katie agreed and emphasized, as soon as things would be destroyed or removed, the impact of the curse would be weakened immediately. As you ask whether the princess has the right to approach them through family ties, the Hakyu received only a cold confession from the mastery, the one who did not even recognize her. In addition, they were always chatted around 6 night shadows, so it was almost impossible to approach. Having decided on the plan of action, the Hakyu strongly suggested that they break them with force. Katie, however, warned, these knights are completely different than warriors in red armor. Their level of skill was equated with experienced A-class adventurers. Orlando wondered in the princess whether she was satisfied with the use of force, hinting that the Hakyu could cope with this task for the girl, because his moon was enough, and the strength really went beyond the usual. In the sincere words of the friend of the HACU, they broke out with a blush. Orlando seemed the only one who really understood him. Full of confidence, the mowing looked at Vaz with a decisive look, and boldly stated that to break it, a matter of simple. In memory, the battle scene broke out when he exclaimed among the gamut, to win this rival, it should find a better quality sword. In proof of his words, the man demonstrated a map. It stated that even the divine sword was not able to break this boy. The VSU remembered his younger sister, and with this understanding easily imagined the bitterness and pain that this girl feels because of the hostility of his brother and sister. The princess listened carefully to the story of a guy who believed that the treatment was always distinguished by cheerfulness and independence. However, even her brother and sister now were surprised by the unfamiliar side of a familiar girl. Loneliness was bitterly wrapped in the girl, so it became even harder on her heart. According to the Haku, she went beyond the country, leaving her brother and sister to solve all the problems. The smile illuminated his face when he said with delight, "The princess was truly unsurpassed." A little later, something was drawn. A special warmth and friendship that prevailed among children in her family. Listening to the boy's words, the girl involuntarily closed her eyes. Orlando blamed the Haku for the boldness in front of the princess, but she only silently thanked the wait. The girl's words about the unofficial nature of the request, which was not transmitted through the guild, listened carefully to all present. To save relatives, the princess appealed to the boys to destroy the damn things. With confidence in her eyes, her gaze directed on Avos and asked if they would accept this request. Smiling, the VSU agreed to take this task, and the princess shone in response to a joyful smile. The man put forward a single condition. He remembered Orlando, the same young man who dreamed of becoming a knight. Starting that becoming a knight from a common man is an impossible dream, he still asked if he would allow him to try his hand. Orlando explained the Haku that it had to become a well-deserved award for a brave traveler. But the Haku just waved, assuring they were friends. The tears rolled up unrestrained on Orlando's cheeks. He barely heard the words of the boy. In the meantime, Namasi smiled openly, promising to help. She had confidence in Orlando. After all, when he saved Katie with his subordinates, he became a true testimony to his strength. Orlando bowed sincerely thanked the princess, and Vezu confidently realized that if the future of a friend was in a secure hands, more and more. Again turning to Vase, the princess wondered what award could thank him. But this time he gave up any requests this time. Suddenly, she took the initiative in her own hands. She proclaimed that she would determine the reward, and assured the boy, "It is not necessary to sacrifice himself." She touched her chest as if trying to quench the frantic rhythm of the heart. The smile was on his face after the girl's words. She called herself a reward for the Haku. And then the boy finally came to the meaning of her words. The girl thanked the boy with his sincere excitement for the future Orlando as a knight, assured that he should not keep such an official distance with her. The girl smiled at the boy, allowing the boy to turn to her simply, to draw, and to communicate without unnecessary formalities. The reservation of the VSU was already spinning, but at the same moment the princess confidently leaned to the boy, insightfully looking in his eyes. Surprised, the guy kept his breath. The smile that shone on the girl's face forced him to mutilate, which she seems to have understood her. The slight movement of his hands made it clear that he had received everything, and from now on he would only turn to her in his name. From this news, the princess blossomed in a smile and gladly agreed. The next day, everyone should go to the royal capital, she announced, adding that the princess would protect the mysterious vessel. The princess wished everyone a good night, at the same time reminding that the rooms were separated from women. The Beretsky assured that everything is fine. The princess is allowed to stay in a room with Avos, and he will take another with Orlando. Once Floyd was going to wish them good night, as nominees suddenly rushed to him, she hit the Buterian with all his power, and he flew into the open window. The princess's act stunned the boys, because they were soon waiting for the road to the royal capital. Because of this, the Haku should not try too hard to show everything that he was capable of. The next morning, the servant was eagerly asked at the Haku how many more he intended to be worried in bed, because it was already necessary to gather on the road. Without waiting for the answer, she picked up the laziness and without ceremonies pushed him to the floor. Sleepy and a little confused, directing his gaze on Kumiya, as if checking whether she was in front of him. Then he hesitated, wondered if this girl was really Kumiya. But suddenly the girl was pleased to ask if the guy had not fallen asleep. The view of the VSU caught that the girl today had a completely different mood, while the remark of the young man caused outright dissatisfaction in Kumiya. Looking at the Haku room, Floyd became convinced that he was not sleeping, and already woke up. In the end, the phrase sounded, "It's time to go." Floyd was approached and asked what happened to the girl. The Begretsky unexpectedly mentioned that he had forgotten her name, Kumu. Later, the guy suggested that the girls, apparently twins, but Floyd denied. That's not quite true. A double personality, so he called it. Usually the top took a godfather, but sometimes its other essence was still manifested. The man noted that the girl may seem rough, but it is not really. The guy supported his words, joining that she is now more like a maid who grunts everything under his nose. The girl rushed to the boy with his promise to wash him, but the Hakyu stopped her rapidly, assuring that she would handle herself. In the bathroom, the guy shared with LL his astonishment. All his new friends seemed strange. In memory, yesterday's incident with the Floyd who shot the window and remained unharmed, as if he was not a man. Wiping carefully, with a pleased smile, he noted that he was having a complaint in this situation. The puzzled look of the interlocutor caused a slight embarrassment at the hack. If she continues to behave like this, he ironically remarked, then he will become absolutely embarrassed. However, he immediately assured, to hide nothing, so it felt quite comfortable. In response, the girl just smiled and looked at him with pleasure. It seemed that if he had the ability to reincarnate, like Ragnar and others, he would take his own. He is unlikely to decide to appear in front of someone naked. The smile shone down his face when males asked a gentle manner. That's what he appreciated it most. The dragon only cast a full look at the guy. As soon as the young man left the building, as he was greeted with a smile, he wished a good morning. He answered these sincere greetings by the same, and then hurriedly apologized for the delay that made them wait. The princess's gaze fell on a crumpled cape, and smiling gently, she carefully straightened the fabric. He thanked her with warmth in her voice. The boy's gaze overshadowed the jealous spark when he watched a girl who painfully correcting the cloak. In response, the young man gently hugged Male, whispering with tenderness what she is charming. The dragon watched the princess with a satisfied look, as if emphasizing her own advantage, and the mold easily read her intentions. At the same moment, the princess noted with a smile that the HACU was a real joker. Traveling further, they soon reached the capital of the Kingdom of Manbond. The car gradually passed the gate, and immediately after that, Katie announced the accompaniment of Lady Rely to the royal palace. The princess with hope turned her gaze to her captain. Next, she assured that she will finally be able to remove the curse from her relatives, together with the HACU. Friends wished them success and caution, fulfilling the hope of a happy ending of this difficult cause. Together with Princess Vasa, he plunged into the capital streets of the capital. The spaces of the city were revealed before his eyes. The scale deserved the highest praise. Deep in the soul, the guy was convinced, to cross this city from edge to edge in half a day is simply unrealistic. This assumption was answered by a wicked smile. They say in just half a day you can safely bypass the city all over the ring. The meaning of the rings did not understand the rings at once, so the girl patiently explained. The kingdom had the shape of a circle, and the capital was divided into three main parts: the royal castle, the yard for the nobility, and the outer quarter. She wondered which edges of the VSU from the VSU, to which the young man immediately answered, Iskava. Confessing that he spent all his life among the mountainous spaces, the guy added that he was still getting used and getting used to him. He heard the girl. This unexpected detail opened a boy on a new, unknown side. Approaching the next gate, the descent mentally noted the strength of the satellite. It seemed to her that a long journey hardened him a lot. Meanwhile, the guy thought for a moment, letting himself assume that it is possible that the girl is right in his guess. Stepping on the bridge, she suddenly remembered that after her father's coronation, only the capital grew up and blossomed. It was this city that has long been the core of trade, and therefore quickly gained strength and wealth. The princess only laughed cheerfully. Hearing the Hakyu became fascinated by her father. She assured that when she saw her father he was surprised, not at all like her dad to the real ruler. Having reached the gate, she asked the boy to stay, and she went to talk to the guards. The sudden glowing moon of the gate spread the silence, and from the yard leaving the cart. Squeezing his heart from anxiety for Namanisa, Vasu grabbed the girl by the hand and attracted to him. The wheels stopped immediately and the cart was freezing. After holding her breath, she closed her eyes with fear. And when she carefully opened them, she realized that nothing had happened. The girl's vigilant look stopped on a gloomy man whose attention was drawn to the carriage. The loving look did not leave her face, even when the VSU warned that all this was too risky and urged to be careful. The girl's palm lay on the boy's chest, after which she gently leaned against him, hiding her eyes from strangers. Meanwhile, the Hakyu watched the new moon with interest that he had just left the carriage. Seeing the mastery, the fair-haired guy smiled happily and noted that they had not met for a long time. The curiosity was ignited by the Hak. Who is this mysterious man? Suddenly, the nominee unexpectedly raises accounts with life, and literally disrupts the memory of Diagora's memories of their long-standing meeting, they say. A long time has passed since they crossed the ladder. Over her eyes at the carriage, the girl decided that the boy, along with Chancellor Zais, was moving to her father. But the young man immediately explained. This assignment was given to him by his own father. The gaze slid to the princess, and the question came with interest. Who stands next to her? The embarrassment mastered the Hakyu when he tried to answer, and at that moment she was in a hurry to add, a warrior before them was a brave adventurer. Ms. Relay did not slow down to introduce the audience. Then the girl opened. Recently, a serious conflict broke out between her older brother and sister, so she turned to the Hakyu for security reasons, hiring him for a guard. Watching the princess introduces a new satellite to the city, the Denrog listened carefully to each of her words. When this short excursion came to an end, their path led directly to the Grand Palace. The smile shone on his face when he threw the guy. They say, the wax did not seem so strong. The adventurer only remained silent. The indignation broke out in the eyes of the Manissa. She sharply moved the vase forward, said goodbye to the Denrog, and wished him to treat herself. She still had time to see that there was no reliable person next to the boy, so she would have suggested that it would be worthwhile to hire security. The alarm was wrapped in the boy, so it was so hard to hear the girl's voice, to touch the look of her dreamy face through the words. The future wedding did not rest, so he asked her to stay a little more to talk about everything that was so worried about both. Hearing the great surprise of the VSU, Dinrog addressed the girl explaining. His father was not too pleased with the future wedding, so he suggested that the desire to convince the old man to change his mind. The princess called the young man, in the eyes of whom the fire was already erupting. Farewell, with an angry tone, the girl said goodbye to him, after which Janasa, together with the VSU, quickly moved on, increasingly moving away from the boy. The path led them to the castle when suddenly the VSU decided to ask a question. The mold instantly realized that it was a guy. The girl lowered her gaze and confessed that she knew very little about that wedding. The princess, holding back irritation, bit her lip, and then told Vase that Dinrog was the son of the Duke Frubind. Military and royal families of Manbond and Anerbond have always competed for power. At first, the throne belonged to a man of their kind, but after his death, without leaving the heir, the dynastic line broke off. Then, the Duke of Frabond, his cousin, acted as King Manbond. As soon as the VSU was about to express her opinion on this marriage, as the girl interrupted him, her words were decisive. The engagement was also resolved by Mr. Denrock's father, Zays. Outraged, the girl strongly stated that as soon as her father comes to her senses, she would certainly ask him to cancel this engagement, because thoughts did not have to relate her life with that guy. After solving her intention, the VSU noticed the princess. Burning determination not to allow this boy to even get closer to himself. She was very close to him. Suddenly, he reminded the boy about the promised prize, which he had already forgotten. The girl with a mysterious smile stated that she was his reward, which is why the guy decided that it was just a joke. Listening to the words of the princess, the Hakyu thought that for the girl the status of the award was equal to the lack of choice. It was certain. He was allowed anything. However, she did not have time to express her thoughts to the end, as she rushed to her servant and a butterfly, crowded with joy from meeting with a young hostess. It is unclear why she did not explain anything, but later everyone noted that the princess was okay. At that moment, the girl's cheeks flashed. The princess reported that she managed to find out the cause of the quarrel between her brother and her sister, and now she urgently needs to meet her brother. Hearing such an answer, the maid and the beauteum immediately stated that the girl is not capable of such. The unspeakable surprise flashed on the face of the yamen. After that, the guards reported that by order of Mr. Navilio, access to him was forbidden to everyone, even his relatives. Namisa only asked to open the door. She wanted to see him at least from afar. It was enough for her heart. The girl agreed to the repeated question, and only then did the door dissolve in front of her. Before their eyes, the guy tirelessly put one seal for another on the documents. At the table, completely immersed in his own thoughts, did not even look at those around. The gaze remained empty without saying any emotion. Immediately fell into the eye that the guy did not pay attention to them at all. She only sighed for this, noting that her brother was always a detachable and uninterested environment. Working with papers did not stop at a moment, as if someone's invisible threads forced him to act without stopping. Looking closely at the jewelry on her hand, she finally considered the mass. Under their glow, hiding an imperfect puppet spell. With regret in her voice, the princess remembered. Her brother was distinguished by his incredible kindness. A calm and unchanging smile, he was able to stay serious without losing a sense of humor. Like her, Navilio shared her admiration and was able to understand everyone who is nearby, the best in the kingdom. Returning to Viaz, the girl pleadedly asked to save her brother. In her words, the guy only answered a mysterious smile. Like an arrow, flew to the office, rapidly cutting through the air. The distance to the prince overcame a couple of moments. With a jump torn the damn jewelry, which scattered on the powder under his fingers. The guards confusedly froze from unexpected springs, and the prince silently directed his eyes on the palm, which remained empty. Suddenly the nonsense fainted, with a deft blow to face the table. The knights were instantly alerted, exclaiming the question of what the HACU had just done with Mr. November. In the meantime, the VSU tried to reassure the annoyed guards, because of the back of the prince's chair, a guy was already peeking out who was swinging on a prince a few moments ago, rage raging on his face. The exclamation of fierce broke out of the mouth. The attacker pleaded with his enemy. But you maintained cold-bloodedness and instantly neutralized the enemy. Looking at the attacker, the Haku immediately recognized familiar features. He belonged to the warriors in the purple armor. The knights expressed gratitude to the wait, simultaneously condemning a traitor capable of such meanness against Mr. Navilio. It was then that I guessed that these knights were threatened. Looking back to the princess, the Haku assured her that there was no danger. The enemy was overthrown. Hearing the voice of a brave traveler, the girl rushed to her brother without the slightest hesitation. Squeezing her brother's head on her knees, she begged to be ashamed. When the consciousness gradually returned to the forehead, the eyelids barely moved, and the look, finally, met with the familiar face of his sister. Make sure that he was amazing in front of him. The confusion in his eyes gradually faded. With desperate awareness, the young man realized that he was only a puppet throughout his hands. The pity, filled with pity, addressed his sister with apologies for all the difficulties she had to endure through him. She looked with tenderness in the eyes of Nemesis, assuring that he had no guilt. She hugged him firmly, and tears slipped on his cheeks. The main thing is that everything is fine with you. Everything else is not important. After some time, the nerve expressed gratitude. The man explained that although all his actions were dictated by another's will, the mind remained clear, but the body stubbornly did not obey orders. The relief was wrapped in the nonsense when the curse that gravitated over it disappeared due to the efforts of the wax. In the heart, gratitude not only for his own salvation, but also for the support that a brave traveler gave him, a sister. When the prince dropped on one knee, I was confusedly denied, they say. It does not seem to bow his head at all. Feeling the duty of the soul, Navilio emphasized that despite his origin, he could not but thank his rescuer. Following him, the VSU bowed even lower before the prince, testifying to his deep respect. She approached the vase and sat down nearby, expressing her sincere gratitude. On this traveler just waved his hand, they say. It is not necessary to thank, because he decided to help them independently, at his own request. At a moment when the princess and the VSU exchanged gentle smiles, the careful look of the nonsense did not look out of their eyes. And suddenly, some thought flashed in his head. The prince asked to exchange places with the HACU, and this man accepted his proposal without hesitation. Having presented, the nonsense added that the adventurer could safely consider him his mowing, which brought the naps into great embarrassment. With a slight smile, the prince assured that he should not ceremony with him, and expressed his hope for a good relationship. The Haku noted itself. Nonsense is truly extremely friendly. The prince unexpectedly witnessed his sister's passionate behavior. The girl quickly persuaded her brother to keep silence. Turning to the forehead, the Supreme Court of Ukraine reminded that their mission has not yet been completed. The sister is still in captivity. He wondered where she was now. Sighing, he found a friend's right and finally revealed their imprisonment. The royal garden enveloped in silence. A girl was sitting near the crystal fountain, and the maids and knights were watching closely. Squeezing her hand at her breast level, the girl was angry. The maid hurried to her, gently calling, "Naralino!" A frantic cry escaped from her mouth, as soon as the sword went forward with a decisive stroke. The princess's eyes flashed in rage, and heavy breathing testified to the tension of every moment when the gaze sliding on the servants. Having warned everyone away from her, the girl warned, "Too much threat, even unconsciously she can harm them." Her body trembled from rage, and in the meantime, the maid noted that if you completely refuse food and water, The body simply will not withstand such a test. They barely sounded these words. The loud shout of Neralina forced the girl to silence, and the next moment she knocked a tray out of the hand of the maid with a sharp gesture, scared by the poor. It was again warned by them to stay away. The domination of force has not receded yet, so it is not necessary to worry about it. The only request is to bring your brother as soon as possible, because there was little time. The people, burning from rage, angrily demanded that the nonsense immediately lead to her, and promised to cut off his head on his own. Watching through the window, the characters notice how a girl in the heart is fiercely fierce fire than before. It was not easy to imagine the trials that had fallen to the sister's fate while the mind was in someone. However, Namisa noted that her older sister led the army of the kingdom, and therefore, to conquer such a person was a real challenge. Nervilio noted that her rude behavior is only a strong armor, under which the vulnerable, gentle nature is hidden. The princess picked up her brother's opinion, noting that the community of interests is so close. After these words of the VSU, he suddenly realized how much they came closer. Meanwhile, Noun appealed to Weiss to return their sister's mind. The invitation to help caused a confident smile on his face. Having caught the angry look of the princess, the man confidently stated that everything was taking on himself and ordered them to retreat. The people could not understand what was happening to her. It seemed as if the invisible force conquered every movement of her. The realization that it can now pose a threat to the most expensive people has enveloped the soul with an alarming cold. No one could say for sure whether it became a curse. To get together, that's what she wanted, because from all the inhabitants of the kingdom, it was the glory of the strongest. While the visa was confidently approaching her, a helpless thought was spinning in Naralina's thoughts. She was completely powerless. The young man appeared right in front of her. The girl's angry look met his eyes. He looked carefully at her eyes. The sword in her hands flashed in the face of the enemy, when a decisive voice sounded from the girl's mouth. "Who are you? Not even moved from the place?" After that, her uncontrollable threat came. She ordered the boy to say goodbye to her head, but other feelings grew inside. The girl's thoughts were begging for him, because she did not want to hurt him. The thoughts of the disappeared necklace began to worry the guy. Finally, it has come. The decoration can be hidden under armor. At the same moment, the girl was already behind the boy. The sword rushed in a decisive swing, and the girl immediately rejected the adventurers. The scream of anxiety escaped into the mold. The brother and his sister shifted a disturbed look at the vase in the hands of the people. The guy told her sister to look more closely at the vase, and she quickly realized that everything was fine with her. A little worried, but still waited for such a reaction from the princess. Then he rushed forward, rapidly approaching the girl. Another rapid attempt by the girl rushed to the enemy, and the sword blade cut the air, and the VSU was skillfully evaded from the impact. The people again rushed to the attack on that guy. Immediately intercepting the girl's hand, the VSU puzzled her even more. Anger ignited her heart because of this situation. Immediately grabs the girl by the collar, and with fury breaks him into piles. Finally, a necklace shone before his eyes. The bright glow blooms just on the girl's chest. She heard from her, "Such a terrible necklace does not seem to be the charm of the lady of the people." These words forced the girl to spare, and the guy immediately crushed the decoration. Feeling sudden weakness, the girl lost his resistance under her feet and began to slowly settle down. Barely open eyes met the feeling of release, something letting it go. The girl flew to the boy around her neck, firmly stuck to him. Blunting to her ears, the girl cast a quick look at the boy, thinking about who this stranger could really be. Unclear excitement was madly in the breast of the people, forcing her to think about the causes of such a storm of feelings. With excitement in the voice of the HACU, he wondered if everything was fine with the girl. In response, she only sighed deeply, assuring that everything is under control and was feeling better. The young man caught her sincere gratitude in her voice for salvation, after which he wondered if everything was fine. The bride confessed that she had never felt her husband's embrace before, and casting her gaze on a vase, suddenly added that she even liked it. The young man was confused, and the princess, with a barely noticeable smile, wondered how his name was. Hearing how the VSU was introduced to the girl with a charming smile, the mood of the creek was noticeably damaged. She cast a dissatisfied look at them. She asked with anxious whether her sister had already recovered. Meanwhile, the young man who stood behind did not hide the envy of the exquisite vase prescribed by the princess. The people sincerely apologized for the inconvenience caused. The prince answered reciprocity, apologized to her. But both of them have felt relief, because misunderstandings have already been left behind. The nonsense assured that the excitement was in vain, and a smile blossomed on the face. The three of them were hugging, and sincere family joy prevailed in the room. The VSU did not restrain the smile, watching this happy reunion. Looking at the vase, she thanked him with gratitude in her eyes for his sister's rescue. But in a moment, she noted with indignation that his sister had occupied her for too long. The VSU, as soon as possible, rushed to apologize to both before the princess and before his brother. The young man, with his own confidence, stated that it was because of his boldness that he would be accused of inappropriate behavior against members of the royal family. The girl only noted that this was the essence. No hugs with the boy had never happened. The older brother immediately intervened, trying to reassure the nap. He explained, the whole unfortunate situation arose only because Naralina grabbed a vase so that she would not fall. She approved her brother Naralin's thoughts, however. Casting a barely noticeable look towards her sister, she added, "Hugging the Hakyu is a real pleasure." In these words, she was only darkened with her face. She did not like the kind of honesty of her sister. One moment, the foregoing noticed how the sister's interest was coinciding again, and the Hakyu considered the prince carefully without hiding his interest. The narrator was enthusiastically immersed in his memoirs, telling the adventurer as he had long given the weeded bear Ive. But soon, Naralin wanted the same. It was not a moment as a real dispute broke out between the girls. The prince approved. From now on, all girls will receive only the same gifts. From that moment, he no longer deviated from his new custom. The VSU covered a light shock. The nonsense saw that the HACU remained alone and was confused, not knowing how to do next. It was at this moment that the imagination of the VSU came to life with spooky paintings. It seemed to him as if the princesses were pouring on him and breaking up like that unhappy toy car. The girls looked around and firmly grabbed the guy's hands, who read a true horror in his gaze. The famous politeness to delicately ask the sister to move away from the vase, to which she answered with a smile, "Don't worry. I do not go to take a vase." Childhood was left behind. It was quite clear both how to act in such a situation. It is enough to share. It was at this moment that in the soul of the Hakyu pleaded so that the girls did not break him into pieces. Closely leaning against the guy, the girl called his frankness. Her gaze glowed with expectations when she asked a vase, as if that was what could turn the boy into a man at the same time for both sisters. The confusion of the young man was read on his face, but the prince with a proud smile proclaimed, his sisters, as he predicted, were able to resolve the conflict peacefully. Then the video sounded. That's about the dad will open his eyes, and his heart will be full of joy from this news. It seemed that such a hasty expectation was too premature. The people suggested that the boy switch to informal communication with both. The young man already wanted to deny. However, the strict look of the girl was cold his passion. So he obeyed without unnecessary words. Calling a girl in the name, the HACU heard a request to repeat him again. It was embarrassed. He repeated the name, but she again asked to name him again. The annoyance broke out in the boy's eyes when the words flew from their mouth. How many more times will it have to repeat it? And the people in response only smiled carelessly. For her, that is what it should be. Having sincerely apologized to the maids and the butter, the girl confessed how much she scared them. Surprisingly, everyone just smiled in response. Fear has long been dispelled, and now the hearts were filled with joy and relief. The princess sincerely thanked the servants who did not hold back the tears of joy. And in the meantime, Novilio suggested that they finally visit the rooms where their parents rested. They made their way to their parents, watching the sleeping owners carefully. The sisters settled on both sides of their parents, protecting family warmth. With bitterness in the voice, she recognized, her magic is powerless before this trouble. The nonsense was filled with the hope that removing the curse would give them relief and peace of mind. The realization that none of the parents has cursed objects forced the people to get lost in assuming about the causes of troubles. Because of the door, someone's voice called, and for a moment everyone, with whom at the gate of the capital, said goodbye to the gate of the capital and HACU. With joy on the face of Orlando, hurried to a friend and asked his affairs. In response, a smiling voice of the VSU came. Everything is fine, you cannot worry. And here the soldier came. The prince and the princess are also safe thanks to charming Wait. Realizing that Orlando, a comrade of the Supreme Court of Ukraine, He worshipped with her respectfully and reported that they had to travel with the HACU. Taking advantage of the right moment, Vesu carefully remarked that Orlando has great abilities, and therefore, could take a second spring to him in the night. The prince was only confusedly flicked, without immediately, what a conversation was being done. But unexpectedly, he supported the proposal of Vesu and agreed to take the boy from the servant. Katie joyfully confessed how pleasant to her to see the people. She sincerely thanked for his care, and then added that she had already got acquainted with the case. The captain said that thanks to special things, the curse was found, but the cause of the strange sleep of the king with the queen was never understood. Then Floyd noted that they invited the leader of the guild, hoping that she would bring the answer to this mysterious question. Kumiya came to the door and invited the woman to go to the room. Visa, addressing a friend, asked if this stranger was Reagan's sister. Orlando noted that he had just had a conversation with her. Leaning to a friend, he confessed in his surprise and again imaginatively painted the same vase. She still lived in front of him, where Rayleigh was a female copy of the region. The room included a charming woman in glasses, the gentle appearance of which was incredibly surprised by the VSU. As if fascinated, he could not understand whether he saw reality or Marin. It was at this moment that Rayleigh came to him, seemingly recognizing the same Bosset. Sleeping the nape of the neck, the guy confirmed the words of the woman, and then noted that he belonged to the adventurers of the Marine rank. Relay confessed that she had heard about him from Orlando. Smiling, the young man gets a sign donated to him by a Region, and then a card of the guild participant. The woman slid the woman on the map. Every line and the mark seemed real. Sejening, she recalled bitterly how her trusting brother believed this husband. Finally, the woman decided to introduce himself officially and stated that she was holding the position of Chief of Staff of Guild Staff of the Adventurers of the main city of the eastern part of the kingdom. She noted that the guy had just saved the nonsense and the people, so his title did not reflect true strength. Among all Marine adventurers, no one who was able to defeat Royal Guard has not yet happened. Relay has been recognized that she had never seen this fox with her own eyes, and has no idea what tricks he could resort. A smile blossomed on her face, because such a fortune is to meet an adventurer who is trusted by so many people. The Gildemist falls not every day. Without waiting to hear such warm words from the leader of the guild, the guy accepted the compliment and thanked her. Relaya came to the nonsense with curiosity, asking how the rulers felt. The princess said they had sleeping incredibly for a long time, and then wondered if the woman had once seen something like that. In the design, Relay recalled. In her life, she had to meet a lot of amazing, so she did not rule out that it could be something like a magical substance. However, genies objected. Doctors would have long been brought to clean water if everything was explained by it. Then the relay specified that it means substances that are not yet known to the general public. It was believed that this substance can be ancient origin and has long been lost to the world. It would not be possible to notice such a powerful phenomenon, because its presence was felt around, and it was simply not possible to hide this force. The embarrassment swept the prince. He suggested that this substance could act for a long time, depriving them of even the slightest chance. The bride could not put up with the idea that their parents would lie in such a dream infinitely for a long time. So he undertook to promise, "I will find the culprit and learn how to remove this witchcraft." "There is no trace of those who sent the curse on his older brother and sister," confessed Nemanis. Her voice sounded in a confusion. Rayleigh only nodded in response to the words of the princess, emphasizing, even if the offender was exposed, it would be worth waiting for the truth. The lie could be heard from his mouth. The sadness enveloped the Vas because even the force was impossible to change the situation. The anxiety with anxiety followed the adventure. Having fastened in reflections, Relay imagined, if there is a sage somewhere whose mind is ahead of his era, the immortal, who has lived for many years, perhaps he is able to help. It was at this moment that an unexpected idea swore in the wait. A thin, almost whispering voice. The man wondered how old Ragnar has. Little Dragon, with sincere frankness, began to tell that her father had already lived incredibly for many years. Such a revelation made the VSU think it was necessary to ask the Dragon King himself about it. The traveling of Siron and Dads lasted, and the condemnation was slowly rolled, when the elusive curiosity prompted Siron to ask a question that may seem strange among people with one hair color. Dad laughed cheerfully, suggested that the Saren is not ashamed and ask any questions. Hearing this, the Elfian carefully remembered how Dad told her earlier work in the brothel, but added that she did not at his own request. The dreamy intonation of Dad confessed. If the Hakyu allowed her to become one of the participants of the germ, she would give him everything, both the body and the soul. This sincere confession has caused Sauron's memories of frequent meetings of dads and Hakyu within the walls of the brothel. Choosing the words, Sauron hesitated, trying to understand whether the Hakyu and tattoo bind some special invisible thread. A satisfied smile shone on the mouth of the dads. The palms lay on the shoulders of the Saren, and the hovering in her voice came, "She got right." With delight, the young lady remembered their meetings and colorful impressions, filling the story with the details that the elf cheeks are elusive. Smiling, Dad hurried to admit that she only joked. The Hacu did not approach her. Subsequently, she hugged the Sauron firmly, clearly noticing, such a charming elfish causes the desire to suggest a little. Seeking a sigh, Sauron confessed that she became much easier for her. She had already begun to worry whether she had time to fall behind. Subsequently, Tada wondered how far the relationship between Sauron and the Hacu went. The elf calmly replied that there was nothing like that between them. Then Tada did not resist, and asked if Sauron was showing his body. The struggle was in the soul. He wanted to deny, but in memory immediately a scene with a bathtub, where the guy had suddenly found her. Dad decided that he was able to notice even a vase beneath her, but Sauron immediately rejected a similar opinion. Draft. Dad stated that the Hacu had already seen her naked. The Saren indifferently wrinkled her forehead and noted that both opponents had an equal chance, so the result was a draw. At that moment it became obvious. No dishes of the Hacu did not even try. Among the thoughtful silence of Sauron suddenly confessed that she was a little worried. Despite the fact that the guy visited the brothel and did not dare to no action, the girl was already eagerly waiting for the moment when the Hakyu finally showed true courage. This thought did not come to the head. It is difficult to explain his indifference to girls. But here the dad intervened. One day she asked the Hak directly whether the thing was not interested in girls in general, but he resolutely rejected this hypothesis. Turning this idea, Dad, putting her finger on her mouth, made a gesture to be clear to the girl. If a meeting with the Hakyu happens, you should try to fascinate the boy with his light provocations. Sauron instantly stated that she could not. For the girl, even the thought of the first step was a little awkward. Noticing this, Dad wondered why Sauron could not dare. Continuing to listen to an uncertain speech of a new acquaintance, Dad noticed how she finally gathered with thoughts and confessed that she had no experience. She took a look. Sauron confessed that she had never had a relationship. This is why talking about this topic is especially inconvenient for her. Hearing the confession of the Sauron, the daddy was sensitive to tears and warmly hugged the girl. The sincerity of the Sauron, she noted what the beautiful is and dedication, because Sauron is ready to give her virgin soul vase. Sauron, however, added, if he really wants a vase, she will not hesitate to obey his will. Confessing to her own inexperience, the girl was afraid to bring a vase and cause her disappointment. Dad shared the fact that the case was not an experience or special techniques. The very courage to try to enter into the first relationship seemed like something extremely charming. Sauron listened carefully to the words of a girl who confessed that she would no longer be able to repeat this, and because of this her heart was filled with envy to the elf. The girl with golden hair said, while the heart and thoughts of the Tatas were loyal to the Wait, the listener elf remained only openly showing her feelings. The words of the new girlfriend were pleasantly surprised by the dad, forcing her to smile involuntarily. With a sigh of relief, she replied that these thoughts were completely relevant to the Saren herself. Pointing to the elf, Dad calmed her, assuring that there was no reason to worry. After all, she believed Mr. Vasu would give everything when it comes to love. Tada offered a girl a few lessons that would not hurt exactly, although she could not make her life in her personal affairs. Sauron, however, joked, they say, should not be given. Dad dared to look at the girl who suddenly began to resist. Meanwhile, there was only one question in Nenna's thoughts. How many more will it last? With a joyful smile of the Hakyu stated that he finally found himself where it was necessary. The timely appearance was explained by the fact that the owners of Manbanda were still dozing in a sweet dream. To solve this mystery, it was necessary to consult an expert in ancient magical treatment. So, leaning towards the idea of turning to his long-standing experience, like the boy's father, he still decided to consult a lagoon. It seemed like the smartest step. There was no evidence of the boy, but this method seemed faster than to make two goddesses. Even if they did something, It is unknown if they would not be nervous to nervously. Using an urinary slope, thoughts did not rest. Did he finally manage to get to the dreamy castle? The gaze slipped into the distance. A stranger stood in front of the gate itself, closely. The children cheerfully looked at the Lagunra, encouraging him to join them. A sincere, pleasant smiles appeared on their faces. Suddenly the VSU approached them, asking what they were doing here. Strangers, when he heard his words, changed the facial expression. A frank hostility appeared at the place of interest. The crowd hit the stranger tightly, falling asleep with questions. Who are you and what brought you here? There were no limits wonder. Why at all to someone to appear in such an abandoned corner? At that moment, the Hakyu stated that he was now a friend Lagunier. However, it did not seem too plausible to Lev. All Savannah was known that the closest dragon friend was he. The lion rushed into the attack, but the stranger did not even move. From such a spectacle, the Jinn almost did not come. The power of the enemy was stunning. Friends with the watered exclamations praise a friend, and in a moment they go on the offensive and rush to the guy. Now, our turn to deal with you. The roller coaster is raised, which instantly grows into a real fight. After this match, Legonier laughed from her soul, glancing his eyes with broken friends and a casual vitae. He joked that they were too noisy for games, noting how well they get along. The dragon solemnly announced that the HACU became his new friend. Later, he shared the secret of the HAC. 4 soldiers who live on this mountain, then ancient dragon comrades, known as the strongest among all. But ancient friends suddenly grabbed. Despite their own strength and skill, they were suddenly defeated by a man, which seemed to an unattainable rival. The awareness of this puzzled and embarrassed. Lagunier noted that at first glance, the HACU hides great force. It is remembered by what ease he lifted him. Then it was struck and embarrassed at the same time. Ancient friends wondered if they would remain friends. The dragon replied that friendship would not disappear if they give up a prejudice to a Voss. The devil creatures smiled warmly, assured, if the Hakyu is a friend of Laguna, then for them he is a friend. To the surprise of the VSU itself, these creatures were surprisingly polite and friendly. Eventually everyone called their name. The beaver responded with a grip, and the werewolf was Zir. A tall elf named Rito settled nearby, and finally the necromant was called Nira. Feeling the curiosity of the Hakyu about who the higher elves are actually, he rarely decided to openly tell everyone present this story. His soul, although born among the most intimate, was throbbing the excitement in the same way as the simple elves. Smiling, he confessed that the elves' girls are the most expensive for him, value their beauty and soul infinitely. For the SAU, such recognition was quite expected. Nothing strange in these words was found. Recalling the past, Rito shared how he was inspired by the idea that he came to his head at the same time when he came across the broken porch of the elves from his own village. However, this trick was expensive to him. From that moment he was expelled. Even the harsh and proud Elfie could have lush forms. Such an unexpected thought broke out in the head. The Elfa was warmed hope ever to get acquainted with each of the elves of this world. The confession of crazy capture by all the elves, justified by its own origin of the highest Elfa, was evaluated unexpectedly, and was overwhelmed in the air by a heavy, uncomfortable pause. I seem to have forgotten that such real, energetic people still exist. In the meantime, the Hakyu addressed Lagunier with the desire to ask him a question. Then the story of the owners of Manbend, the history of their power and heritage, which for centuries have been winged these lands. Lagunier suspected that the source of sleep of the king was a long-standing curse. Then the dragon suggested that he respond to a stranger who was nearby. The young man nodded in the words of a friend, because there was a necromantic nearby. He, in his turn, was rustic. They say, except in longevity, he succeeded in success. In his thoughts, he scroized whether the Hakyu explained everything correctly, because what appeared before him could well be potions with mysterious charms. He rarely noted that many people now conduct various experiments with similar substances, so it was not easy to determine the true essence of this substance. The VSU listened carefully to every word. I realized that it is indifferent, a healing medicine or witchcraft, without proper use. All this can turn into a disaster. Then Niar addressed the man to the question of whether it was possible to get the same medicine, because only this could at least change something. Unfortunately, the guy remained with nothing, so the necromant only spread his hands. He was powerless to help. Niar noted that when he was again in his own laboratory, he could change something. The Hakyu immediately suggested going together, but the necromant warned the trip would have to be made not close. In their conversation suddenly intervened Lagunir, noting that Nira did not grasp the true essence of the char of the VSU. The adventurer expressed a fervent desire to return home as soon as possible. So if they move to the nearest home, the next morning will get Manbon. However, the necromant was stubbornly concerned that it is simply impossible. Vasu assured that the whole would go with him, but the true meaning of this proposal did not realize the young man. Further, Vasu added, it will only be enough for Nira to look at sleeping rulers. Everything will be fixed immediately. However, the necromantic thought was quite different. Vasu suggested to bear the skeleton on his shoulders, but this time the guy did not understand where the conversation was underway. Nira acknowledged that he was a necromanta and a monster, so his appearance among people in the city could turn into a disaster. Embed with fear that passers-by they make the stones in it, and the hung dogs recognize their prey in it. In the end, it was only necessary to go back with nothing and give tears. He watched the whole scene carefully, noting himself. The self-confidence inherent in the monsters, Niera was not close. Before that, the feather added that soldiers or hunters on the monster may well be heard in the city, ready to harm him. Vase carefully noted that the necromant was once considered one of the most powerful on this mountain. However, in response, a bitter remark came. Those times remained in the past. Feeling the skeleton confusion, the Hakyu assured, he has nothing to worry about, because if you stand on the side of good, the Hakyu will certainly be in defense. Finally, he assured that as soon as the danger is nearby, the adventurer will certainly stand for him. The realization that the prince and the princess recently stood in front of him did not stop the young man. The desire to help them only strengthened. He dreamed that when the king and the queen woke up, their family would reunite in true happiness. Undoubtedly, SIA believed that Nier should only see the sincere smiles of these people, and his heart will be filled with joy. That is why you turn to a necromant for help. Sincerely believed in his strength and capabilities. Stunned by the guy's speech, Nier did not hide the surprise, but eventually agreed. However, he put forward one condition. The VSU, glowing with joy, immediately promised to fulfill any request. The necromantic, with a mysterious smile, stated that if the skeleton with impressive clavicle happens, you should definitely introduce them. After all, Nero was seriously buried with the desire to find his wife.